Junior began to cough, the air that was stuck in his chest finally finding a path out. He really felt as though he would suffocate to death in those moments. No, he might have been directly crushed. Diane gripped his fists, but allowed Delia to pull him back in the end. He thought he was learning to control his emotions better in recent years, but there were some things that simply went too far. Defaming the graves of two girls he held a heavy guilt in his heart over was most definitely one of those things. "What are you doing?" Diane squeezed out these words once more. If things continued like this, his jaw would shatter even with how sturdy his body was. Junior continued to cough, attempting to clear his throat. "So hot-tempered. I'm definitely more cool-headed than you." Junior might not have been wrong, but him saying so definitely wasn't helping the situation. That was the ironic part. It seemed he still had the same way of pissing everyone off with his words that Diane did. When Diane started his martial world journey, it was the demon sage's blood that made him run hot. But his original bloodline, his Titan Emperor bloodline, is even a level above demon blood. He's an innately hot-headed and antagonistic person. Junior escaped that fate by having a different constitution entirely, but he was still as grating on the nerves as Diane was. "Obviously, I wouldn't be digging up a grave for no reason. Can you not see the death chi? If that's your reasoning, I swear I'll dangle you from the skies by your feet and beat you with everyone on Soul Planet as an audience." Diane's bulging vein only grew fiercer. Over the past few days, every time the ground of Soul Planet was broken, a benign death chi would waft upward. It didn't matter where the ground was broken. Junior using the death chi as an excuse was like a person taking credit for curing an already healthy individual. You didn't discover anything. No matter where you broke the ground, death chi would have come up. So why did you do it above their graves? Junior seemed to shiver at the thought of being spanked so publicly. He might have looked only 3 years old, but he had Diane's pride and arrogance. He couldn't tolerate such a thing. "You wouldn't dare. Try me, you arrogant piece of shit." Delia felt her lip twitching watching these two argue with one another. Luckily, she had already covered little Aiden's ears, so he didn't have to listen to such a vulgar shouting match. Also, the irony wasn't lost on her. Diane calling his clone an arrogant piece of shit was definitely a highlight. "Listen, I wouldn't be doing something like this without a reason. The Life Stone didn't choose me as its owner. It chose them." Diane wanted to shout back, but he bit his tongue instead. "What are you talking about? Don't you remember when Mia and Bella said they recognized you even with your mask on because you smelled familiar to them? Smelled inviting and nice even?" Seeing Diane's confused face, Junior waved his hand as though he couldn't be bothered to explain any further. "My clone." Junior snorted. "This guy is an idiot. As if he could ever be my clone." Junior went back to digging as though Diane wasn't there, his little pale hands working away as fast as he could. "Hey!" Diane yanked Junior back by the back of his collar, dangling him in the air. "Just shut up and let me do it." Diane grit his teeth and decided to trust Junior. He fixed the grave to make it seem as though nothing had happened before sending his sword chi outward and perfectly cutting out and lifting up their coffins from the ground. Diane never sent his divine sense into the graves of the twins. It was a matter of simple respect. But when he saw the scene of their open coffins before him, he suddenly felt that he had made a massive mistake. The Mia and Bella he had once known were no longer there. In their place, there were 2 slumbering babies. No, babies wasn't the appropriate way to describe them, or maybe it was. Diane wasn't entirely certain of the technical term, but they were both at least several months old. They looked to be approaching 1 year old. Too big to be babies, but too small to be toddlers. Their appearances had changed as well. Of course, they looked identical, as they always had, but they had deep indigo-colored hair that almost looked black unless the sun reflected upon them the right way. In addition, their hair was much longer than what one would expect for a child. Their coffins were lined with comfortable velvet cushions, but their hair was actually long enough to act as their blankets. Their hair suddenly flickered, shifting from the deep indigo Diane thought he saw before to a deep maroon. Moments later, it became a deep magenta. If Diane had to describe it, it was as though Damaris and Geralda's crystalline-like hair shimmering in pinks, light violets and blues had suddenly gone to the dark side. Diane couldn't see their eye color since they were in a deep sleep, but he had a feeling that their irises were similar. this wasn't all that changed about the two of them. Their skin had a delicate gray glow to it. Despite the odd, clearly inhuman, tint, it didn't seem unnatural. In fact, it seemed perfect for them. Their small bodies were covered in the very same ceremonial garments Mia and Bella had been buried in, making Diane realize that this definitely wasn't a trick. This really was happening before his eyes. Did I really leave two babies here for almost a year? This was the only explanation Diane could come up with. Something happened after Mia and Bella died, causing them to revert to these youthful forms, and then they had slowly begun to grow once more to this point here. An almost irrational fear overtook Diane. What if it hadn't been for Junior? Just how long would they have stayed here? How much longer could they have survived? No, how did they even survive for this long? Diane gently set their coffins down, taking care not to wake them up as he wrapped the two in their ceremonial robes and took them into his arms. His heart trembled as he tried to control his emotions, but his mind was a mess. He was caught in between being ecstatic and being filled with worry. What is going on? Diane turned toward Junior, asking this question for the third time. But this time around, his gaze and tone were decidedly softer. I was thinking for a long time after you came to speak to me about the life stone, but I couldn't figure it out. So, instead, I began to cultivate, thinking that things would sort themselves out eventually. But when I did start to cultivate, something unexpected happened. I started to feel a deep sense of familiarity with the death chi that kept popping up. I didn't understand why, though. It wasn't something as simple as my affinity for death will. It was something deeper than that. Normal youths wouldn't be able to begin cultivating until their meridians matured. But youths with more talent matured quicker than others. And for Junior, who took the Marshall Saint pill that elevated his meridians to the true deity grade, he was even quicker. So there was no issue with him beginning to cultivate so early on. It was then I realized that the sense of familiarity wasn't coming from me, but the remnants of Orcus and his constitution. So I focused in on that feeling, trying to tap into my constitution more. I thought that maybe if I did, I could find some of Orcus' lingering memories, then maybe grasp something. I ended up making great progression in just a few hours, likely because my body was created with a much higher level of death god body than I currently have, so my progress is smoother than it would be for others. It was then I realized that the sense of familiarity wasn't exactly about Orcus either. Well, it was related to him, but not his body directly. It was as though it was some sort of outside influence I was instinctually feeling close to. But this only confused me more. What could be related to Orcus and Death Chi, but somehow be unrelated to Orcus himself? Or rather not directly related. I racked my brain, but I couldn't understand it. That was when I remembered that among the core teachings of Orcus you showed me, there was a dual cultivation technique. Diane's eyes widened. That was right. He had completely ignored that technique because not only did he have a far better dual cultivation technique, one that would be coveted even on the immortal plane, none of his wives comprehended death will. So it was next to useless to him. That was when I realized the chi was familiar to me not because it was from Orcus, but because it was from one or many of his wives. I remembered then that you used the hearts of Orcus' wives to catalyze the creation of my body. That was why it felt so familiar. Still, none of this is enough for you to connect this to Mia and Bella. Diane said, you still don't get it? They said that your smell was familiar and comfortable to them. But they obviously hadn't felt that way toward anyone else. Haven't you understood why that is yet? As though on cue, Mia and Bella trembled slightly in Diane's arm, their beautiful, large, dark opal eyes opening. In that moment, the cry of two phoenixes shook planet soul. Diane understood then. Mia and Bella didn't recognize his smell, per se, they recognized the scent of his death will. Diane didn't know where the time went for the rest of the day, but he had suddenly gone from reeling in researchers and believing Mia and Bella were dead, to those very same supposedly dead little girls running around in adorable black dresses with little Aiden and Junior. How Diane had not had a single child, yet suddenly become the father of so many. He had no idea. Life worked like that sometimes. After this event, Diane immediately went to speak with his grand teacher. Of course, Diane had tried to ask the old man about Mia and Bella before, but he had no answer. This was one of the main things that made Diane lose hope. But he thought that maybe he would know something now. Hours ago, I see. Abraxas. What is it? Well, I should have probably guessed that this would happen eventually, especially with the ancient battlefield about to descend on your plane. When you say it like that, does the immortal plane have an ancient battlefield too? Of course it does. But our ancient battlefield is, let's say, less important than yours is. In reality, the stakes are the same, but it's rarer for the true purpose of the battlefield to come to the forefront on the immortal plane. But how are the two related? Diane asked. There are certain things that the universe cannot do without. It's obvious that the representation of death is one of those things. The heavens have been thrown too far out of balance, so right now it's trying to overcompensate. But the mortal plane is about to collapse. Why would the heavens create two new dark phoenixes instead of ice phoenixes? Wouldn't creating life be more appropriate now than creating death? Like I said, there is a heavy imbalance. The heavens are confused about what it should create as well. Or, maybe more accurately, the life it is trying to create is being interfered with. Still, the birth of dark phoenixes is incredibly important as well. A mortal plane without a concept of death doesn't mean everyone gets to live. More accurately, it means that death is without a wielder, without control, and thus far worse than it should be. You mean your second disciple is interfering with the birth of life? Yes, Abraxas said with a sigh. Your universe was supposed to be the center for the mortal plane's recovery, but that unfilial brat ruined the balance the heavens were trying to return to. Is that maybe related to Jasmine and her evil path? This palace master you're wondering about may be related in this way, yes. Nothing in existence exists without a reason. If Jasmine was born, it's because the heavens felt a need to fill in the other side. The same way with Mia and Bella's births. You need to embrace them both. You need balance. I can tell you that being naturally born on the evil path and carving your way in by blood and death is very different. One is clearly worse than the other. However, this doesn't mean that Jasmine is pure. She is by definition evil. She will kill and rampage, and even innocent people might feel her wrath. But she is still a necessary part of existence. Diane found it hard to accept. Whether it was Abraxas affectionately calling his second disciple an unfilial brat, or that evil was necessary, neither sat right with him. Abraxas was too lax with human lives, but if you had lived for trillions of years, wouldn't you be too? For the first time, he felt that he didn't really understand this grand teacher of his as much as he thought he had, and maybe it was simply impossible to fully comprehend an existence that had experienced so much life. Maybe some things simply weren't meant to be perfect. Still, he had to think. Even if he used Jasmine's evil and turned her against his enemies and made use of her as he pleased now, what would happen once he unified the mortal plane? Would he be forced to allow Jasmine to rampage among the people he now called his subjects? It was something he had to think about. Oh, you came to see me? Diane, who was within Clara's office thinking about whether he should deal with the remainder of the mortal world population first, or the flaming lily disciples, suddenly gained an unexpected visitor. Researcher Lind. He had allowed the researchers to walk around freely, but they were bound from leaving Soul Planet. With his divine sense, it was a simple task for him to find them no matter where they tried to hide on a single planet anyway. So, he decided to let them take in his mortal alliance with their own two eyes. It seemed that this had had a good effect on Lind. I'll accept the position as Academy Chancellor, but I have several conditions. The arrogance within Lind's brown eyes had seemingly come back. It was quite curious that a person who valued the untalented would have eyes like this. It seemed she had her own story, or maybe Diane was too biased in his thoughts. The number of schools is pitifully small. A mere 3 a planet isn't enough. Secondly, the age range is too large and too small at the same time. It's too large in the sense that a 7-year-old shouldn't attend the same school as an 18-year-old. They need different environments and different teaching styles. However, it's too small in the sense that 7 years old is too late to begin an education and 18 years old isn't when individuals stop learning. We need several academies, each with small age ranges. We need to start teaching formally at the age of 2 and only stop teaching when they've absorbed all that they need. I want free rein to hire and fire teachers as I see fit. I want to rearrange the reward and punishment systems as I see fit, and I obviously want a much larger budget than you've allocated until now. Diane put his hand up. You should have started with that. I'll give you as much of a budget as you want and you can do as you please, you are the chancellor. Speak with Maying about the kinds of academies and campuses you want as she'll be the one to handle their construction and the city planning that comes along with it. I can give you my instinct of trust for now, but you have 10 years to show me some results. That's great news. Clara showed a rare look of excitement when she heard of Mia and Bella's matters. She had only awoken from her coma just a few minutes ago, so her body was still incredibly weak, but it seemed Diane didn't need to worry too much about her. Unfortunately, Madeline didn't seem like she would awaken for a while longer. Ah! Clara grabbed her forehead, laying back down slowly as though to apologize to her splitting headache for moving so abruptly. Are you okay? Diane shifted forward, placing his hand on her forehead, pouring his soul chi into her and soothing the pain. It's not too bad. I just overexerted myself during the last steps. Phase 3 was supposed to be implemented slowly over a few weeks to months, but I did it all in a few days. Diane smiled lightly, a bit of guilt hidden deep within his eyes. Don't be like that, pervert, Clara said with a teasing voice. Because of this, I feel like I might sense moon chi very soon. The barrier is incredibly thin for me right now. Diane's eyebrows raised. That was great news. The only individuals capable of manipulating moon chi in their mortal alliance right now were himself, Granny Celeste, and the former Weapons Guild head that was still currently recovering from his injuries. However, Granny Celeste was too focused on quickly increasing her cultivation for Diane to ask her to take part in mundane things, while he himself was incredibly busy all of the time. The addition of Clara would greatly reduce that stress. In addition, for a talent like Granny Celeste to still have only comprehended moon chi, it was obvious her passion didn't lie in array alchemy like Diane's masters did. Maybe this was why the White Mother title skipped over her. Of course, there were the rest of the Celestial Deer clan, many of whom had comprehended Comet and Moon Chi. But Diane was still trying to find the appropriate way to integrate the celestial beasts into their mortal alliance. As of now, there was still a bit too much strain between the two sides. That said, the population of celestial beasts wasn't exactly large. They were only about a few dozen in size, so the number of that caliber were even less. Of course, Clara was only able to cultivate so quickly thanks to her dual cultivating with Diane for so long. His soul talent had a great effect on his wives. Forget about me, Clara said softly. How did they survive for so long? Mia and Bella? I think it has something to do with the death chi. The life stone likely responded to their presence and sustained their lives with that chi. If it wasn't for that, I think I would have made yet another big mistake. Clara sighed. It wouldn't have been your fault if a tragedy like that did happen. Who could have guessed that this would play out like this? Have you figured out why they reacted like that? They weren't naturally born dark phoenixes. They are a necessity that heavens mandated for its balance. So it was likely that their normal human bodies were clashing with the dark phoenixes slumbering deep within them. They had to be reborn, but the excess life energy of Soul Planet thanks to the Life Stone was slowing that process down and clashing with the work their souls had to accomplish. This ended up rotting them from the inside out as life clashed with death. Eventually, life lost and they died, allowing their true Dark Phoenix selves to accomplish their task and help them be reborn. At least that's the old man's theory. He's probably right considering his breadth of knowledge. So their parents weren't phoenixes? Probably not. There's no information about dark phoenixes having to go through such a baptism. If their parents were phoenixes, they likely would have been phoenixes from the very start without having to suffer through such pain. Do they have their memories? Clara asked nervously. It was no wonder she would. If they didn't, were these two little girls really Mia and Bella? It might be a different kind of death, but it was still a death nonetheless if what made them was lost. Diane sighed. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem that way. Clara frowned, leading the couple into a moment of silence. It was no wonder they felt this way. It seemed the Mia and Bella they once knew were gone. Diane closed his eyes. I decided almost 3 years ago to never put anything above family any longer. Everything we do together. I don't think I can stand to leave them there anymore. Clara didn't need to ask to know what Diane was talking about. He was definitely referring to the remnants of the mortal world. After expanding the habitable planets from 6 to 10, there was still one that hadn't been colonized yet. It was one Diane reserved for the people of his mortal world. But, if he had to be honest, He saw them as cowards, people who would rather stay in a cage than forge a path toward strength for themselves. That said, Dian also realized that the stagnated growth of the mortal realm geniuses might be connected to their lack of belonging. As a leader, it was his duty to fix this. He had to fix this. Dian probably shouldn't see them as family. After all, he had no true connection with any of them. But the small bit of kinship he still hadn't been snuffed out just yet. "I'll come with you," Clara said without room for discussion. Dian looked on to a large crowd of individuals. He realized now how much his perspective had changed in the past few decades. In the past, such a gathering would seem obscenely large to him. A collection of several million people ought to be. But right now, he only felt that they were small and insignificant. If he wanted to kill them all, would it even take more than a thought? Would he even have to lift a finger? They didn't pick some grand location. In fact, it was simply an endless plain of grass. Dian sat on a small elevated hill wearing his same sweatpants and white tee. It had been so long since some of the older individuals here saw sweatpants that they inadvertently felt a sense of comfort. Clara, who sat by Dian's side, smiled slightly. "He hasn't even tried to speak yet, but he's already done far better than I did." When Clara descended upon this world, she was almost like a goddess amongst mortals. Not only had she become far more beautiful than any woman they had ever seen due to her cultivation, she was forcibly reforming their lands with her absolute strength. Making people feel relaxed in such a situation was difficult. Yet, even though Dian had reached a realm of looks even beyond that, he somehow made them feel comfortable, as though he was their close friend. It also helped that Dian's face was incredibly well known. When individuals who survived Matriarch Nivea's strike saw Dian, they were stunned. After all, they had already become old men and women. But Dian looked like he had just celebrated his 21st birthday despite them knowing that he should be over 60 years old by now. The silent impact this had was strong. Who didn't want to live longer? "I'm sure you all have mixed feelings about my appearance. It's been about 8 to 9 years now since the last time we appeared before you all. Those of you who acted as the parents, friends, mentors, and family of those 36 young ones we took away. You must have a lot of built-up worry." The crowd grew slightly tense at these words. "The truth of the matter is that I didn't want to face you all because I was disappointed in the choice you made. A sunken feeling overtook what should have been a plain filled with bright sunlight. I know what many of you are thinking. Who am I to look down on you for your choices? The truth is I'm nobody. In the martial world, I am nobody. There are countless millions of individuals who could take my life at a moment's whim. I didn't come here to oppress you with a power that doesn't really mean much in the grand scheme of things. I only want you all to think about whether that's the kind of life you want to live." Dian looked around him. "In this place, can you even live as the people of Earth once did? We were a people that were weak as individuals, but our minds and ingenuity brought us to the stars and beyond. We worked together to accomplish things those very individuals who could kill me with a finger could never fathom. We did this by exploring, by innovating, by pioneering new paths. We didn't do it by holding ourselves up in the safest place we could imagine and relying on others." Those listening felt a burning in their hearts they could describe. Even those who wouldn't describe themselves as passionate felt their hearts being stirred. The reality was that, though it was a majority that wanted to stay, there was a good segment of the population who wanted more for themselves and their children. Unfortunately, the actions of the many snuffed out the passion of the few, resulting in Clara only taking 36 young geniuses with her. "Do you know how this all came to be?" Dian spoke softly, but his voice easily carried over the plain. "Many years ago, a group of powerful individuals decided to use our home as their battleground. Their purpose? To take what was rightfully ours." Dian understood his people well. Or maybe it was just people in general he understood. There was nothing that enraged individuals more than being slighted. Our universe was meant to be a flourishing paradise for the powerful, but our potential was snatched away in our infancy. Before we could even fight back, our power and strength was taken away, leaving us with nothing. Then, just 40 years ago, these individuals chose our lands as their battleground once more. Except this time, they did something far worse. They killed the ones you held dear, your brothers and sisters, your mothers and fathers, your lovers and your friends. They snuffed out billions of people simply because they could. The sounds of clenching fists resounded. The crackling of bones and tearing of flesh entered Diane's ears like the herald of hope. Hope that his people hadn't lost their backbone just yet. It seemed they really only needed one final push. To them, we aren't a people to respect because we are weak. Even our home itself is no longer that. Below our feet, as we speak, an enemy we can't fathom is slumbering, absorbing what is obviously rightfully ours. Diane projected an image. It was from his very own memories, the very same sight he had seen when he first realized that the place he had called his home for so long was the home of another. It was the unimaginably large hand of the entity, the hand that made him feel true fear for the first time. A palpable silence overwhelmed the grass plain. It was then Diane knew he had succeeded. The next few weeks sped by like a blur. Diane split himself into clones so quickly and so continuously that even his overwhelming soul prowess was starting to take a hit. But he held on anyway. By now, Diane almost felt like he didn't need to set aside time to soul cultivate. If it wasn't for the limitations of his body, he really could make it to the peak of immortal plane soul in just 2 or 3 more decades. But unfortunately, his body couldn't withstand that. He would have to reach the gold silk realm of his Titan diamond body for that. But even still, his soul grew stronger day by day. It was almost as though he could do nothing but sleep and eat. Yet he would still comprehend star chi. It was only a matter of time. Still, this was more serious than Diane let on. It meant his body was practically on a timer. If he couldn't strengthen his body quickly enough, his overwhelming soul talent was tear him apart. Unfortunately, Diane didn't have the luxury of worrying about that right now. He was too busy trying to prime everything to move smoothly for the next 2 years as he entered Calming Lake. The first thing he did was setting up a workable society for the millions of mortals he brought over. He made sure Academy Chancellor Lind was aware that she might need to be flexible when working on a curriculum for his mortal world children. Much like the celestial beasts, integrating the mortals into this sort of society would take some work. In truth, much of the mortal population would never be able to cultivate in their lives. Since they were born before the seal was broken, it was to be expected. But the population of mortal cultivators was steadily growing, with most of those born before being in their older years already. Due to the fact they originated from a universe with untold potential, they would also have great potential themselves. In addition, since they were young, it would be easier for them to adjust to their new surroundings as well. For now, Diane wanted Lind to create a fusion of mortal and martial world knowledge. He was happily surprised to find that the new chancellor was entirely on board with this idea. She felt that her methods were still missing something to perfect them, and hoped to find the missing piece within Diane's mortal world. As Chancellor Lind was spending her time poring through thousands of years of mortal realm knowledge, Diane built cities for his people. He didn't want to rely on Maying for this because he wanted to create something that they were familiar with. At the same time, Diane didn't want his people to close themselves off from the martial world entirely, so he slowly implemented certain things. For example, instead of rebuilding them, the internet, he had them slowly begin to use the mortal network instead, allowing them to become familiar with arrays and their functions. In addition to this, Diane also added many other miscellaneous things. He replaced much of the travel with teleportation arrays, he filled libraries with both mortal world knowledge and rudimentary martial world knowledge, and he made certain to show them some of the fanciful life cultivators could enjoy. To accomplish the latter, he relied on the 36 geniuses. At the same time that he used them to ease the mortals into the martial world, it was also a method of easing their minds as well. Diane hoped that this would help them climb over their final mental barriers and become the talents they were meant to be. By the time the ancient battlefield descended, the population of mortals unable to cultivate would be long gone. However, Diane didn't see this as a bad thing. Though it was foul that their chance to cultivate was taken from them, it was better for them to not see what was to come. Diane believed 5 to 10 years would be all it would take for the mortals to begin showing their true potential, the potential the entity tried to snatch from them. After accomplishing these tasks, Diane wanted to head to the celestial floors, but then he remembered it would be inconvenient for him to lose control over Low Gold City. Instead, he sent Zaire and the new functions of the mortal network to directly speak to the Flaming Lily sect disciples still holed up in Middle Lily City. By now, those who had been in the city were in lockdown, while those who were foolish enough to have left had likely been slaughtered by the Sapientia already. For now, they were safe. But it would only be a little more than a year before the protection Madeline left was gone. The Zaire could implement his one rewards on top of that as well. But even still, time was limited. Diane was also certain that the Sapientia wouldn't be likely to allow him to implement his own rewards on this city so easily. They were likely waiting by the celestial doors to the middle tier to intercept him. The next time Diane stepped onto the celestial floors, he had to be powerful enough to take whatever they threw at him. However, that didn't mean Diane wouldn't do anything in the interim. He realized that he had been falling too far into the martial world school of thought and trying to use his fists to solve everything. It was time he kept a calm and rational mind and used his head. Even if he couldn't take full control of the Flaming Lily sect now, he could definitely lay down the building blocks to do so. After all, didn't he have the perfect mole right beside him? The Sapientia closing off information acted as a double-edged sword. While it was true that not many outside knew what happened that day, it also meant that the Flaming Lily sect wasn't aware of Yandavir's true affiliations either. Diane quietly organized the disciples and fed his plans for Yandavir to execute. Finally, he was prepared to enter Calming Lake. Beyond this space is Calming Lake, Sect Master. Damaris took on an incredibly respectful attitude that stunned the elders of her clan that remained. They had assumed she would hate Diane's guts just like all the other true gods did. But she had actually brought him here to grow stronger. And why was she calling him Sect Master? However, the elders had something else on their minds entirely. Just a few years ago, they had suffered untold humiliation at the hands of a single red-haired little girl, and yet she had just casually reappeared here as though she hadn't almost killed them all. There are a few things you should know about our Calming Lake first, though, Damaris explained slowly. It is rare for us to allow those not of our kin to enter. Calming Lake is the culmination of several conscious streams from the very dawn of our Agios clan. Until now. I'm sure you already know, but we allowed little sister Lila to enter so easily precisely because of this reason. Her stream of consciousness is levels above others because she is a true empath. The depth of her mental state is unlike anything we've ever seen before. In reality, her entering our Calming Lake was less of a help for her and more of a help for us. Our Calming Lake has never been more effective than the day little sister Lila chose to enter. This was right? There was no such thing as a free lunch in the martial world. Even as a dragon clan that would never harm children below their station due to their ingrained arrogance. The Agios clan would never allow just anyone to enter their clan's treasured place as they pleased. However, little Lila was an exception because of this stream of consciousness concept Damaris was speaking about. Lila's views were far broader than anyone could imagine, even at such a young age, because of her existence as a true empath. Though the Calming Lake helped her, it was probably more accurate to say that she helped the Calming Lake. This stream of consciousness is a concept of our Agios clan, and it's tied to our comprehensions of mental state. Mental state is a difficult-to-comprehend notion, and I'm not fit to explain it to you. But what I can say is that it's tied to one's Tao heart and mental stability. One's stream of consciousness is the culmination of your thoughts, experiences, and mental acuity. How intelligent you are, how deep your thoughts are, how sure you are in those thoughts. The ideas it encompasses are endless. So, as you might have guessed by now, entering the Calming Lake is also extremely dangerous. Diane didn't need Damaris to explain why this was. If every crystal dragon in their history had entered this lake, the stream of consciousnesses accumulated in this lake were practically endless. If one who entered wasn't careful, you could have your mind crushed by the weight of their experiences. At the same time, there is really no limit to how often or frequently individuals can enter. Our Calming Lake is powered and strengthened by our territory's natural energy. As long as our universes live, the Calming Lake will live. As the heir to Agios clan, I take responsibility for forming an alliance with your mortal alliance. I am not in position to provide you support in battle, but an exchange of resources is well within my power. The elders were shocked once more. Even if this wasn't an alliance in all things, it was incredibly rare for dragons to enter alliances of any sort. Diane smiled and nodded. I'll provide your Agios clan with the support of a planet lord. As long as you supply the spiritual ingredients, we'll concoct what you need. In exchange, My Sicharo clan will impose on your calming lake a bit. Dian had paid more than enough for a one-time entry by saving and curing Geralda, but he felt that laying a deeper connection was necessary. So, he spoke to Damaris about it, and she surprisingly agreed. The elders nearly collapsed. Planet Lord? Suddenly, their dissatisfaction disappeared with the wind. The Dragochilan lands weren't a place even the outer quadrants could stand to take lightly, even though they spanned only 5 quadrants. However, even they didn't have planet lords to call their own. Of course, this was because beasts, for the most part, didn't have good soul talent. Let alone planet lords, they didn't even have comet lords of their own. It wouldn't be a surprise if this was related to the reason why some of their ancestors bowed their heads to the elves. A moon lord could already support the growth of a Tao expert. But a planet lord? They could create pills even higher existences wouldn't turn their noses up at. Was this exchange worth the free usage of Calming Lake? Of course it was. In truth, the benefits one person could receive from Calming Lake was incredibly limited. Many could only enter for a few minutes at a time before being chased away. And those individuals wouldn't be able to enter for a period of time afterward. Even little Lila only lasted a few weeks on her first entry. Because of this reality, they almost felt like they were taking advantage of Dian. But then they understood. For geniuses, the one thing they usually lacked was the mental state of an expert. This was because they cultivated so quickly that they didn't have the time to naturally build up that acumen. For a genius on Dian's level, maybe this exchange was worth it. If he could bring his mind up to the level of his talent, a monster the likes of which was rarely seen would be born. Sect Master, before you enter, there's something I would like to ask you first. Damaris couldn't look Dian in the eye as she gripped the fabric of her lilac gown. Finally, she firmed her resolve, staring up and into Dian's golden, emerald-flecked eyes with all the momentum she could muster. I want to be your partner. The atmosphere froze, even Dian himself froze. What the hell was this girl saying? Partner? That was a term only used between beast master and beast or husband and wife. There was no other context. Considering the circumstances, Damaris was definitely asking to become Dian's beast companion. Why? Dian's brows furrowed slightly. He wasn't opposed to the idea, but Damaris doing this would put unnecessary stress on his relationship with the Agios clan. The matter of Geralda now being his subordinate was already on shaky ground. If Damaris too acted like this, they might believe there was some foul play involved even if Dian did nothing. And, even if they learned that there was no such foul play, that wouldn't stop them from feeling uncomfortable at the end of the day. Because I want to. Damaris grinned like an innocent child. It wasn't the kind of smile one would expect to see on a beauty of her caliber. It felt like it deserved more of a place in a children's playground. Dian felt like facepalming. She was straining the relations between two clans because she wanted to. That was all? No grand or philosophical reasonings, just a simple whim? We'll talk about this another time. Now isn't appropriate. You have the future of your Agios clan on your shoulders. Your sister's potential was already largely derailed. Don't ruin your own. I have a feeling that becoming your partner will have the direct opposite result. Damaris said defiantly. But seeing Dian's glare, she lowered her head like a child who knew she was wrong. The Agios clan doesn't need me, Damaris said softly. There's nothing stopping Big Sister from retaking her place as heiress now. And, even if she doesn't, my little nephew is amazing. Damaris smiled, tippy-toeing to ruffle Ryu's hair. The boy had grown tall in recent years. Not as tall as Zaire, but definitely tall enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with Dian. Even to now, he remained a mute, though. No one seemed able to get him to talk. Though, from what Dian could tell, he was an incredibly gentle person. He showed this with his actions rather than his words. It made his resonance with nature far higher than even his own mother, and without question far better than his aunt's. Princess, can we? An outer elder cleared his throat. Can we wait to talk about such important matters when your royal father and the Empress make their way back? The conference should be starting in just a few months. Damaris pouted, wanting to argue some more, but Dian's meaningful gaze stopped her. Seeing the odd atmosphere, Dian immediately took action to soothe it. Don't worry about anything. All elders of your Agios clan can place requests for themselves. Simply use our alliance's channel and someone will handle it for you. Diane's words snapped the elders out of their uncomfortable feeling. They had thought that the support of the Planet Lord would be limited, but who would have known that even they as low-level elders could make requests of their own so simply? Who among Dao experts didn't have countless resources they had accumulated over the years? The issue was using it efficiently. After all, the number of Moon Lords was pitifully small in their tower quadrants. But Diane gave them an outlet to use these resources. Many could see potential for breakthroughs where they had previously stagnated. The best part was that Diane even provided a few formulas for pills they might be interested in. Of course, these were just the ingredients and a description of the pill, so the most important parts were missing, but even still, if the summaries were accurate, they couldn't slow the beating of their hearts. Diane let them know that Comet and Moon grade requests could be fulfilled within a few weeks, while Planet grade requests would take a few years. But even that didn't seem to dampen their enthusiasm. What was 1 or 2 years to the life of a Dao expert? Diane signaled Damaris with his eyes. It was best if they went now, before she said something ridiculous again. Damaris smiled bitterly before turning toward a massive vault. Diane couldn't have imagined something of this caliber in his mortal world. It was an over 50-meter tall wall of silver and bronze metal, outfitted with countless turning dials. But what was likely even more impressive was its thickness. Damaris' small hand seemed to awaken the vault doors, causing the dials to turn amongst themselves. It was a complex system, but Diane felt that he saw through it. Those dials, they were almost like star charts, and they turned to represent positions over time. Basically, the Agios clan's secret code was the day their clan was founded. Or their birthday. Diane felt his lip twitch when he saw this, but he refrained from saying anything. Imagining a mighty dragon clan using their birthday as their password was forcing him to use every muscle in his body to not die of laughter. Luckily, the next scene was enough to take his breath and that laughter away. It was a scene that could only be described as heavenly. A true heaven descended upon the mortal plane. The water was a mix of light pink and lavender, cascading downward into a near-endless number of tears. These tears, however, didn't rest upon land, but rather clouds of pink. In fact, even the thick vault doors gave way to allow a fog of pink to enter the deep underground structures of the Agios clan. And that smell. The kind that made your body shiver and your nose twitch for more. The smell of a woman you loved with all your heart. Paradise. That was Calming Lake. Bam boom. The vault doors sealed tightly behind them. But when Diane turned back, signs of the door were nowhere to be seen. It seemed that this was the entrance to a mystical world. Diane was surprised, but he probably should have expected this much. This is the highest and easiest tier Calming Lake. The stream of consciousnesses here are the easiest to protect against and temper your mind with. As you travel downward, the waters will become thicker and darker. Eventually, if you flow down enough tiers, you'll enter the true Calming Lake below, which has a seemingly endless depth. Streams of consciousnesses slowly fall from here downward. However, if said stream of consciousness is weak, it is swallowed by the stronger ones below it, eradicating its existence. I recommend that you all start at this highest tier. Become accustomed to the environment and air first before you even think about stepping into the waters. Trust the flow of the water. The streams of consciousness flow naturally to areas of like strength and concentration. If it decides you're in an area you can withstand, it will naturally push you downward. If you're in or approaching an area too much for you, the current will stop. This Calming Lake, it reminded Diane of something from long ago. The Focus Academy fountains. The Storm clan broke off from the Ragnar clan and proceeded to use the stolen technique of the Pakel clan to sacrifice the lives of its students to form this pool. In fact, this was how Diane met Ava. She saved him from touching the waters and accidentally killing himself. The difference here was that this Calming Lake was built by willing participants. The difference was akin to heaven and earth. Diane didn't move for a long time. He was doing his best to not show it, but he was most definitely the weakest here. He didn't even have a Dao heart, a fact that he had hidden from everyone. He had brought Clara, Amphrey, and Ree with him, along with Ryu and Violet, the estranged brother-sister pair. By now, they had all disappeared, leaving him standing on a cloud of pink, looking out toward the endless waterfalls and waters before him. Diane snapped awake from his thoughts, looking to his side. It seemed he wasn't alone after all. Violet had seemingly stayed back as well. Violet shrunk back under Diane's gaze, lowering her head. She didn't stay back because she wanted to. If it was up to her, she'd never be alone with Diane again. Those memories from so long ago were grating on her conscience. Rather, she was hesitating too. She had come here today because her mother and father insisted, but she didn't see the same potential within herself they did. There was a reason Damaris mentioned her little brother as a possible successor, but not her. Diane silently gazed at Violet. He found it hard to believe that this was the same girl who castrated him all because he rejected her. If he was honest with himself, he was quite harsh with punishment. Well, maybe not, actually. If it hadn't been for Jade and the 9-Cloud Yang, he would have been a eunuch for life. Do you believe people can change? Diane said suddenly. Violet shivered. These were the first words Diane had spoken to her since that day more than 10 years ago. Was he wondering if she could become a better person? Violet bit her lip. She wanted to say yes, but the reality was that she didn't think she had changed at all. She held a resentment deep within herself, even to now, against her mother. If Geralda had chosen a stronger father for her, would she have ever been humiliated like she had been? Would she need to fight against the weaker half of her genes in order to become powerful? But, at the same time, images of Delia's tribulations still played in her mind. That day, Delia fought against the heavens for daring to try to dictate who she should and shouldn't fall in love with. The heavens wanted nothing more than to take Delia's life for bearing the child of one of its children, yet Delia fought with a smile on her face, defeating endless onslaughts all alone. Now that very same Delia was alone once more. Did she regret choosing the husband she did? If she had chosen someone more suitable, she wouldn't be alone, right? I don't think so. Diane answered his own question. Violet's shoulder trembled, her head seemingly lowering even further. But Diane's next words shook her all the more. I want to become a cool-headed ruler, one who rules toward the absolute good with a calm mind. But I happen to be quite hot-headed. The only thing stopping me from storming Sapientia Quadrant and slaughtering anyone I see with those arrogant golden eyes is the thought that I don't stand a chance. A part of me believes that no matter how much I layer my true self in a layer of cold and calculating, I'll always have a core of molten lava, one waiting to erupt at any moment. Blood dripped from Violet's lip. She hadn't expected Diane to be talking about himself. However, that's not going to stop me from trying to become the man I want to be. Violet felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck her very soul. She watched as Diane sat and entered a state of meditation. The truth of the matter was that it wasn't Diane's words that shook her to her core. It was his actions that did so. Diane Sacharo, a genius among geniuses, was being completely ignored by the current of Calming Lake. What did that mean? It meant the lake believed that he wasn't even worthy of entering the waters of its worst tier. However, to Violet, this meant something completely different. It meant that Diane wasn't lying to her. Even someone as seemingly perfect as him had such a large flaw that he was still doing his utmost to fix. If even he could admit his faults, who was she, a woman mediocre even in the mere 99th quadrant, to not admit her own? Diane appeared in a familiar world. His body and the air around him felt heavy, and the dense, thick forest almost looked to be tinged in red as usual. But he had long since gotten used to it. This was none other than his Constitution's world, one filled to the brim with primordial energy. During the past few years, Diane had learned many things about his Constitution's world. Maybe the most important was that it wasn't an entirely bad thing that he was unable to bring in his whole body. By only being able to bring in a portion of his strength, it was akin to him splitting his body in two and gaining another free-of-charge clone. While one part of his body was meditating in Calming Lake, the other half could begin to explore this world in earnest. Over time, he had slowly come to understand some of the pros and cons of his world. For one, it was only possible to bring anything in or out if he fully entered. This was a major hurdle to cross considering Diane could only withstand 201 million gene currently. But his full capacity was 1 billion gene. Trying to withstand that weight would only result in Diane pitifully laying in a pile of dung once more. Of course, Diane could forcibly withstand this weight by tapping into his Titan Emperor's will technique, which multiplied his strength by 20 times. However, therein lied the second limitation of this world. Nothing seemed to function the same. When Diane was first teleported into this world, he realized that his treasures of the 33 heavens didn't function as they once did. Namely, it took far more energy to complete even the simplest task. Dian noticed this especially when he tried to filter the bullbird's dung of its energy by using the energy core which was with Granny Celeste currently. After some thought, Dian understood why. This constitution world was completely cut off from the normal reality Dian was used to. As such, his treasures lost the support of the heavens, and thus it took far more to sustain their normal functions, namely more from Dian. One had to remember that treasures of the 33 heavens were pseudo-legendary treasures, meaning they could in part rely on the heavens to exude their power. Unfortunately, this was cut off here, making them harder to use. This concept extended toward techniques, wills, and even Dian's soul. Everything Dian knew and understood functioned on the arbitrary rules set by the heavens, but he was cut off from those safety nets here. While he had perfectly comprehended his Titan Emperor's will in his reality, in this one, he could hardly sense it at all. However, within this con lied a pro. This space was excellent for training. Whatever Dian could do here would be multiple times more powerful in reality through practice. When Dian learned this, he felt a firm resolve. Before, he thought it was impossible to energy cultivate here because of the rules that hindered him bringing anything in or out. But this was false. He could cultivate here. The reason he thought he couldn't was because of numerous factors. Firstly, because he was limited by the percentage of his body he could sustain here. Since he could bring in 20% of himself, he only had access to 20% of his body, his soul, his energy, and most important, his talent. But the second point was the most important factor. It was simply difficult in general to cultivate here. Back during Dian's second trial, when he met Amphrey for the first time, she was already well into her 60s. However, she was still in the saint realm. It wasn't until after dual cultivating with Dian that she formally entered the celestial realm. Was that version of Amphrey untalented? Of course not. She had incredibly pure angel blood. The issue was that cultivating in primordial energy-dense places greatly slowed cultivation due to how volatile the chi was. However, at the same time, it made every stage of cultivation far more powerful than Dian's knowledge dictated. This space wasn't only on par with Amphrey's environment, it was far worse. Amphrey was born in the primordial era, but Dian's constitution's world took the even earlier chaos era as its template, making cultivation easily 10 times more difficult than what Amphrey experienced. It was no wonder Dian thought he couldn't energy cultivate here. The bar was set so high that he simply made a false assumption. Still, it was better late than never that he learned this truth. It meant he could rely on his constitution's world to build a firm foundation. However, with that said, this space wasn't created for Dian to firm up his chi cultivation. It was created for him to bring his body to ungodly realms. All of the resources found here, namely the beasts, were pinnacle-level body cultivation and body refinement treasures. Even with all of this said, this wasn't the most shocking part about the Constitution's world. That right was reserved for the potential Dian saw in its people and its beasts. Dian entered the den of the bullbird. Unlike how it had been before where he was greeted by animosity, he heard a happy whimpering that sounded a lot like a puppy greeting its owner. And also unexpectedly for anyone who had seen them before. For beautiful bronzed creatures, a head taller than a normal horse rushed Dian with their long tongues. How had such once ugly creatures become so beautiful? The 4 bullbird babies that had once taken on the ugliness of their mother had somehow become akin to mythical creatures one could only dream about seeing. They had the strength and size, but also slenderness of a purebred horse. They were coated in bronze scales that shone within the pale light of the underground cave. Despite the bull genes of their mother, they didn't have hooves. Instead, they had what looked like large bronze-scaled eagle claws. 3 powerful claws and a 4th short but sturdy thumb for balance. Their faces were slender, protected by the same bronze scales, while their eyes shone a fierce red light. At the same time, they took on the bull horns of their mother that looked out of place next to their sharp and jagged teeth. Still, the most attracting part of their forms were the large bronze folded wings on their back, layered in what looked like sheets of metal formed into agile feathers. This was a creature Dian had never heard word of. It had the combined characteristics of so many things that it wouldn't have been a surprise if they came out as odd looking at their mother, but the reason they hadn't was likely due to Dian's interference. The heavens had a love of symmetry. Usually, talent was coupled with beauty. However, for some reason, despite how powerful she was, the bull bird that birthed these four could only be described as deformed. Her head was too large, her feet too small, and her intelligence was too low. Diane had expected her children to follow the same fate. In fact, they had. When Diane first saw them, other than standing on 4 feet instead of just 2 like their mother, they too were handicapped by terrible deformities. That was when something changed. After seeing Diane cure their mother's infected leg by excavating the essence-grade holy-type chi stones in this cave, they began to grow curious. One day, Diane actually found them munching away at the stones. He didn't really think anything of it, until he noticed that after several months, changes started occurring within them. Not only had their intelligence seemingly grown, but the malnourishment they faced due to their mother's weakness and inability to hunt for them disappeared in a flash. They grew larger and stronger, and the ugliness Diane had come to know them for was wiped away, bit by bit. After greeting the 4 of them, Diane walked to a pile of bones with a sigh. This was none other than the bullbird mother's final remains. Diane had a love-hate relationship with this poor mother, but he hadn't wanted her to die in this way. He still remembered how shocked he had been when it happened. He had come to visit the family of 5 just like any other day, but he had stumbled into the 4 bullbird babies feasting on their mother's corpse. Diane had been more shaken by it than he knew. It was after that day that the 4 of them completed their final transformation to become the beautiful creatures they were today. Their mother sacrificed herself for the betterment of their future. It didn't sit right with Diane, but who was he to impose his values onto their family? Still, he would never get used to walking in on Ace, King and Jack taking turns mating with their only sister, Queen. That he could definitely do without. Diane had tried to give their mother a proper burial many times before, but the 4 of them had stopped him every time. In the end, he chose to leave her remains here. "All right, you 4. Are you ready?" The sound of a horse's braying crossed with deep bestial growls filled the underground cave. Diane leapt onto Ace's back, stretching out his divine sense as far as it would go. He only had 20% of his soul strength, and the environment of his constitution's world only allowed him 10% of his normal range, so he could only see a span of 10,000 kilometers. Still, that was far more than anyone else would have in this situation. "Let's go hunting." Diane sped forward with 4, streaking across his constitution's world for the first time. Since he was here, he might as well build an army. It was currently impossible for Diane to take anything that wasn't inanimate in or out with him, which was why even little Yang and Ian couldn't follow him here, but his treasures had. Maybe because his connection with his constitution's world wasn't strong enough. But if there was a day he leapt over this hurdle, wouldn't it be nice to have such a thing ready and waiting for him? Back within Calming Lake, 80% of Diane continued to meditate silently, having still not moved a single inch. He could feel the swirling thoughts around him. Each seemed capable of crushing him consciousness to nothing, but he continued to sit unperturbed. He was an individual that sat atop the 5th trial rankings for a reason. Him losing his mind to his chaos flames wasn't about his own weakness, but more about just how powerful his flames were. Compared to them, this tier of the Calming Lake was nothing but a joke. However, the streams of consciousness refused to acknowledge that, so Diane took matters into his own hands. "Since you won't move forward for me, I'll step forward myself. Let's see if you dare to encroach upon my mind then." If others heard these thoughts, they'd sigh. "Didn't you want to be more cool-headed? It hadn't even been all of 10 minutes yet, but you were already charging ahead." A battle erupted in the middle of the dense forest. Diane watched on as King, Queen, and Jack pincered an opponent from all sides. The creature was grotesque. It stood at about 1.5 meters tall, but the length of its body was easily over 3 meters. Its skin was covered in the bumps and warts of a muddied toad, while its eyes took up more than 50% of its flattened face. It could only be described as a cross between a frog, toad, and fish. In reality, most of its body was formed of the former 2 animals, while it was just its face that resembled a fish, especially the vertical slits of its oversized eyes. Much like one might expect, its jumping ability was exceptional. After springing itself down to its 1.5-meter height, it could explode from its hind legs with such force that even the ground Diane found impossible to penetrate splintered. Luckily, the 4 bronzed, a name Diane gave them because it felt inappropriate to continue calling them bullbirds, were already stronger than their mother. Whether she was injured or not, their mother had the ability to send Diane's billion-gene body flying tens of meters. That strength was on the threshold of a Tao expert. So, for her children to already be stronger in what amounts to about 10 years was highly impressive and could be pegged to be a result of their evolution. Their strength in combination with Diane's intelligence made it difficult for any creatures to match their combined power. This was another one of Diane's advantages in this world. In this sort of environment, body refinement was highly incentivized, but chi cultivation was nigh impossible, especially with the low intelligence of these beasts. By extension, soul cultivation was practically mythos in this place, at least in the area Diane was currently in. In order to soul cultivate, one had to remember that it was necessary to make use of your cultivation technique to convert conventional chi into soul chi. However, in a place where it was already difficult to gather up conventional chi, how much more impossible would it be to create soul chi? This reality made the beasts Diane came across incredibly susceptible to his soul strength. As long as they were subdued, even with how much more difficult it was for Diane to use his techniques, sealing them and bringing them under his wings was simple. However, even though Diane could likely wantonly do so, he had yet to subdue any creatures other than the 4 bronzed. What he wanted as a group of creatures as strong as these 4, not a collection of the mediocre. So, he wanted beasts with the capacity for evolution. Why? Because Diane remembered very clearly that he had sensed human settlements in this place. And from what he knew, humans were the far more dangerous creatures. If he wanted to make his Constitution's world his own, he had to be prepared before he even thought of approaching those settlements. Still, hunting this fish-frog creature wasn't useless to him. Much like their mother, the bronzed grew stronger based on what they ate. They weren't the only ones either. Diane pushed down his disgust and ate the meat of these grotesque creatures as well. As he did so, he felt his stagnant body cultivation steadily growing. It all looked the same inside his body anyway. Who cared if what he ate looked gross? Its nutritional value was even higher than the blue whales he had subdued. King, Queen, and Jack turned into streaks of bronze, unfurling their wings to block off the fish frog's ascent. The trees of this forest were incredibly sturdy. They hadn't broken even after the bronzed's mother kicked his billion-gene body into one. So, Diane knew it would be too dangerous to allow the fish frog to begin to use them as a springboard. The bronzed didn't have the ability to fly, likely because they were too heavy and their wings weren't strong enough yet. However, they could use jump and glide techniques under Diane's control. Just like all the others, the fish frog fell under the sharp teeth, horns, and wings of the bronzed. Diane gave the 4 of them over 90% of the corpse, taking only what he could digest before their next battle. He was known for being a great eater, but much like the meat of the embryonic infernal beasts, this meat was also difficult for Diane to digest. But that was when he began to observe the bronzed and his eyebrows perked upward with interest. They're circulating their blood on instinct to make digestion faster. It seems Queen has additional paths. If my guess is correct, those additional paths help during pregnancy. It allows her to store and compress the energy to be excreted instead of diffusing it into her own body like her mother once did for her. Other than being interested, Diane didn't feel anything else. After all, beasts and humans didn't share the same blood vessel paths. Diane likely didn't have the ability to replicate the feat in his mind. He was solely focused on reaching 500 million gene. When that happened, he could finally start using Orcus Divine grade body refinement technique. But that was when he froze and looked down at his own body. He had only just been observing the 4 bronzed, but the meat he had eaten was digested before he even realized what happened. It most definitely shouldn't have been that fast. That was when Diane realized. The Titan path was meant to turn the weak human form into the strong beast form. It seemed he hadn't taken that as literally as he should have. The crunch of shattering rocks reverberated through the cave. After defeating the fish frog, much like Diane had done previously, he entered its lair. Like the bullbird's underground cave, the fish frog chose to build its home underground as well. Though the term build might be too heavy-handed. From Diane's understanding, the sturdiness of objects in this world was far too high. Digging into the ground was nigh impossible. Diane's divine sense solved the mystery as to why this was the first time he entered. Every inch of the soil beneath their feet was saturated with energy stones of all kinds. This evolved even the trees that bore their roots into the ground to inconceivable levels. The underground caves were sporadic, and Dian had reason to believe that they were naturally occurring. If he had to give a reason, it was likely because having a land be too rigid wasn't a good thing. It was the same reason why building a tower entirely of stone was foolish. The slightest quake could break everything. The caves acted as points of flexibility. This wasn't all either. The caves also acted as a way to vent the pent-up energy within the ground below their feet. Just from a cursory guess, Dian believed that this land likely suffered from eruptions of geyser-like energy due to this built-up pressure. These eruptions were what formed the underground caves. Of course, these were all guesses. Until Dian witnessed it for himself, it would remain this way. The bronze dug their sharp claws into the energy stone-filled walls. Underground caves were some of the rare instances where it was actually possible to dig these energy sources out. It seemed the four of them loved to munch on these stones as much as they loved to eat the meat of their fallen enemies. Though, from what Dian could tell, they could no longer evolve from eating these essence-grade energy stones. It seemed he had one more reason to find a source of saint-grade energy stones. Not only did he need to heal his arm, he had to find these for a path toward further evolution. After clawing out the easily accessible energy stones, Dian stopped the bronzed from going any further. There was no point. They could claw away from days more and not retrieve a single more stone. The walls were too sturdy. There was only a thin layer of accessible stone within these underground caves. Dian carried out a few dozen after allowing them to eat a few. He used a creation array to form a makeshift wagon he attached to Ace's back before moving on to the next target his divine sense locked onto. If Ace had any real intelligence, he'd probably be dissatisfied that he was being used as a mule despite being the strongest of his siblings. But he seemed happy to fulfill all of Dian's tasks because he got food without having to risk his life. They still were quite simple-minded despite being smarter than their mother. This process continued onward for several days as they battled all sorts of creatures. Under Dian's guidance, Ace wasn't forced to act even once, but Dian also couldn't find any suitable creatures to add to his horde either. Dian was incredibly selective with his targets. He chose territories far from human settlements so they would be less likely to notice a change. In addition, he stopped bothering with weaker targets after their flesh stopped being as effective for him. During the first few dozen, Dian was receiving several thousand to tens of thousands of gene per meal, but that took a significant downturn after a while. As of now, opponents like the fish frog might give Dian an extra 10 gene if he was lucky. It was only later that Dian realized that it wasn't necessarily the caliber of opponent but the type of opponent he was facing as well as the kind of meat he was eating. Dian noticed that eating fish frog eyes actually helped temper his eyes, while eating its legs made his legs stronger, and its tough outer skin added durability to his skin. But, similar to lifting weights, repeating the same action had little effect in the long run, so switching to different beasts gave better results. On top of this, Dian realized that if he honed the blood circulation techniques he had picked up from the bronzed into specific target areas, the results were even better. His methods were quite crude for now, but in just a few days he had already added 2 million gene to his total maximum weight. If he continued at this pace, he felt that he could reach the 500 million gene mark he was looking for within a year. Finally, about a week in, Dian came across a creature that piqued his interest. As one might expect, it was grotesque. It had a large pink belly that seemed completely out of place. Its arms were incredibly long and bulky in comparison to its shorter hind legs, giving it the gait of a gorilla, not to mention the wrinkled face of one. Though, much like its belly, its face wasn't black but pink. And lastly, it had a long, rattling tail, a slithering forked tongue, and slit yellow eyes. It seemed the creatures here only grew weirder. But this would be the first battle where Ace couldn't hang back any longer. Days ago, Dian's body sat atop the pink clouds of Calming Lake. He inched forward slowly, not by design of the currents, but rather by his own willpower. His mind latched onto the streams of consciousness, sinking into them and grabbing hold. He was a ravenous beast, tearing his teeth into anything he could get a hold of. Your perspective on life is wrong, friend. Let me tell you about my own experiences. Follow my path. Thoughts of numerous individuals entered him, making his mind's eye their home. Dian's nascent soul seemed to have disappeared. In this sort of situation, It would have normally fluttered its eyelashes and shattered everything Diane was facing, anything that dared to encroach on his mind. However, it was nowhere to be seen. Diane's mind's eye had reverted to the state it had been in before Liliana ever tried to take his life. Diane had always wondered just how it took him so long to notice his nascent soul. In fact, his master had hidden within his mind's eye for the longest time before the actions of the entity brought her out for what Diane thought was one final time. Why hadn't she seen it or spoken to him about it? Just like all those times before, his nascent soul had disappeared, or maybe it never existed to begin with. In its place was the soul one should have on the mortal plane, a soul without form, a bulb of light that felt like Diane but was still missing something fundamental. This arrogance of yours isn't the true path of an expert. One must be like water, free-flowing and carefree. Only in this situation can you truly reach the state of tranquility the heavens wanted. It's not our position as humans to combat the skies above our heads. Even transcendence must die one day, even they must conform to the laws that rule us all. This is real truth. To be calm, to take events as they come but not allow them to affect your state of mind. This is what true arrogance is. Your path is wrong. The stream of consciousnesses seemed to latch on to Diane's own worries. He too wanted to be calm. He wanted to temper his arrogance. And they exploited this, trying to shift his Tao heart to their specifications. They all wanted Diane to follow their paths. What is happening? Rhi frowned as she looked toward Diane's figure. To now, it had been a few hours since they entered the lake, so many of them had already reached their limits. Even Amphory would likely only last a day more before she was forced to take a break. They had descended numerous tiers already, but the Diane they were so used to excelling in everything he did was still on the weakest tier. In fact, he had hardly shifted a single foot. Even Violet, who had awoken much earlier than them, had made great progress with her newfound resolve, surpassing Diane and entering the next tier. Of course, Violet was a crystal dragon, although her bloodline was dormant. This place was practically created for her. But this was too large of a disparity to be explained so simply. They all began to worry for Diane. Isn't Big Brother's body a bit illusory? Zaire asked. Maybe it's because he split his mind to enter his constitution's world. Damaris frowned at these words. That's impossible. Sect Master ranked first on the 5th trial, his Tao heart should be stronger than all of ours. Even if he split his mind, that shouldn't be something our lay can ignore. Even a single finger of his should be enough to outdo us all. The 5th trial of the epistemic tower was so important that it could almost directly predict whether one could become a transcendent or not. For Diane to pass, and without a death count as well, it was practically telling everyone in the martial world that he was guaranteed to transcend. Such a person wouldn't be met with failure in this place. Damaris suddenly trembled. The currents. They're not what are pushing him forward. After Damaris pointed this out, the group silently observing Diane froze. With the experience they had gained in the calming lake, they understood very well what this meant. They too had reached a point where the current no helped them forward. It was then that their only two choices were to either stay put or force themselves forward on their own. The issue was that if you wasted your mental capacity on moving forward, your mind was much more vulnerable. Diane was already splitting his mind one way. No, for those who understood that the mortal alliance was practically being held up by him alone, his mind was split in far more directions than just two. Damaris bit her lip. The amazing part about Calming Lake was that the mental energy you wasted here could be replenished by fighting off and absorbing the streams of consciousnesses around you. This was the secret to how the crystal dragons were one of the very rare cases of species that could replenish their own mental energy without sleep or rest. However, the issue was obvious. Continuously battling and absorbing these streams was incredibly taxing. Many wasted more mental energy than they received in trying, which was why not many lasted long. But, even though Diane hadn't moved anywhere near as far as they did, he was still holding on and pushing forward. It seemed their only option was to wait and trust Diane, hoping that he wouldn't lose his mind in this place. The forest erupted into battle of chaos and madness. The skin of what Diane called the pink gorilla was incredibly sturdy to the point where even the bronzed strong claws only left white marks on it. At the same time, its balance was impeccable not only because of its strong and massive trunk-like arms but also because of the stabilizer that was its rattling tail. In the end, Ace was forced to take action. Diane coordinated the actions of the 4 siblings, concentrating on the pink gorilla's trunk arms. Its hind legs were too short and uncoordinated, so Diane immediately pointed them out as a weakness to exploit. With Ace's involvement, those mere white marks soon became streaks of red, and even fibers of muscle before finally giving way to white bone. The fact the bronzed were unintelligent might be a negative most of the time, but in combat it was a massive plus. There was no latency between them receiving Diane's commands and them acting on it because they hardly had thoughts of their own. This meant that Diane didn't need to train them separately like he had been forced to do with Baibi, Lin, Sheer, and Sen. Diane also noticed that what he asked of them seemed to become ingrained within their muscle memory. Their intelligence was low, but it seemed their talent for combat and their instincts were incredibly high. The pink gorilla soon fell, but Diane took care to ensure that none of their attacks fell on its pink belly. The answer why was revealed the moment Diane commanded Ace to tear its stomach open. 6 creatures cocooned in transparent egg-like sacs fell out one after another. They seemed to be in a deep sleep as well. If Diane was correct, it wouldn't have been more than a few days before the pink gorilla gave birth. And that meant Diane turned his head toward an underground cave not too far away. However, he was quickly disappointed. As expected, the route the bullbird took wasn't normal. She went an extra length others didn't usually go through. The bullbird had compressed her energies for 10 years. Though the end result was gross, the process itself was commendable. Diane could imagine the level of pain and agony it required to suffer through such a thing for so long. Despite being stronger than the bullbird, the pink gorilla didn't have the same resolve. It had compressed its energy for far less time before relieving itself of its compressed energy. As a result, its energies weren't on the level of the bullbird's and were still categorized as being of the essence grade. But if I use it all, it should be enough. This is clearly a higher class of essence grade than what can be found within this area's underground caves. Diane sent his presence-fused divine sense forward. He understood that in this world, since the body was most important, presence should be very effective as well. By emitting his presence, he was able to rein in chi far better. And, considering that this chi was meant to be ingested by the pink gorilla's children, it was easier to control to begin with. Diane's right arm began to tingle, separating out the holy type chi and restructuring itself. After a few hours of meditation, Diane could finally clutch his own arm once more. The energy wasn't enough to reconstruct my arm to its previous strength and form my meridians. The good news was that Diane's arm had the same strength it had before he lost it. The bad news was that the holy type chi here wasn't enough to reconstruct his true deity grade meridians, something that should probably have been expected. Still, it was a great boon nonetheless. If he could find another nurturing pile, something he felt far better calling it to distract himself from the fact it was actually a pile of dung of this caliber, he could begin to construct his meridians once more. By Diane's estimates, about 3 to 5 would be enough to reconstruct his 9 missing meridians. Once he completed that task, Diane turned to the 6 sacs. The babies, despite their tranquil sleep, had quite an off-putting appearance as well. Much like the bronzed, they had features their mother didn't have, either because they came from their father or because there were some dormant genes that were catalyzed to awaken due to the union of their mother and father. They had a tail like their mother, but it was instead curved into the pointed edge of a scorpion. In fact, its pointed end looked more like a blade than something that should be on a living organism. They shared the same wrinkled face of their mother as well, but their flat noses protruded outward, giving them a distinct pig-like appearance emphasized even more by their floppy ears. Their bodies were about the only characteristic of their mother that still remained, being pink, well, that and their bodybuilder-like arms. However, their hind legs were replaced by 6 insect or arachnid-like legs, giving them 8 total limbs and a single tail. Diane thought about cutting them out, but then he realized there was a better method. In this state, the babies were primed for the absorption of energy. If he began to feed them holy type energy in this state, they would likely evolve far quicker than the bronzed had. Instead of waiting years, maybe only a few weeks would be enough for them to transcend their current level. After thinking this far, Diane immediately acted on his instinct, giving the scorpion gorilla babies a place on Ace's ever-extending trolley of wagons. The days ticked by. By now, Dian had cleared 250 million gene and was quickly approaching the limit of what he could achieve with beasts of this caliber. Unlike previously, this was a true limit. He was lucky to gain a gene or two whenever he ate now. But the good news was that the scorpion gorilla babies had grown explosively. They each required a wagon of their own now despite still being within their transparent egg sacs. Their mother had been just over 2 meters tall and they were already approaching that limit. Because Dian was filtering out the holy type chi for them, in combination with the help of their eggs, their ability to grow were excellent. Dian realized that this had been the same for the bronzed as well. When Dian first saw them, they were incredibly small. It wasn't until their mother was healed and could hunt for them again that they had grown explosively in size. It seemed that creatures of this world had almost excessive potential for growth. However, Dian found something else odd. If creatures of this caliber appeared in his reality, they would be several dozen meters large at the very least, but these beasts were quite compact despite being so powerful. He wondered if this was related to their body refinement process. Or maybe their small size was the reason they were so powerful. That aside, much like the bronzed before them, the scorpion gorillas began to slowly evolve to a greater height. Though they couldn't be considered as beautiful as the bronzed, their egg sacs began to exude a pressure that made Dian's heart palpitate. In the beginning, the skin that covered their pig-like noses began to quickly cover their bodies. This was a worrying transformation for Dian, but he decided that he should see this through to the end. He hadn't been there every step of the way for the bronzed, so he had no way of knowing if this was a good thing or not. In this end, it became an exceptionally good thing. The pinkish leather skin coated every inch of their bodies except for their scorpion tail and legs. After this, thin and sharp black hairs sprouted to coat the thick leather flesh. Then their scorpion tails began to change. The hard, black shells that covered them extended upward. Their spines soon became encased by plates of black steel. Their 6 scorpion legs shifted. Instead of remaining as legs, they curled inward, becoming 3 pairs of rib guards. The broad torsos of the scorpion gorillas shone with a menacing light now, their rib guards looking almost like a black knight's armor. This was yet another worrying transformation for Dian. Although it gave them far higher defense than even their mother, they no longer had legs now. They only had 2 pairs of thick arms now coated with pink flesh partially hidden by sharp and fine black hair. But that was when the repressed genes they gained from their mother manifested once more. Their scorpion tails extended even longer and wider. It was then that their length increased from about 2 meters to about 4 meters. Their lower regions had become 4 times thicker than the largest anacondas. The day before the 6 scorpion gorillas awoke, their final transformation was in their faces. Their pig-like features became more sinister. The wrinkles of their gorilla genes stretched outward until they disappeared, revealing 2 boar-like tusks. However, these tusks weren't normal. They had thousands of small perforations that oozed with venom. Soon, the scorpion plates that had begun to cover their spines stretched upward once more, through to their necks and up the back of their heads. Finally, it encased their faces in a menacing visor and helmet of black steel exoskeleton. The only thing that still remained of their previous faces were their long black venomous tusks that dripped with acid, and their yellow, vertical slit eyes. These creatures definitely were not beautiful, but their power. I'll call you the cobras. Dian's eyes shone as the 6 cobras broke from their fluid sacs and devoured what remained of their mother's corpse. Their mother's greatest weakness was that her powerful arms were just as important for attacking as they were for her mobility and stability. But the cobras could stand tall like snakes, freeing their arms for the powerful strikes they were meant to deal. With the addition of the cobras, Dian's efficiency skyrocketed. Though he had to split the food more ways, they could challenge more and defeat more in the same time. However, Dian couldn't help but notice that of the 6 cobras, only 1 was female. Come to think of it, of the bronzed, only 1 was female as well. Considering there were only 4 bronzed, it wasn't enough to raise an eyebrow. It was well within the realm of possibility. But it was more unlikely that among 6 children, only 1 would be female. Normally, Dian would have waited for a larger sample size before he made any conclusions, but when he realized how difficult it was to find nurturing piles, he came to understand that this wasn't just about a scarcity of pregnant females, it was about a scarcity of females, period. For some reason, this world birthed more males than females. This would become quite the issue if Dian ever planned on increasing his population of bronzed and cobras. Dian felt that it was time to leave this general area. He could see the surrounding 10,000 kilometers clearly, so he knew there was nothing worthy of him staying here unless he began to approach the human settlements. In truth, Dian had been observing these humans silently for a long while. Much like the beasts here, they were quite mutated, but not in any obscene way. It was more so that they were larger and taller, likely due to an adaptation to this sort of environment. Dian also noticed that beasts didn't approach the human settlements, though these humans occasionally left to hunt for themselves. Their weapons were crude. As one might imagine, gathering resources in this environment was incredibly difficult. Even Dian could hardly make a dent in the surrounding trees. It was so difficult that the thought of forging weapons of them was too unrealistic to even think about. Because of these limitations, their weapons took all sorts of shapes and sizes as they had to be scavenged together. From what Dian could tell, they used mostly fallen branches from these thick surrounding trees. By extension, vegetation was incredibly scarce. This world should have all sorts of novel and extinct spiritual herbs Dian could take advantage of, but other than the sturdy trees, he hadn't even seen a single blade of grass, let alone an herb. The more Dian learned about this world, the more curious he became. He wanted to know what it was about this world that made it so that his alternate timeline self felt he had awoken it too late. What event happened between now and then that would cause that level of regret to fester? This was one of the few things Jade couldn't inform Dian of precisely because Dian never told her about it. He just mentioned that it was a shame he learned the truth of his constitution's world too late in passing, but never explained why. Dian wanted to know more. How far do we have to go? Dian sat upon Queen, trying to decide his next move. He decided that since females were more precious, it was better if Queen and the female cobra hung back with Dian while the males fought on the front lines. Dian directly ignored the water sources, if they could even be called that. The rivers and lakes that entered his divine senses range were better named death traps than anything else. He watched more humans die fetching water than he ever saw them die hunting for meat. He couldn't even fly in this world due to the odd laws. He'd probably sink like a rock if he tried to swim. The more powerful beasts will just have to lead the way. Like this, Dian began training his senses toward the powerful. Though he thought about training his divine sense to resist the pressure and push outward, the imbalance in Dian's body and soul was already too large. If he did this, his true body wouldn't be able to withstand it anymore. However, there was something he could do. Energy manipulation wasn't limited to conventional qi, it could be done with soul qi as well. For Dian, because his presence was fused into every aspect of his being, it was simpler for him to do this than it would be for others. Normally, this added boost of control his presence gave him was minor in the grand scheme because his soul talent was already so overwhelming, but in this world where everything was more difficult, it was invaluable. Dian's divine sense could be imagined as a massive sphere with Dian in the center. Essentially, a 10,000 kilometers range actually referred to a 5,000 radius that had Dian as its epicenter. Although, depending on the ground beneath his feet or the substances he had to see through, this range could be limited. This sphere represented the influence Dian's soul could have on his surrounding environment. However, this influence could be manipulated in various ways. Dian could shift the sphere such that he stood at the edge instead of the center, giving him a greater view of a general location. He could change of the sphere, flattening it out to a disk and extending the longitudinal and latitudinal view. He could even concentrate it all into a single beam to gain a clear view of a single line in a single direction. Why was it that Dian had never done this before? The simple answer was that there was no point. His range was so obscene usually that there was no need to go such lengths. It was better to gain a holistic view of the general surroundings than to do that. Did he really need to see further than 500,000 kilometers? In addition, manipulating his soul like this made it easier for others to notice his divine sense passing over them when usually his soul control was so far above others that they never had this chance. But now, the situation was different. This world was so dangerous that Dian didn't even dare to fight. He could only rely on the bronzed and the cobras. Thinking back, he was incredibly lucky to stumble upon the bullbird and form an early relationship with her babies the way he did. They were the reason he could go this far. Dian took a deep breath, closing his eyes. His soul concentrated in on himself, shrinking down rapidly. As expected, it was far more difficult to accomplish this here, but Dian's talent shone through. His eyes opened in a flash. A beam of soul chi ripped through the air. Dian's eyes widened, his soul chi dispersing under his surprise. Holy shit! My constitution's world is the ancient battlefield. If Dian knew that Abraxas had ended the Immortal Plane War the day he awakened his Titan diamond body, it wouldn't have been until now that he understood why. Dian's heartbeat didn't calm for a long time. When he understood the gravity of the situation, his legs kicked Queen's sides as he rapidly led them to a new location. They couldn't stay here, they had to move, and they had to move quickly. As Dian thought before, one of the reasons he didn't manipulate his soul chi this way was because focusing on the change disrupted his normal flow. This allowed those who wouldn't otherwise notice his divine sense to do so. Under normal circumstances, Dian was confident that even a peak Dao expert wouldn't sense his divine sense if he wasn't recklessly probing them and as long as they didn't activate their true domain. However, just now, not just one, but multiple individuals had definitely sensed him. Logically, if his divine sense was boiled down to simple volumetric math, concentrating his senses into a single beam would allow him an obscene range. The volume of a 10,000 kilometers diameter sphere was about the same volume as a cylinder with a 5 kilometers radius and 7 billion kilometers height. Unfortunately, Dian couldn't control his soul chi so far away from his body no matter how great his soul talent was. So, this beam technique limited him to increasing his range about 100 times. Meaning, his 10,000 kilometers range became 1 million kilometers. What Dian had seen in that short frame of time made him realize just what kind of situation he was in. These human settlements around him were just the tip of the iceberg. Even in the single direction Dian sent his senses toward, there were many more, so many in fact that he felt his mind numb. How did Dian reach the conclusion he had? To answer that question, one needs to first understand just what the ancient battlefield was. It was a land that connected the beginning of time to the present and the present to the future. This was the explanation those who knew little about it always gave. But just what did this mean? Faith. It was one of the most enigmatic concepts of the martial world, yet one of the most important at the same time. Yet, clans that had built up monstrous amounts of it still rose and fell like everyone else. Even the mighty elves fell, as did the undefeatable angels, and even the untouchable titans. All of them fell without exception. To put it simply, the ancient battlefield was the land of these failures, these clans that had lost their place in reality and were forced to come here and live out a perpetual hell. When Dian first met the celestial turtles and the celestial apes, where had they come from? Had they not said that they had only just come from the ancient battlefield? They too, like all the others here, were failures. That said, not everyone could freely enter and leave the ancient battlefield like the celestial beasts could. In fact, saying that they could do so freely was overstating it. Rather, they could do so, unlike others, if they were willing to pay an appropriate price. After hiding within the ancient battlefield for countless years, the celestial turtles and apes chose to leave because they knew the battlefield would descend soon. If they didn't leave when they did, they would have gotten caught up in the same mess everyone else had to deal with. What Dian saw when he concentrated his soul chi were these very failed clans. He saw beasts that should long be extinct. He saw clans that once dominated the mortal plane in the past but were forced into dire straits. He saw a collection of individuals salivating at the prospect of invading the mortal plane once more. Abraxas couldn't have been more right when he said the heavens like to play games. The ancient battlefield was the third and final ancient game. Instead of allowing these clans to fall to the ravages of history, the heavens gave clans that accumulated vast amounts of faith a chance to trade this faith in for one more chance. When a clan was on its final legs and its elders decided that it was their time, they could complete the necessary rituals to enter this ancient battlefield. However, it wasn't a paradise-like afterlife many hoped it would be. The ancient battlefield was a savage land where beasts ruled. These clans that were used to dominating their eras suddenly became the bottom feeders of society, thrust into the chaos era so many feared. Every so often, usually once a new era reached maturity, the ancient battlefield would descend. Those of the current era and those of the past eras would fight a battle for dominion over the mortal plane. Usually, those of the past would lose. This was the expected result. First, those of the ancient battlefield had been stripped of their faith in exchange for the second chance. Secondly, Their populations were likely whittled down to near nothing after entering these savage lands where it was difficult for them to use even the most basic of techniques. And thirdly, there was a reason those of the past fell to make way for the new. Those of the past were simply lacking. However, this time it was completely different. The modern era was the weakest era to ever exist, while the top race of humans, the sprites, hadn't even reached maturity yet. Plus, the ancient battlefield was descending far quicker than it had in past. But why?
Think about why the heavens would give these clans a second chance?
The role of the heavens is to act as a mediator, but its fundamental role was to nurture the growth of those under its control, evolution. By allowing this second chance, the heavens ensured that humanity would only progress and never take a step back. However, were the sprites meant to be the top race of this era? The answer was no. The top race was meant to be Dian and his people.
The entity snatched this right from them, crumbling the pillar that should have held the mortal plane up. That's when the heavens decided. This era of people were no longer worthy to rule its plane. It was time for those of the past to take control once more.
Queen continued to weave through the forest, carrying Dian while staying to the back of their vanguard. If the ancient battlefield was the final ancient game, then how was Jade able to tell Dian about it? The answer was rooted in the time Jade wrote her message. The time Jade's elder self came from was one where the laws that governed the heavens had already crumbled under the designs of the entity. With the heavens gone, how could they stop her from passing on information about the ancient battlefield?
In the end, Dian greatly benefited from the entity's actions. There's only one question that remains. Dian thought to himself, leaning into Queen's lean, bronze-scaled body. Just what is it that I can do here now that I wouldn't be able to do in the coming future? Though Dian asked himself this question, he had a good idea of what that reason was: population.
Currently, Dian was unable to take people in or out of the ancient battlefield. Even little Yin and Yang couldn't follow him. But would this continue to be true once the battlefield descended?
Of course not. That meant, if Dian collected beasts and conquered human settlements here, once the battlefield descended, he would gain a massive boon of population, something he was severely lacking in now. 112 years. Dian muttered to himself.
He thought it was already asking a lot for him to conquer 2 quadrants in that time, but to also claim a good portion of the ancient battlefield as well.
The descent of the ancient battlefield is split into multiple stages. Dian thought to himself.
The first is our entry. The reason why young geniuses were so important to the concept of the ancient battlefield was because during the first phase, only those below a certain age threshold would be allowed to enter.
This was the heavens' way of allowing youths to benefit in the same way those failed clans had. While this battlefield might be a living hell, it was undeniable that it was also a place one could grow stronger.
By allowing the younger generation to enter, it further placed the failed clans at a disadvantage. This first phase took place over a long period of time. However, it wasn't until the second phase that the game truly began. In this second phase, the borders of the ancient battlefield would open, and the failed clans would pour outward. The failed clans had one task: to gather up faith. If they were able to gather up enough faith within an appropriate amount of time, they earned the right to remain on the mortal plane. If they failed, they'd be eradicated, never to return. Of course, the method to do this was by conquering lands for themselves. Some clans chose to not take this risk. They remained on the ancient battlefield and continued to accumulate strength and momentum for the next descent. But Dian knew that even the most cautious clans wouldn't miss this opportunity this time around. After the first phase ended, these clans would realize how weak this generation's youths were in comparison to the youths of the past. Not only would they be weaker, but they'd be far lesser in number due to the fact the number of universes and quadrants had whittled down to such a significant extent. Once they realized this, there would no longer be anything holding them back from surging forward. Though the first entry seemed simple on the level Dian's mind worked on, he knew that it would be anything but. What if a clan's genius, for the sake of their survival, offered a failed clan their quadrant? On the one hand, the failed clan would easily gain a large amount of faith in an instant, and on the other, the original clan would escape bloodshed by taking a step back. If this happened, then those of the mortal plane were finished.
They'd be fighting internally against those who only sought after their own benefits and externally against a new enemy. Could this be? Diane's eyes sharpened as the wind whipped against his face. The Mist Clan. They were so very much interested in the ancient battlefield.
Could they already be planning something like this? Could they already be ready to betray them all? No, even more importantly, if the ancient battlefield is really the third ancient game, how could the Mist Clan prepare ahead of time regardless? They shouldn't know the rules of the game. This restriction was likely put in place precisely so that these loopholes couldn't be used. Unless, Diane suddenly thought of something that made his heart clench. What if the celestial beasts really aren't the only ones who can exit the ancient battlefield after paying a price? What if it wasn't their special ability alone? If this was true, then it was likely that someone from the Mist Clan found a way to leave the ancient battlefield. Diane had already tested it himself. This place, the place he thought was just his constitution's world, was cut off from the heavens.
Because of that, using his techniques or even just flying was near impossible. Since this was the case, didn't that mean that there were no rules in this place? What if the people born here weren't bound by the same rules those of them on the outside were?
In that case, would they still be unable to speak of the ancient battlefield if they left?
Diane fiercely shook his head. Even if this train of logic was based on his instincts, there was too much speculation involved for him to trust in it completely. Right now, he only had to focus on one thing. He could no longer ignore the human settlements.
After he gathered a large enough beast army under the control of his soul, he would begin to conquer them, one by one. Diane smiled. Since flight is impossible, tactics suddenly become far more important. Over the coming period, Diane diligently trained his group of now 10 beasts. Previously, he had thoughts of expanding them further before considering human settlements, but his new discovery had suddenly changed his plans. He focused on maturing the cobras. The bronzed had already reached their limit of evolution within this area, placing them 2 steps above their mother. However, the cobras had just been born. They still needed to grow to their ceiling first. In addition to this, Diane began to specialize his squad of beasts. Up to now, their energy consumption had been all over the place. They simply ate whatever meat and stones they came across. But Diane began to focus their paths. The bronzed were incredibly swift, but lacked power. In addition, they were too heavy to make use of their greatest asset, their wings. As a result, Diane began feeding them light-type energy stones, focusing them on a path of speed. The cobras had decent movement thanks to their snake-like bases. However, it was clear and obvious that their greatest strength was their defense. Their black steel exoskeleton that covered their back and heads was only one aspect. The other was their leather skin and sharp fur. The pink leather skin that had grown from their faces to cover their bodies was incredibly thick, making theirs thicker than even their mother's defense. However, the sharp and thin black fur that covered it was the true danger. Battling a cobra head-on was foolish. A single attack could result in numerous holes smaller than the eye could see, tearing through your skin, bone and muscle. Knowing this, it was no wonder Diane could the bold-type path for them. The bronze took in all of the light-type stones they gathered from raiding underground caves, while the cobras ate the bold-type stones. Diane knew that there were many other energy types to exploit. However, it seemed this area only had holy, light, and bold type. Still, even if he had more, it wouldn't matter considering he had yet to find another den of newborns to make use of. Like this, the cobras slowly grew toward maturity. Unfortunately, Diane's main body wasn't experiencing such smooth progression. Though Calming Lake was a true paradise unlike the ancient battlefield, it was hiding a hell far worse than the latter. Diane's face remained serene, but there was a war going on his mind. Let go of that arrogance. What sort of silly path are you trying to follow?
Did you not want to be calm and calculating?
A person like this knows when to put their pride away and bow their heads. As expected of the first and simplest tier, the attacks were bordering on juvenile. Did they really believe they could convince him this way?
Their thoughts were shallow and unfounded. This level of consciousness could never shake Diane. Diane's mind began to claw forward, ripping all those he came across apart. Boy, there's nothing wrong with arrogance.
Embrace it. Laugh at the skies from on high, even if it means losing your head in a shower of blood. However, there were attacks that stuck more firmly, ones that a deep part of Diane truly believed. He wanted to be a person who could act on a whim and still find a path to victory no matter what odds he faced, no matter what trouble he placed himself in. Wasn't that the type of person he was already? Wasn't that why he couldn't cultivate an undefeatable spirit? He had such confidence in himself that he never doubted victory. Diane's mind was in shambles even as he clawed through consciousness after consciousness. He didn't know the path he should take. He didn't want to forsake himself and the mentality that brought him to this place, but at the same time he still felt he had to change. That feeling he grasped that day.
The moment he learned Claire's life was in danger and Madeline was fighting for her own. That instant where he thought Amphory might die along with his little brother and sister. That eerie calm when he thought he might lose everything due to his arrogance.
That day, no, those several weeks, he felt like everything was in the palm of his hand and out of his hands at the same time. He had lost everything, but he had also gained everything. Yes, that's the true martial path, one that discards everything to gain everything.
If you care for nothing, you can remain calm in the face of death. Discard love and family, discard even the will to keep your own life, only then can you reach the pinnacle of there is. Diane's calm expression cracked before recovering. Transcendence must learn to do this. To transcend means to shed away mortal matters. You must watch your wife, your parents, your children, all of them callously die by the will of the heavens. If your heart is shaken by such events, how could you ever be worthy of transcending?
There's a calm that comes with letting go of everything, of existing above everything. You must grasp this feeling once more, that calm feeling that allows you to accomplish everything. Diane hadn't realized it, but in his focus, he had fallen to the second tier of Calming Lake and the attacks on his path had grown fiercer. It's been over a week already. Is this safe? Ree couldn't get Diane off of her mind. He seemed calm and serene, and had even made it to the next tier, but this sort of constant battling couldn't be healthy for anyone to take over such a long period of time. The limit for most even Dao experts was about a few hours to a day. Only those with special abilities like Lila, who was used to constantly hearing the thoughts of others, could last this long. But Diane's case was something they had never seen before. He should be performing the worst amongst them, having only just entered the second tier after so long, but his endurance, it was unlike anything ever recorded. Who cared if you went slowly if you were able to last so long? I don't know. Damaris bit her pink lips. We can only trust Sect Master.
Calming Lake shouldn't be a dangerous place, there are countless safeguards. What Damaris didn't say so as not to worry Ree further was that these safeguards were only effective if the person in question accepted their help.
Many dragons of her clan had died arrogantly believing that they didn't need any help, and she had a feeling that Diane's arrogance was greater than even theirs. Amphory, having awoken from her meditation on Calming Lake, remained silent as she observed Diane. In the end, she turned to leave. Like Damaris said, she could only put her trust in Diane, the Mellow tribe, a failed clan from the late Chaos Era period. In truth, they had given up on ever forging their path toward the mortal plane once more.
Mellow wasn't even their original clan name either, it was a tribal name they were forced to take up because they lost the right to their true name. These so-called tribal names were rampant on the outer edges of the ancient battlefield.
It was a symbolic way of expressing a clan's lost hope and also a way to establish hierarchy. Clans were stripped of their rights and demoted to tribes in order to herd the masses like sheep. By making these tribes lose their sense of identity, they became easier to control. Usually, clans were stripped of their names and given a number. Only after they perform meritorious feats under the name of their ruling tribes were they given a name. The Mellow tribe was one such tribe. A former disdained number tribe elevated to the status of a named tribe. The disgusting part was that they were actually proud of it. This was the hidden poison that infected the outer edges of the ancient battlefield. This clan didn't even have the legacies that once made them mighty. Much like how the Golden Crow clan's 9 sons of Armageddon fell from the mystical grade to the divine grade because their faith withered, the legacies of this clan or tribe, rather, lost all of their power in a similar fashion. Still, this proud clan fell in a single day. No, it was more accurate to say that they fell in just a few hours. The attack was swift, and despite their enemies being outnumbered 5-1, it felt like it was actually them sitting at a numbers disadvantage. It was early one morning, before the suns even came up, that the attacks began.
They received no word from their scouts, it was as though they never existed. The beasts they faced were a combination of ferocious and quick. They couldn't even land a single attack, let alone fight against them in earnest. When had the stupid creatures of their forests suddenly become so cunning? What was going on? Also, beasts never attacked their homes too, so why were they doing so today? There was a reason for this. Humans only had one advantage on beasts in this world, their minds. What did beasts in this world fear the most? Energy surges. Just like Diane hypothesized, the rigid ground beneath their feet needed relief. Over time, ridiculous amounts of energy stores built up. Eventually, the pressure would become too much, leading to an eruption that tore through the earth. These eruptions were incredibly dangerous and only became more fatal as one traveled toward the center of the ancient battlefield. Beasts had the ability to predict these surges and avoid them on instinct. Using this to their advantage, humans raided underground caves formed from these energy surges and mined what they called type stones. Essentially the very same stones Diane had also been mining all of this time. They were then able to arrange these stones in a formation to simulate the energy signature of a coming energy surge, thus keeping beasts away. This was what kept them safe. However, today, for some odd reason, these beasts completely ignored a safeguard that had worked for them for countless years. Even when they attempted to use their underground escape routes, they found the passageway blocked. Maybe the most humiliating part was that these beasts didn't kill them. Rather, they toyed with them. From start to finish, other than some broken and bruised bones, they suffered no casualties. It was then that a boy they had never seen before strolled into their tribal lands. His appearance made them shiver because only a man or woman from the Central Lands could look like he did. Like this, the prideful Mellow tribe, with a population of 53, fell into Diane's hands. This event would cause an avalanche of occurrences. If the Mellow tribe could be stripped of their original name to become a number tribe, then promoted to a named tribe, it was obvious that someone had to be doing the gifting and punishing. Diane's actions had declared war on this individual. Diane looked at what remained of the Mellow tribe. In truth, he hadn't killed any of them, so maybe remained wasn't the proper term. It was just that they were such a small tribe that it seemed appropriate to use such terminology. They had barely over 50 people. There were no children, nor were there any elderly. But there were 35 males and 18 females. There likely weren't any older individuals since it was quite difficult to grow old in such an environment, while birth rates among those with strong bodies was quite low, so among such a small sample size, finding a child was probably unlikely. Of course, Diane noticed the skewed gender ratios once more. His instinct was to believe that they likely followed a similar evolutionary path to the beasts, but his mind told him something different. He wouldn't be surprised if many of their females were taken as tribute to the tribes and clans that ruled over them. Weak. Diane looked through them one by one. Though any one of these 53 individuals could kill his current self without issue, especially considering his still missing meridians and the fact this body only had 25% of his total prowess, compared to the bronzed and cobras, they were fragile. Interestingly enough, these individuals represented a higher rung of society as a named tribe. They even had a few numbered tribes beneath them. Who is the chieftain here? Though Diane asked this, he was already aware of the answer. He could easily observe a 5,000 kilometers radius of this place. Every blade of grass was under his control. He obviously chose to attack this tribe in particular for a reason and only after collecting every bit of information he could about them. It is I. A man with a graying complexion stepped forward. He stood a half a head taller than Diane and had a body brimming with power. This individual could defeat even the genius pseudo-Dao cultivators of Diane's world with just his body. Not that he had access to any other tools anyway. The tongue he spoke in was odd, but thanks to Clara, Diane didn't have to worry about a language barrier. Still, despite the height difference, Diane stared down at him indifferently from Queen's back. Pick out 5 of your fastest people toward the numbered tribes under your control. Have them gather their things and move here. Chieftain Mellow shivered at this request. Mighty Central Region warrior, this is not allowed. If we do so, the upper tribes will believe that we're planning a mutiny and come to eradicate us. This isn't a request. It's an order. Diane's eyes sharpened. Though his presence was useless against these individuals who had far stronger bodies than he did, using it to amplify his aura and his words was still effective. It gave him a noble air others couldn't match even if he couldn't force them to their knees. Chieftain Mellow didn't dare to say another word. He communicated with his chosen people with his eyes and sent them off. Suddenly Diane smirked. That's an interesting path you sent them on. Chieftain Mello froze.
Do you believe me when I say the entirety of this world is in the palm of my hands? Do you believe me when I say that even a blade of grass thousands of miles from here can't shift without my knowing? As Diane spoke, the chieftain continued to shiver. It was obvious what had happened.
The chieftain had sent them off, but the warning light in his eyes was obviously one to have them go seek help, likely from their ruling clans or tribes. But how could something like this escape Diane's divine sense? He already had this entire space mapped out within his mind. Changing the trajectories of the 5 messengers was simple for Diane. He simply had to warn them with line of chi. Seeing that they had been seen through, the 5 had no choice but to turn toward the places Diane actually wanted them to go.
As for the chieftain, his knees crashed to the ground, his forehead swiftly following suit. Please spare my fellow tribesmen. The mistake is mine. Diane didn't use his normal carrot and stick approach.
Usually he'd make grand promises about the future they could have under his rule, but these individuals couldn't be ruled in this way. He didn't have time to slowly nurture goodwill, he had to rule with an iron fist. In fact, if they believed him to be a god, it would be even better.
Get up, Diane said blandly. A second mistake will not be tolerated. Another one occurring only means death. The chieftain trembled, but slowly rose only to find beams of sealing chi entering the foreheads of all those present. And although he wasn't aware, the 5 messengers he sent also received a similar fate. Diane couldn't use the seal freely here, but luckily he had a small understanding of seals after comprehending his sanctuary seal. Plus, it wasn't as though he was completely unfamiliar with sealing individuals without the seal. He had done so back during his first time in the Elven Kingdom as well. Except this time it was far stronger.
Sure, making them worship him like a god might work, but even that wasn't enough for Diane's purposes. He needed to steal his heart. He didn't have enough time to allow leeway for mistakes. 112 years. The 5 messengers were very familiar with the surrounding areas, but with Diane's guidance, they were even quicker. They avoided beast dens with ease and approached their targets. Back within the Mello tribe, Diane began to organize the 53 warriors. Though these tribes seemed backwards, they didn't have the luxury of treating women with kid gloves. Just like the men, they too were warriors. In some cases, they were stronger than even their male counterparts. The Mello tribe's terrain seemed no different from that of the other tribes, but that was only from a narrow perspective. Diane had chosen this place for 3 main reasons: elevations, natural protections, and underground caves. In Diane's estimation, this area once experienced a terrible amount of pressure. Not only did this cause the ground to swell, the ensuing energy surge was so powerful that it created not just one, but numerous underground caves in the general vicinity. When Diane was in the process of conquering this tribe, it was these very underground inner workings that they tried to take advantage of to escape. But Diane's divine sense had already located them. What was more important here was the swelling of the ground. The slope was gentle and over a long distance, so it was difficult to notice at first glance. However, it definitely existed. It had about a 10 to 15% incline. It was small, but Diane had to make do. As much as he wanted a perfect mountain fortress, there was no such thing on the ancient battlefield. No, this wasn't true. In fact, just 50 to 60 kilometers east of the Mello tribe, there was a striking mountain range so large that Diane couldn't believe it had formed naturally. What Diane meant to say was that there were no human settlements in such places because they were the realms of beasts that would make even the demon sage in his prime feel his heart quicken. Yes, the very same demon sage who slaughter a higher existence infernal beast all to use its infernal core to power his mystical world. Just like the rivers and lakes no one dared to approach, the mountain ranges of the ancient battlefield were death zones no one dared to step into. The ancient battlefield was not ruled by humans. Even the so-called center region warriors Chieftain Mello all but worshipped weren't even truly within the center of the ancient battlefield. They were just closer to the center than most other tribes and clans. However, this was perfect. This meant that Diane could ignore the east and most and south the mountain ranges extended to because attacks were unlikely to come from those regions. He'd have a small elevation advantage he could grow, and an underground working of tunnels that could be useful if applied properly. Diane got to work.
It didn't need to be stated how difficult it was to build a fortress in this place. Digging into the ground was impossible.
This not only meant any structures built would be inherently weak without the ground for an anchor, but even gathering resources to build such structures was nigh impossible. This was why warfare in this place was so difficult.
Even if you got around the energy surges and the lack of resources and the dangerous beasts, it was still impossible to fortify strategic points. And, even if you managed to do all of that, how would you sustain large populations of people without food and water?
Small communities worked, but on a larger scale, anyone familiar with such matters knew it was a foolhardy attempt. However, Dian was different. Firstly, he didn't plan to use the underground workings for something as simple as sneak attacks.
He instead planned to use them as anchors for his fortress. The Mellow tribe was special in that a large energy surge of the past created numerous underground workings beneath their tribe. But, while they saw escape routes, Dian saw dozens holes to be exploited. With a wave of his hand, Dian formed large structures that dug into these holes. Walls soaring dozens of meters seemed to appear out of nowhere, causing those of the Mellow tribe to tremble, their eyes shining with thoughts of worship. Secondly, Dian scoffed at the thought of lack of anchors. What better anchors could there be than the massive trees that surrounded them all? These trees were just as sturdy as the ground beneath their feet. Small tribes and villages could only build around them. There wasn't a single clearing in sight. After making sturdy and tall structures around the tribe, Dian began to make use of the trees as well, building archery hubs high up within them and supplementing them with lookout hubs. As for food and water, Dian didn't worry about such a thing either. Dian could create common-grade herbs with a single thought. Though it was on an incredibly small and insignificant scale, that was akin to creating life. Making water appear from thin air was as simple as breathing even if he hadn't comprehended water will. As for the matters of food, common-grade herbs weren't enough to feed individuals with such powerful bodies. However, the amount of meat they needed to sustain themselves wasn't very much at all.
In fact, just like Dian previously, only a single bite was enough to leave them full for several days. Though their bodies were stronger than Dian, their ability to digest and thus pull out their potentials was far weaker.
As a result, a single beast carcass was enough to feed a tribe of 50 for a half-month. With Dian's hunting speed, he alone could support many more tribes before he ran into a wall. However, Dian didn't plan on doing it alone.
If he could, there would be no point in bringing these people under his wing. He planned to make them stronger.
Years ago, when Dian's master was personally training him, he learned about Dwarf's diamond. According to his master, Dwarf's diamond was the hardest substance in existence. But it was also considered a useless ore. Reason being because it was so tough and sturdy that it was impossible to manipulate it. Not only this, but it was impossible to pass chi through it as well because it wouldn't accept it. Back then, Dian didn't have the skill to create Dwarf's diamond. The depressing part was that his master was able to despite being restricted to his soul strength. That meant that what limited Dian wasn't his strength, but rather his comprehension and skill level. Now that Dian had grasped a large percentage of planet chi, this limitation had been lifted. Although he wasn't as skilled as his master, his stamina was definitely greater than that of his master's, allowing him to create far more of it.
Dian still remembered how shocked he was to find out that the dwarf's diamond his master had given him to train with was actually only a single atom in width.
He couldn't fathom how something could be so tough and sturdy, not to mention heavy, could still remain so thin at the same time, but now he couldn't be happier that this was the case.
It was impossible for Dian to simply poof high-grade ores into existence, but Dwarf's diamond was categorized as a common-grade ore. As long as one had the skill to build its incredibly complex chemical makeup, it was no problem. In addition, Dwarf's diamond was perfect for these ancient battlefield warriors. It couldn't accept chi while these warriors couldn't use chi. It was a perfect win-win-win situation.
Not only did Dian have plans to forge his new army weapons and armor of Dwarf's diamond, he fortified the archery and lookout hubs, not to mention the tribe's fortress, with this ore as well. A 1-atom width was more than enough. Dian gasped for breath.
Though he had to keep a strong front before the Mellow tribe, he almost felt like he was dying on the inside. On top of the fact the struggles of his main body were very clear to him, making such large-scale structures was drilling through his soul stamina. Manipulating the atmosphere to create things here was far more difficult. Though that meant the structures formed were also far more powerful, it was also very taxing. However, Dian didn't have the time to lag behind. As he worked, the numbered tribes began to trickle in. Some of them had populations as small as 5, with the largest only having about 15. The only good news was that there were a good number of them in total, bringing Dian's army up to 250. As expected, most of them were men, leaving the male-to-female population at about 7:3. But, according to Dian's scouting, once he began to attack the larger tribes, this number would even out. I'm sure you all have your own guesses about why I've gathered you all here, but that doesn't particularly matter. Your only role is to follow my orders to the best of your abilities. I can only promise you that I will feed you, and if in the unlikely events that you survive to the end, there'll be adequate rewards. Now, who among you have weapons training? The tribesmen looked at each other but didn't have a response. But Dian expected as much. They couldn't make weapons to begin with, how could they have training? Luckily, Dian's weapons master array made him incredibly sensitive to a person's affinities for weapons. The same way he was able to tell Yandavir used a sword and not a whip, he was able to see what weapons individuals would be inclined toward. Though the feeling was fainter here, he could still feel it. Nonetheless, he began to organize them as he saw fit. Seeing the weapons Dian brought out from thin air, the tribesmen were astonished once more. Their idea of a weapon was a fallen tree branch they might luck across. When had they ever seen such things? Dian wasn't able to give everyone their optimal weapon. This was in part due to the fact that not everyone had such an innate affinity, and more largely due to the fact he wanted a balanced army. He couldn't have strong imbalances occurring without reason. In the end, he gathered together 50 archers and 150 warriors for a heavy infantry. Each of the heavy infantry warriors were equipped with a large shield. 100 of them used spears while 50 used swords. The remaining 50 individuals Dian set aside for high maneuverability. Dian didn't give them dwarf diamond weapons or armor, the substance was simply too heavy. Instead, he planned to use them for decoys and feints. They looked equipped to the same extent as everyone else, but their weapons and armor would shatter with a single blow. As for auxiliary units like scouts and medics, Dian have no need of them. If someone was too injured for an essence-grade holy-type stone to heal them, Dian would have to harden his heart. As for scouts, Dian was the scout. Like this, a campaign the likes of which hadn't been seen on the ancient battlefield for countless years ensued. Dian swept through named tribes with ease, accumulating more than a dozen in an instant. His army didn't know rest or sleep. These were individuals with bodies bordering on the Tao realm. They had no need of such things. Though food and water was necessary since they didn't have qi, they only needed minor amounts. Whenever Dian conquered an appropriate terrain, he built another fortress and moved on. The astonishing part was that he didn't even leave anyone to protect these fortresses. His actions were truly baffling. In just half a month, Dian's army had swelled to almost 5,000. He had 6 fortresses, 18 named tribes, and 364 numbered tribes under his control. The upper tribe only just began to notice that something was amiss. Their tributes had suddenly come to a grinding halt, and that was something they couldn't accept. Unfortunately for them, Dian had already turned his gaze toward their lands. Today would be the day he conquered his first upper tribe. It would be his first large clash within the ancient battlefield. The upper tribes. It was a generic term to describe those below clans who had been powerful enough to keep their family's original legacies, but were good enough to have named tribes under their control. While normal named tribes wouldn't have more than 50 to 80 individuals within their territory, upper tribes took a large leap forward, housing hundreds to even tens of thousands depending on their ranks. There were 3 main divisions of upper tribes: inferior, medial, and superior, with the superior upper tribes being direct subordinates of a clan. This tribe was ranked within the inferior tier, but compared to the living arrangements of the named and numbered tribes, they lived like kings. The female population was overflowing, leaving at least 3 per male. The first instance of grass in this endless forest was seen, giving the area a lush and vibrant feel, respectively, that is. Even the structures were more developed, weaved of twigs and leaves,
It gave the area a minimalistic but warm atmosphere. Compared to the luxury one was used to on the mortal plane, this place would be considered a nameless, poor village. But within the ancient battlefield, it was an embarrassment of riches.
Deep within the luxurious territory, a slightly sturdier treehouse stood, resting upon the strong branches of 3 adjacent trees. Bang!
A man's fist collided with a throne of vines. Despite his strength, the armrest only bent slightly, reverberating his strike through the dimly lit abode. Those tribes dare. Chief, this matter can't be simple. All 18 named tribes couldn't have simultaneously decided to turn their nose up at us.
I suggest that we send someone to investigate. Another region might be declaring war. Within the upper tribe's gathering place of elites, a collection of 12 sturdy men sat. They were getting on in years, deep within their middle ages, but their bodies, despite the graying of their hair, were akin to ancient oak trees. They glistened with a healthy deep bronze color, and their movements shook the air.
They were individuals that would have been capable of fighting a bullbird head-to-head without being at a disadvantage. This wasn't necessarily because they were more talented than those of the numbered and named tribes, but was in large part due to their better nutrition. Cultivators had little need for food, but this was very much different for body cultivators, especially body refinement cultivators. To them, food couldn't be more important. Those who cultivated chi could ignore the need for food and even water with its help, but body refiners relied on the energies of the food they ate to grow. Even in Dian's mortal world, there was nothing more important to a bodybuilder than their nutrition. Thanks to their status, these men had more than their fill of food and could thus grow over time. Though they were lacking in comparison to the leaders of medial and superior upper tribes, and definitely far below true clans compared to their subordinate tribes, they were gods. Another region? The chieftain calmed his anger. The words spoken gave him reason to pause. Warfare was rare on the ancient battlefield, as ironic as that may sound, but it wasn't as though it never happened. Every so often ambitious individuals would surge up.
This was especially so when the time for the battlefield to descend approached. The people of the ancient battlefield called this event the descent.
When it came time for this to occur, those with dreams of returning to the mortal plane began to fortify their own strengths. The best way to do that was to subdue the strength of others under your umbrella. With the descent approaching, a war wasn't impossible.
But for all 18 of their named tribes to lose contact with them, wouldn't that mean they had already lost? Communication on the ancient battlefield was too difficult. Beasts very much ruled these lands. Their only real method of contact were foot messengers that usually also brought tributes to their tribe every month. These leaders realized that this system wasn't very good, especially in this sort of situation. But there was a reason they never tried to improve it. Doing so would make it more likely for their subordinate tribes to rise up against them.
After all, the cumulative population of their subordinates surpassed them. Matters were made even worse when it was considered that most of their population was made of women. We should prepare for war. Another leader spoke up. It's not necessary to panic. The disadvantages we face within this damned forest are the same disadvantages our opponents face. It's impossible to move a large-scale army here. If anyone tried, they'd become meals for the beasts before they could even reach their goal. The other 11 nodded in agreement. This allowed them to place the stone weighing on their chests down. Even if this was a mutiny, they still held the upper hand. Should we inform the other upper tribes of our region? The chief snarled, causing the other 11 elders to fall into silence. They knew well why their chief reacted this way. He had lost more concubines than he cared to count to those bastards. Their mere mention pissed him off. Suddenly, loud sounds of booming and screaming caused the 12 to freeze. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The tribe's best scout scurried up the tree, leaping into the meeting of 12 without regard. Thousands of enemies spotted. The elders of this inferior upper tribe weren't wrong. Moving a large army within this region was incredibly difficult. If it was up to Dian, he would have attacked them days ago before they had the chance to notice that their tributes were missing. But he took a cautious approach and bided his time. With the help of his divine sense, Dian could clearly see trouble before it came and dealt with it quickly. For that, he had the bronzed and cobras by his side. So although beasts became slightly more powerful as he moved toward the upper tribes, it wasn't much of a problem. The real issue was moving a large army within a dense forest. Coordination became a nightmare. However, just as the 12 had said, any disadvantages Dian faced, they faced as well. And, unlike Dian, they didn't have a divine sense capable of stretching 10,000 kilometers. The army of 5,000 swept forward, surrounding the settlement of almost 1,000 people like a horde of lurking predators. Dian was forced to split his troops into squads of 3 instead of the optimal 5, using his troops with higher mobility to sweep through the front and raise the alarms as his heavy infantry approached from the back. Taking the initiative was incredibly important. If this battle turned into a skirmish, Dian's advantage of coordination and numbers would vanish. It was simply too difficult to fine-tune the positions of several thousand with so many solid, immovable trees in the way. This wasn't Dian's only disadvantage either. Much of the settlement was built high up in the trees. Though the named and numbered tribes didn't have anything you could truly call a weapon, the upper tribes took a large leap forward. Dian's senses had already trained on multiple archers. However, he was prepared. Dian sent the bronzed forward, making use of their gliding abilities to throw the settlement into chaos. The archers were his top priority. In fact, whenever he was in a situation where he had to pick between the archer or their weapon, Dian destroyed their weapon without hesitation. As expected, taking advantage of his superior numbers was difficult. And it only became more so after the 11 elder and the chieftain joined the battle. They became a backbone that was difficult to snap, and since they stood together instead of being as arrogant as Dian would have hoped, the bronzed couldn't take them out. Still, Dian's equipment advantage began to shine through. Dwarf's Diamond truly lived up to its name. Dian retrieved his high mobility units, covering their retreat with his own squadron of archers. Their duty had been accomplished. As of now, there was no point in risking their lives any further. Unfortunately, Dian didn't have the benefit of sparing everyone as he had done up to now. He had to make his advantage clear if he wanted this battle to end, even though it pained him to see the possible additional warriors to his army fall. "It's that cloaked bastard over there. He's coordinating everything," the chieftain snarled, swinging a large wooden club forward to knock several warriors back. Seeing Dian arrogantly sitting on Queen's back, his face covered by a black cloak, made the already bad mood of the chief flare up. As though to respond to his rage, a red formation suddenly appeared before the chief, shocking him to no end. "Accelerate." Carnage. Dian obviously had no intention of killing the chief with this attack. Despite it being the best Dian could muster in his current handicapped state, the chief had a body comparable a step above a pseudo-Dao expert, but not quite within the realms of a Dao expert. Unless Dian brought out rays, which he was unable to do unless he had access to his full soul strength, putting a dent in him was a fool's errand. However, if it was a perfectly timed strike directly toward this mighty chief's attacking wrist, it was a different story entirely. A bloody red spear slammed into the chieftain's wrist. But what was even more overbearing was the mental attack that followed suit. How could I forget? Dian's eyes glowed as his strike worked far better than he could have ever imagined. Judgment represented the pinnacle of what a soul path cultivator could muster with their strength. However, it wasn't simply a powerful strike. It sent those who faced it to a hell on earth. For those of the ancient battlefield who had only ever trained their bodies in their lifetime, how could they be prepared for such an assault on their souls? The physical damage of Dian's strike was no more than a faint white mark on the chief's wrist. But even still, he froze in place, his weapon falling to their ground as a look of horror marked his expressions. In the next instant, his shoulder and leg were pierced by 2 spears. Though the pain awoke him from the illusion, it was already too late. With the fall of their chief, the morale of the upper tribe plummeted. The 11 elders fought valiantly, but there was a reason why they couldn't claim the title of chief for themselves. They simply lacked the strength in comparison to their true leader. The named and numbered tribes roared in victory. In just half a month, Dian had showed them something they couldn't have imagined even in their entire lifetimes. They had actually taken down the arrogant upper tribe with just their own power. It was too inconceivable. Even after battling for days without rest, they were brimming with strength. They wanted to know how far they could go. Dian looked down from Queen's back toward the 11 kneeling elders. As for the chief, he was gasping for breath, pinned down by 2 spears that impaled his body. The cobras guarded him silently, their tusks dripping with violet venom. Even without this, their auras were so imposing that even the chief didn't dare to move, let alone the elder. "Just what are these beasts? Who are you?" the chieftain growled. Though it was quite commendable that he could put up such a front while being pinned to the ground in such a way, Diane didn't have much patience for it. "Speak out of turn again, and you'll find your head separated from your neck," Diane said plainly.
"Who?" His words never got the chance to finish. Queen's claw shot forward, sending a crescent moon of light-type chi sizzling through the air. In an instant, the mighty chief's head was cut from his neck. Many things had changed during the passing weeks, one of the most important being that Ace was no longer the strongest of the bronzed. Instead, that role had been firmly snatched by his sister, Queen. After Diane began feeding the bronzed light-type chi and the cobra's bold-type chi, drastic changes began occurring. Namely, he noticed that there was a large difference between the 2 genders in chi control and manipulation. Diane observed long ago that female beasts within the ancient battlefield had more complex blood vessel pathways. He concluded that these additional pathways were what these females used during pregnancy to compress and create nurturing piles. However, what Diane didn't expect was that these additional pathways had the secondary benefit of increasing the chi control of female beasts. Both the female bronzed and cobra of Diane's small squad of 10 beasts had shot past their male counterparts. Though the males had increased their strength as well, only the females had the ability to manipulate their newfound chi freely. In a region like this which didn't have any experts capable of using chi, Diane's 2 female beasts were undefeatable existences. He suddenly realized why it was that female beasts were rarer. They were simply a level above their male counterparts and thus worth more. As for the death of the chieftain, Diane didn't grieve very much over it. Though he was powerful, it wasn't by an obscene amount. He didn't have the ability to fight his beasts one-on-one, for example. His life was worth much more as a warning. With an army this large, Diane couldn't hope to seal every single one of them. The strain on his soul was already too much to begin with. In fact, soul contracts were invented to avoid this heavy taxation of the soul. Though he would still control the key and important figure personally, the rest he had to rule by fear. Over time, they would come to understand that Diane wasn't a murder-crazed ruler. They'd realize that he only killed those who broke past his bottom line. But, for now, it worked just fine if they believed he was tyrannical. Still, Diane took precautions. He had begun to hide his face in preparation for the future. "This inferior upper tribe will now be under my command. There's no need to guess. I've already conquered your subordinate clans." Diane quickly organized the upper tribe as he saw fit, building his 7th fortress. He divided their population into his army, not allowing them to gather together in one place. Finally, he began to gather more precise information. As Diane expected, only by learning from an upper tribe would he truly gain an understanding of the structure of the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was incredibly large, at least many times larger than any one of the celestial floors. This could only be expected if it was meant to hold all qualified failed clans from history. According to Diane's new understanding, the smallest denomination of land within the ancient battlefield was known as a region. They were usually divided by natural borders humans wouldn't cross easily. These borders could be anything from strong beast territories to tall mountains and even the dangerous water sources. Depending on a region's size, it could be ruled by any number of upper tribes. This one in particular was overseen by 6 inferior upper tribes, 2 medial upper tribes, and 1 superior upper tribe. From the information the elders gave Diane, it was rare for their region to be attacked due to their trees. It was simply too difficult to raise large-scale armies in such a place. One would fall to guerrilla warfare far too easily in this sort of space. Had they been prepared for Diane's attack, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly even if he had the superior numbers and equipment. However, Diane didn't need them to tell him this. "You'll continue to act as normal. Send your tributes on time and act normally. Within a month, we will move again, so be prepared." With those words, Diane left with his squadron of beasts, leaving 6 empty fortresses and a 7th filled to capacity. "I should conquer this region within 2 years. I can't waste any more time here,
or else Eli's life. Diane's gaze sharpened. That unknown event Jade warned him about that would shake the Sprite Alliance was rapidly approaching. Diane couldn't ignore it, especially if his future self speculated that it was related to the reason why he never found Eli. But first, he had to strengthen his squad of beasts, or else laying claim to this region would become too difficult. Diane had seemingly built 6 fortresses without reason. In truth, each one could easily sustain a population of 10,000 without issue. There was simply no need for them, especially since he housed the whole of his newfound population of warriors within the 7th. However, Diane was no fool, nor was he a masochist keen on wasting his own soul prowess.
When Diane learned of the method the tribesmen used to keep beasts away, his mind lit up with an insane idea, one so insane that he'd probably be called a madman if it became public. If there was a way to repel beasts, what if there was a way to attract them as well?
It was a maddening thought Diane had only considered fleetingly before tossing away. For one, it was likely too dangerous. And secondly, even if he was willing to risk it, he had no idea what would attract the beasts to begin with. But then he thought of something else. Those energy surges beasts were so afraid of. They left such large, gaping wounds in the ground. But what happened to the type stones that once filled those now empty spaces? One had to remember that, on the ancient battlefield, every inch of the ground was filled with these type stones. The unfortunate part was that digging into the ground was next to impossible. Though, Diane had begun seeing some hope in that aspect after Queen awoke her chi manipulation abilities. Of course, a first thought was that these type stones had all be destroyed in the blast. This was very much possible. Such a concentrated blast of energy would definitely be quite destructive. A second thought was that maybe humans took them. Diane had already learned from the various chiefs and the 11 elders that their lower-ranked tribes were forced to pass their type stones onward to the superior upper tribe, who probably had to give a large portion to their ruling clan. Maybe the rewards of the energy surges were passed onward like this as well. However, there was a third, intriguing thought that caught Diane's attention. What if beasts avoided energy surges, but swarmed for their aftermath? The first reason Diane thought this might be viable was due to the placement of the beasts. This region was packed with hundreds of energy surge simulating tribes, but the beasts never migrated away. In fact, they remained relatively close despite not daring to approach the villages. The second reason were the massive mountain ranges. What reason did those mighty beasts have to stay up there? Was staying in those uncomfortable, cold, and rocky mountains really better than living on land? Even water was scarce up there, let alone other necessities. After scanning through the mountains with his divine sense, Diane not only found incredibly powerful creatures he didn't dare to face, he found sources of energy surges that beasts flocked around. In fact, bloody battles over these sources raged day in and day out. The final nail that sealed Diane's theory were his experiments with his very own beast squadron. Using his understanding of the energy signatures he sensed within the large, rocky mountain range, Diane began to simulate them in a controlled environment, making certain that the chi did not leak outward. His results? They were enough to put a grin on his face. By now, Diane's goal was obvious. Instead of hunting beasts one by one, he would strong-arm them into coming to him. But not just any beasts. He would call down the beasts from the mountains. Was it reckless? Absolutely. Insane? Without a doubt. Would his wives tear his head off if they ever found out he was doing this? Probably. But he would do so anyway. To now, Diane's capacity had crept forward to almost 300 million gene. But it had all but come to a grinding halt. The 200 million gene he needed to make use of Orcus, false god body, seemed several worlds away from him at this point. Still, that wasn't the only reason he wanted to do this. He also needed to strengthen his beast army. Diane felt that he had absolute control over this experiment. Using his presence-infused divine sense, he could create barriers of chi, only allowing certain beasts to sense the energy fluctuations. This way, he would never have to step into those mountains to find his prey, causing his survivability to skyrocket. One might wonder why Diane built 6 fortresses then. Wouldn't the first one he created in Mellow Tribe territory, just 50 kilometers west of the mountain range, be enough for his goals? The answer was simple. The mountain range was incredibly large, stretching from the east of the Mellow Tribe and wrapping down toward the south.
Even with Dian's divine sense, he couldn't cover the whole range. This wasn't because the mountain range spanned over 10,000 kilometers, but rather because Dian's divine sense was even more restricted under its atmosphere. If it was already difficult to use his divine sense here, it was 10 to even 100 times more difficult within the mountain range. If this was true, Dian could only imagine how much more restricted his overall strength would be within the mountains. Therefore, he didn't dare to enter himself. He had to lure his targets here. The 6 fortresses Dian built would allow him to advantage of the whole mountain range. Dian took a deep breath, positioning himself in a massive fortress he built to take on just a single opponent. His mind trained on the bloodthirsty beast that was his target. Unlike his current beast companions, she was massive, stretching to over 10 meters long. If described in a few words, the beast could only be called a creature of the dark. Massive bat-like wings that stretched from its wrists down the side of its back. A long, grotesque, lizard-like face. Scales of dark green and black coated its body, hiding the muscles that vibrated with vitality and strength. This beast was nothing like those of this region. It didn't have mixed DNA or severe deformities. In fact, Dian knew exactly what this creature was. It was the failed dragon of history. A beast that was so close, yet so far from the mighty sovereigns of the skies. The wyvern. A roar shook the dark mountain range. Dian's fists gripped tightly as he stood with his eyes trained forward. He stood atop a wall more than 100 meters tall, but he didn't feel secure in the least. This beast. It was filled with an oppressive aura even Glory and Ice hadn't had. This wasn't because the wyvern was stronger than Glory and Ice. This wasn't the case. If the two were to meet on the mortal plane, Glory and Ice would win 10 out of 10 times. The issue was that this wasn't the mortal plane. Here, this beast would make a fool of Glory and Ice. It wasn't just that it was powerful. It had a wild and unrestrained, savage aura that made Dian's heart palpitate. But for some reason, there was a wide grin on Dian's face. His boiling Titan Emperor blood shook awake. It was as though it realized that the king of the Chaos era weren't these mere failed beasts, but was himself and only himself. The sound of crashing trees reverberated through the forest. Dian couldn't help but be stunned as he watched trees capable of not suffering a dent after suffering a blow from his billion-gene body suddenly began to topple over. Even though the wyvern couldn't fly, despite its wings, its leaping and gliding ability far surpassed that of the bronzed. Its wings were so sharp that it didn't bother to change directions and glided straight through the dense pack of trees. The wyvern was in a crazed state. Its instincts told it that something good would be here, but it also told it that other beasts would be privy to this information as well. As such, it decided that it needed to be fast and tyrannical. It was on high alert for powerful beasts, but it was precisely because of this that it fell for Dian's designs. The reason wyverns could never reach the same height as dragons was because although they shared the same lofty arrogance, they were too savage. Too often, they fell to the curse of becoming mindless beasts. As a result, comprehending the human path was nigh impossible for many of them. And, even more unfortunately, their intelligence wasn't very high. Ace and King descended from the skies. As an arrogant wyvern, it could never have thought that something would have been above it. It didn't have time to react before the two bronzed swept downward, priming their sharp claws toward the wyvern's body. Their target wasn't anything lofty. They didn't expect to use this attack to deal a fatal blow. Instead, they aimed toward the wyvern's most vulnerable point, its thin bat-like wings. A sickening tearing sound tore through the dense forest as the wyvern's cry of pain scattered. Violet blood fell like rain, drenching the cracked forest ground. The wyvern tumbled from the skies, crashing through numerous trees and rolling. The once sturdy ground cracked and crumbled under its weight and the sharp claws it used to slow its momentum. Unfortunately for it, Dian wasn't finished. Flashes of red formations surrounded the wyvern. In its pained and enraged state, its mind was even more vulnerable than it was usually. Fell into an endless hell. Unlike the chieftain, the wyvern didn't feel fear, it only felt more rage. Did this petty hell seek to suppress it? These were its lofty, arrogant thoughts. It didn't realize that it had fallen into an illusion. It wanted to fight the hell head-on instead of breaking out of it. But this only helped Dian further. The Queen of the Bronzed and the Queen of the Cobras rushed forward, completely fearless under Dian's commands. With their simple minds, they didn't have even the regular emotions of beasts.
Even their feelings themselves were controlled by Dian. Dian had already used this ability to make them ignore the energy surge simulation that protected the Mellow tribe. This was how they attacked back then without regard. Now Dian was using it again. Queen's nimble, slender and bronzed scaled body swept forward, aiming for the thick leather underbelly of the wyvern with her vicious claws. The cobra swept forward as well, taking the help of her two brothers as they tossed her into the air. Simultaneously, two claws and two tusks sank into the wyvern's body. Queen caused its inner organs to spill outward while the cobra sank her scorpion tail and venomous tusks into the wyvern's neck. To now, Dian had avoided using the venom of the cobras. Relying on it would ruin the meat. If this happened, what was the point in defeating these beasts? It wasn't as though Dian would get stronger himself if he wasn't able to eat the meat. However, this situation was different. Dian didn't dare to take chances with this wyvern. Even if it meant being unable to eat a large portion of the meat, it was worth it. The wyvern was stunned awake from its illusion by the new pain that racked its body. Another surge of irrational rage took over its mind. But unfortunately, that sealed its fate. Its sharp claws surged forward to rip the cobra on its neck apart. The cobras could never match the speed of the bronzed. While Queen had already swiftly retreated, the female cobra was still pulling her tusks and tail from the wyvern's body. It had no chance to dodge the coming claw. But Dian had prepared. With a snap of his fingers, the female cobra disappeared. The sickening sound of tearing bone and flesh filled Dian's ears. The wyvern's yellow slit eyes dimmed. The last emotion it felt being endless shock. With a heavy thud, it fell, never to rise again. Dian didn't seem too shocked by the results. In fact, his next command was near instant. He had Queen cut the wyvern's head from its neck, stopping the poison from spreading to the rest of its body. The wyvern truly didn't have a chance. Its mind was filled with too much rage. It didn't even notice that the female cobra's venom had already impacted its nervous system, stopping it from communicating with its body as it pleased. As a result, even when it commanded its claw to stop, realizing that the cobra had disappeared from its neck, its arm didn't react in time and continued forward, causing it to take its own life. Beasts of this caliber had reaction times that were far too quick. If it wasn't for the cobra's poison, such a tactic would have never worked. As for where the female cobra disappeared to, that was even more simple. It was the work of Dian's array alchemy. These fortresses weren't just strongholds, they were also hubs for teleportation. While manipulating even normal techniques was difficult here, it was even more difficult to manipulate the space. Dian's formations, once capable of bringing him to a completely separate universe, could now only muster several dozen to a few hundred miles if he was lucky. But this was enough. He didn't need to teleport the female cobra a long distance, just a few hundred meters sealed his victory. Dian was incredibly satisfied with the result. The wyvern never made it to the fortress and none of his beasts were injured. Though everything from the neck up on the wyvern was now useless to Dian, it was perfect for the cobras who were obviously immune to their own poison. So it wasn't a complete loss, especially considering how large the body of the wyvern was. Dian Divine Sense looked off into the distance. Should I risk it? His brow furrowed. This time was the best he'd ever have. The wyvern only just died, so its territory was still off limits to the beasts around it. From what Dian could tell, there were definitely some things worth risking his safety for over there. Namely, a nurturing pile. Just how high level would a wyvern's nurturing pile be? It would definitely have sync-grade energy, no? Then he'd finally be able to feel whole again. Dian grit his teeth and made a decision. Entering the mountain range was dangerous for two main reasons. Firstly, his already limited divine sense became even more limited. It fell to just 100 kilometers. Meaning the suppression he would face as a whole within would be at least 100 times more than what he already faced here. And secondly, the beasts. Theoretically, with the wyvern gone, her territory should be empty, but there was no way to be certain for unexpected events. Still, Dian steeled himself. It wasn't long before he stood at the very bottom of the mountain. He thought about sending a clone, but he knew what would happen if he did so. There's no way it would be able to withstand the suppression. It might shatter before it got a chance. He also thought about controlling the beasts from the distance, but the nurturing pile wasn't something that could be moved. Not easily, anyway. Dian needed to be there himself. Dian shrouded himself in 3 layers of protection. The first was the wyvern's saliva. He wanted to imitate the scent the beasts surrounding her territory would recognize. However, he didn't want to use her blood. If he did so, the beasts would believe she was injured and might try to take advantage. The second was his divine sense. He didn't know what level the beasts within this mountain range reached, but even if they managed to cultivate a soul and senses, it would still be impossible to detect him. He didn't believe any beast would have a stronger soul than himself. Finally, he tapped into his knife true weapon will and seemed to vanish from sight. Dian felt his body grow heavy. The atmosphere almost made him sink to the ground. The gravity here was at least 5 times that of the forest. He flashed forward at his fastest speed, switching to light-type chi to help this along. He took the very same route the wyvern had, leaping through sharp black rocks with a keen nimbleness. Dian sighed a breath of relief when he made it to the wyvern's lofty cave. His eyes shining when he laid eyes on what she had hidden. The 3 eggs were a given. Dian had been aware of their presence long ago. They were the reason he had chosen to target her and not any of the other several dozen beasts in this range. It was rather what these eggs were nestled into that caught Dian's attention. The nurturing pile. His arm, it could finally be healed. Dian hadn't been able to energy cultivate since he lost his meridians. Doing so would have ruined his balance and foundation. But now he didn't have to worry about it any longer. He could finally start taking advantage of the primordial energy in this world. Although the eggs had absorbed almost 50% of the energy within the nurturing pile, there was more than Dian needed for his purposes. A surge of holy-type chi entered his arm. Dian's body felt completely refreshed. Hidden imbalances due to the rigors of body refinement slowly balanced themselves out. Even without eating any of the wyvern's meat, he steadily approached 350 million gene. His body cultivation was now firmly within the middle 4th celestial realm. Dian took the nurturing pile and the eggs into his inner world, but before he turned to leave, he paused. The wyvern's personal cave was deeper than his divine sense had mapped. Coward would likely be the last word you used to describe Dian, and that was only after exhausting every other word commonly used in languages across the Martial Plain. So, when his eyes saw a path to a place his divine sense couldn't penetrate, his feet hardly paused for an instant before he moved forward. Though Dian could feel that his divine sense's upper limit had been restricted to 100 kilometers, in practice, the range was far smaller than this. It was as though the mountain range was filled with numerous barriers even his planet Chi couldn't penetrate. It made Dian understand why it was that the soul path fell so far out of favor even until his own time. One would think that since the soul was the basis of something so powerful, wills, intents, daos, and even laws, that there would be more emphasis placed on it. Even if it was true that the soul didn't translate to direct strength, it was the foundation that sustained many of the strengths cultivators called their own. But this world was like a tight slap to that reality. The soul was incredibly fragile here, as though the smallest matter could shatter it. If it wasn't for Dian's level of soul talent, his mind's eye might have suffered the same kind of backlash a clone of his would face by entering this space. Still, Dian wasn't willing to give up on the soul path, though his body was forcibly halting his progression. If it wasn't for his soul, he would be next to useless in this world. Even the weakest tribesman could make a joke out of him. He was heavily reliant on his soul now. Unfortunately, here was a path before him where his soul refused to work, where even all the belief in the world couldn't help this weak path sustain itself. Dian found himself shrouded by darkness as he slowly proceeded forward. He could feel a fierce tingling on his skin. It wasn't the kind brought about by an uncomfortable or sticky and gross feeling, but rather one felt from a large surge of static electricity. Dian was almost certain that this was the result of large stores of energy. Energy packed so densely that even his planet Chi couldn't find a place for itself. What a waste! Dian's heart skipped a beat. This place was a holy land for cultivation. No matter how much slower the excessive primordial energy made that process, this was an undeniable fact. Yet, these beasts didn't seem to use this energy for that purpose. At the very least, it didn't seem like so. Seeing a slowly brightening dim light in the distance, Dian approached it. His hand followed the rough wall to his side, maintaining his balance and guiding his path.
Soon, the light couldn't no longer be described as dim. It was growing intense, a blazing red. And what Diane saw when he finally reached forced his chest to almost collapse in on itself. Type stones. But they were unlike anything Diane had ever seen before. They didn't fall into the holy, bold, or light type categories he was used to. Instead, they were a blinding ruby color. They emitted such a heated pressure that Diane didn't trust his body to take another step forward. This mountain range. It was as though the type stones hidden deep within the earth were all pushed upward at once. What was once impossible to reach were all laid bare here. As a person of the mortal world, Diane understood the theory of tectonic plates. The issue was that a flat plane of land stretching millions of miles wasn't exactly the appropriate model for such a school of thought. Either way, the underlying principles had to be similar. Diane understood why mountain had the greatest and strongest beast populations now. Only mountains could provide access to type stones that were once so deep within the ground that even the beasts couldn't have imagined accessing them before. These ruby-type stones, they represented the wyvern's own personal store. But this was only one location. Could the entire mountain range have these type stones or type stones of a similar caliber hidden throughout? And this was only a relatively small mountain range. Even by Earth standards, before it grew explosively in size, it was small. It even appeared in a backwater region of numbered tribes. What would a larger, grander mountain range contain? Diane took another step forward. How would the wyvern even get here? The passage is too narrow for her body. Diane reached the edge of the sea of red light. It really felt as though he had stepped into a mine of rubies, except it felt as though he was standing at the edge of a volcano. So type stones can be like this too. Diane wasn't certain because he couldn't be certain. He wasn't sure if this was a fire-type stone, or if it was another energy that also gave off an oppressive heat. He couldn't help but think of the words of his master. Fire isn't the only thing that can be hot. For example, fire implies combustion, which implies the need for oxygen. But there is no oxygen in space. Yet aren't stars still hot? This was Diane's dilemma. He simply didn't know or understand what he was facing. It was easy to look at red and feel heat, then assume fire. But doing so might lead him to an early death. My beautiful daughter is home. A boisterous laughter filled a grand palace scene. A handsome, brown-skinned man with an oppressive vitality boomed with a voice that shook the whole of planet Shruti. One wouldn't expect anything less from Saru's father, especially with how doting he usually was. Saru, however, didn't seem to be in a very good mood. She had greatly matured. Before, her beauty was artificial. After all, what else could one expect after faking their age? However, the beauty she displayed now was her own. Her black hair shimmered with a silver vitality. Her delicate brown laid blemishless. Even if one scanned every inch, a single fault would be impossible to find. At the same time, her blue eyes shone like two twinkling pearls, hiding a cloudy but pure white within them that stood shrouded with a gentle blue. Meeting her gaze was like staring up at a bright sky. Her body was now that of a grown woman. She stood quite tall, about an inch taller than even Damaris, who was 6 feet 2 inches. However, her blue gown hid her figure. Or, rather, it was the shawl of white that covered her blue gown that did. Why was such a beautiful woman unhappy? For one, she was disappointed because the only person she wanted to see was nowhere to be found. Of course, she missed her family, but she had already spent several weeks with them, and her father was still acting like she had just returned. It was frustrating. But this was only minor. This wasn't enough for a princess, used to the etiquette of the court and a lady who had uprooted her life and moved to a completely new universe just for a trial, to display her unhappiness so clearly. No, the reason she was dissatisfied was because she had learned of the actions of the Sapientia. The Shruti clan queen pinched her husband's side, glaring at him in warning. Didn't this big oaf see his own daughter's dissatisfaction? Why had he insisted on throwing yet another banquet? We need to throw one for each one of my little girls' birthdays we missed, he says. How ridiculous. But when a king wants something done, it got done, even at the expense of his own daughter. Little sister, don't worry about that shameless old man. Sarah's elder brother grinned, wrapping his arm around his sister's slender shoulders. Come, praise your big brother. He did great deeds protecting your man. That deserves a kiss on the cheek, right? Even in what should have been a hall of nobles, Sara's elder brother still stood bare-chested. Though one could classify the gold chains around his neck as noble if you were really trying to give him points he didn't deserve. Saru's father's brows twitched at these words, stealing a glance toward a certain collection of individuals. Unfortunately, Saru's brother, Tej, didn't seem to notice his father's pleading glances. In fact, he shamelessly began to tell stories of things that never happened. Though it was true that he had gone to protect Diane at his little sister's request multiple times, in fact, Diane never seemed to need his help at all. But that wouldn't stop him from weaving grand tales. Seeing her elder brother act like this, Saru's frown gave way to a light smile before she began to laugh. It was a truly beautiful scene, akin to a flower awakening under the morning dew. Saru elbowed her brother's side. "Don't be ridiculous. I'm sure Diane has never even heard of you." Tej feigned a deep wound. "How could you say this? Me and Diane are like this." He twisted in fore and middle finger, wiggling them forward for emphasis. "Oh yeah? So if I asked him, he'd know you by name, Tej coughed. Of course. In the not-so-far distance, a man who was in fact just across the table from the two siblings felt his lips twitching uncontrollably. When Tej first brought up protecting Sara's man, he thought he was referring to how Tej had saved him. In fact, Tej had saved his life more times than he cared to count. It wasn't because Tej was so much more powerful than he was, but rather because they were in the same band of men. Though not as famous as the Heavenly Sword Guild, the Star Force, or the quickly rising Brotherhood of Guardians, they had a little fame for themselves. But to then hear them mention someone else by name, and for that name to be Diane of all names, he felt a crushing weight fall upon him from the skies above, destroying that small sliver of pride he had felt for but a small moment. The young man smiled bitterly to himself. It wasn't as though he didn't know. Tej had made the matter clear to him many times before. It was just that, in the martial world, matters of marriage were usually decided by parents, so although he never said anything when Tej warned him, somewhere deep inside, he felt that Saru would be his in the end, one way or another. But there was something too striking about seeing her clear rejection of him. He had hardly spent much time with her to begin with, but hearing her automatically assume that the man Tej was referring to was Diane and not himself, well, he wouldn't be much of a man himself if it didn't sting. Sometimes even matters like these weren't black and white. Tej quite liked this young man, heir of the fifth quadrant, Adonis Atlas. He was calm and steady, not to mention the fact he had a strong backbone and had never betrayed Tej's trust. Unfortunately for King Shruti, if he had wanted to control Sara's marriage, he should have never allowed her to learn that Heart Sutra. How had a clan who could control half of the 30th ranked quadrant become such close friends with the 5th ranked quadrant? Well, that's rather a matter of history. The Shruti and Atlas clan had been close friends for numerous generations. Their relationship had been growing a bit distant in recent times, namely due to the disparity in their strength. During the last generation, King Shruti and Adonis fathers, King Atlas generation, the gap widened even further. While King Atlas was a true god of the last generation, King Shruti remained an emperor, unable to leap that final hurdle. It wasn't for lack of effort, it was rather because he simply lacked the necessary talent. As a result, the Shruti managed to keep their middling rank while the Atlas clan shot upward from the mid-30s and into the lofty 5th position. This wasn't a rare instance. The birth of a true god practically guaranteed such an event. Just a few 10,000 years ago, the Shruti clan was actually ahead of the Atlas clan on the rankings, but a single true god flipped everything on its head. This was the value of a true god. But now, the clans had gained an opportunity to grow close once more. The Atlas clan had birthed a true god of the last generation, while the Shruti had finally birthed one of their own in Saru. If both clans used their past relationship as pretense, they could form a strong alliance headed into the future. Wars within the tower quadrants was frowned upon and only allowed within one's own quadrant. Intra-quadrant warfare was prohibited. Or else what reason would, for example, the Dyusho clan have to not claim the easy faith that was the 100th ranked quadrant? However, the ancient battlefield event was quickly approaching. Many smarter leaders knew that this peace would soon come to an abrupt end. If they didn't shore their defenses and prepare, they could get caught with their pants down. This matter was made even worse by the actions of the Kitsune who the Shruti shared their quadrant with. King Shruti had spent the past several years walking on eggshells,
wondering just what it is that they were planning. The Kitsune had inexplicably closed themselves off from the world. They had even allowed the Shruti to conquer all of their border gates without putting up any ounce of resistance. But while that should have made King Shruti happy, it actually made him anxious.
This was why he wanted to solidify his alliance with the Atlas clan. They were a noble family who valued friendship. Even in the face of his weakness, King Atlas never looked down on him and always treated him like a brother.
It was also clear to King Shruti that King Atlas had raised his son with the same values. This reassured him that this partnership would be great. Although Adonis wasn't a true god like his father, he was still an upper echelon emperor, just like Tej was. In addition, King Atlas obviously wasn't going to die anytime soon. Once Saru matured, they'd have 2 true god-level experts as their backbone, and that would leave them all reassured. But here was his daughter, living off in some fantasy land. Sure, he was aware that it was partially his fault for allowing her to learn that sutra at such a young age, and sure he knew that the sutra and his daughter's instincts could be trusted. But the matter of hierarchy within the martial world was too important.
And Dian had far too lofty a status for his daughter. According to reason, attaching oneself to a clan with a higher existence protecting them was the smarter choice. But King Shruti was not this kind of man.
For one, he refused to abandon his friendship with the Atlas clan just because a better choice had appeared. And secondly, he didn't want his daughter to just become one of a powerful man's many wives. Saru deserved a man who put his soul into her and only her.
Adonis would have to do this whether he wanted to or not, purely because Saru would one day be far stronger than he was. However, a wrench had been thrown into his plans. Who would have expected a genius of his caliber to actually have such a good heart at the same time?
Shouldn't all geniuses be evil, womanizing bastards at their core? Except for my little girl, of course. Damn it heavens. Couldn't you have given that boy some glaring flaws little Saru's sutra could see right through? King Shruti lamented his misfortune, feeling a massive headache coming on.
He still didn't understand how a boy from that weak universe had suddenly gotten himself higher existence as a backer. Maybe he was like Saru and had gone there for a trial. Suddenly, King Shruti felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned to see a grinning young man who seemed to be in his mid-20s. But he knew clearly that this man was actually his age. It was none other than King Atlas. Didn't I tell you to leave these matters to the kids? You're always so stubborn. King Shruti rubbed his nose awkwardly. It had indeed been him who insisted on marrying their households together.
Aren't you and my little sister enough? King Atlas winked at Queen Shruti. Our households are already as one. That's what I said. But this one doesn't listen.
Apparently, I'm not good enough for him. He needs little nephew Adonis too. Queen Shruti seemed adept at playing the little girl role when her elder brother was around as she pouted. King Shruti's headache grew worse. He always hated when these 2 siblings started to bully him. Let's talk about something different, King Atlas turned serious. We need to deal with the kitsune problem you're facing quickly. With the coming wave, having a knife at your back is the worst possible outcome. King Shruti frowned. Do you know something? King Atlas sighed.
Yes, but for reasons I can't explain, it's impossible to tell you. I think we should attack sooner rather than later. Like this, the 11th welcoming banquet held in just as many days became a war council.
From the intel we gathered before all information was perfectly sealed, Head Void died under unknown circumstances. Though we have a few clues. King Shruti spoke. The atmosphere turned serious. Since this was the 11th banquet King Shruti had held, it had dwindled in size considerably. Other than himself, his wife, his 2 children, not to mention King Atlas, his wife, and Adonis, there was only Sarah's Death Guard Eleanor Hanu, present.
Months prior to their lockdown, reports stated that they used the void tunnel we commissioned the construction of for little Saru's trial. In all likelihood, their destination at the time was either the same as little Saru's or very close.
We know that Head Void led a group of Void clan disciples personally, all of whom were excellent celestial warriors. But none of them came back. Soon afterward, the now-dead Head Void's son, Kaori Void, forcibly took control of the Kitsune clans using their ancestors' command token. However, this was only after being elected the next Head Void by garnering the support of 2 geniuses that should have been his competitors, 4th Elder Nobu Void and 5th Elder Midori Void. King Shruti sighed. We don't have much information other than this.
We weren't worried initially, because we thought there would be some leaks. But They really sealed themselves off. King Atlas frowned. Why did you assume this? It's not like you to make such a reckless mistake. King Shruti shook his head. Kaori Void is the father of Aki Void, a young man who was publicly humiliated and kidnapped by another young man you might have heard of, Dian Sacharo. Ah! King Atlas nodded in understanding. You didn't believe that a father would give up on finding his son so easily, but Kaori was more heartless than you assumed, right? I thought that he would still release some feelers in hopes of finding his son. Not to mention the fact that even if he was unwilling, two other Kitsune clan geniuses, Masako Heaven and Jinjiken, were also kidnapped on that day. I thought he'd face some internal pressure from their clans as well, but everything has surprisingly remained tight-lipped. The room fell into a light silence. What purpose did True God Sacharo have for kidnapping those three in the first place? Adonis chimed in. No one here had the answer to that question. It was quite silly to ask. But it wasn't entirely useless. There might be some use in finding out. It's possible that he wanted to mold them into spies. Or maybe they're being tortured for disrespecting his wife.
Dian does have quite a temper when it comes to protecting his women. Tej laughed. It's too late to use them as spies now either way. The Kitsune would be fools to accept those three now. It's likely that True God Sacharo was caught off guard by their actions too.
He lost the window to make use of them thanks to Kaori's decisive actions. Adonis said, This Kaori shouldn't be underestimated. King Atlas frowned. We can't allow him to take the initiative any longer. It's been about 10 years since they sealed themselves from the world.
That's not enough time for any sort of drastic change in absolute strength, but it is enough time for a change in functional strength. We can't forget that the Kitsune are a supreme grade of beasts.
They're suffering from a small drought in talent right now, but they're fundamentally on the same level as dragons. If this Kaori was confident enough to make use of something as rare as that token, it means he had other plans. Unlike other beasts, the Kitsune legacy hasn't been cut off yet.
We either join hands with them or we destroy them. There's no in-between. So we should declare war. King Shruti decided. Not half-heartedly either. If things aren't dealt with now, we'll only face further problems in the future. Allowing an enemy to bide their time like this is the worst sin.
My Atlas clan can't support you openly due to the restrictions we'll face until that turning point comes. But a baseline of support isn't impossible. Namely, we'll help you develop little Saru. She'll need to grow powerful incredibly quickly. Just like all of the other true gods in their time, Saru had just exited and was still a first-stage saint. She was far from making an impact despite her talent. She needed to grow. There's really no need to worry about this so much, Saru said offhandedly. Numerous eyebrows raised toward Saru. But the young girl herself was thinking back to a memory from over 20 years ago. It was a young man, kneeling before two beautiful women, making a promise that rung in her ears even to this day. Following that, the young man entered a rage-like state. He ripped the enemy that dared to harm those two women limb from limb like a mindless beast. It should have been a memory that made one shiver with fear, but whenever Saru thought about it, she smiled, a deep warmth spreading in her chest. There'll come a time where no even dares to threaten you too. Those were the words he said. We can start the war. Saru continued with a smile. But since they dared to touch her, we won't be the ones to finish it. Dian was completely oblivious to Saru's trust in him. Quite frankly, as heartless as it sounds, he had forgotten about the little girl turned grown woman. The last time he even thought of her name was when he realized that his defeating her during the world tournament likely had more to do with her facing suppression than his own strength. Not that she was any match for him now, but she was very much correct. Dian had no intention of letting the matters with the Kitsune clan slide. He had placed them to the back of his mind because he lacked the strength to do what he needed to do, but he would never forget the slight we faced at their hands. Not only did they harm his wife, they had the audacity to attack his home planet as though they were the victims. He would never let such a thing go. As of now, Aki, Masako, and Jin were still training under Dian. Quite frankly, their level of dissatisfaction toward him had probably dwindled down to near nothing. Though they had little to no freedom, they were receiving more resources than they could have ever imagined before. Although he wouldn't give them the same treatment he gave his mother-in-law, Kawa, and allow them to become celestial foxes.
It had to be remembered that kitsune were supreme beasts all on their own. Though their bodies were weak, they more than made up for it with astounding energy cultivation talent. Aki was probably putting his all into training to pay Diane back for castrating him and was probably the one among the three that would never forgive Diane, but that wouldn't stop Diane from using him. This aside, Diane wasn't thinking about any of these things currently. Instead, his eyes were trained on a sea of ruby crystals. Diane stretched his arm out, his eyes blazing with a black flame as he slowly communicated with his chaos flames. Ha! Diane's eyes widened with surprise as he quickly snuffed the flame out.
He felt that if he had hesitated for even one more moment, he would have lost control of it entirely. What? He had expected his wills to be far weaker here, so he had avoided using them entirely. Or rather, he hadn't seen much of a point in using them.
But his flames were actually so powerful that he nearly killed himself. That can't be. My spatial will was incredibly weak here last time I checked. Diane's frown deepened. One of the first things he noticed when he came to this world was that his spatial chi was weak. He had assumed that, much like everything else, his wills were simply weaker in this world. Is it just my flames?
Is it because of this place?
Or is it everywhere? Diane tried communicating with his spatial will, but the results shocked him. How? His spatial will was so powerful that he felt he could leave this region and enter another with absolute ease. In fact, he could blink a much further distance here than he could even in his mortal world.
Wait, is this because of me?
Or is it because of Little Ian? Diane's spatial will comprehension was no longer his own. Instead, he had abolished his own comprehension and relied on Little Ian's.
The issue was that even with Little Ian by his side on the mortal plane, Diane could travel further without Little Ian here. It didn't make any sense. Diane's gaze turned toward the sea of rubies. Was it these?
Logically, it had to be, right?
What else changed between now and the last time Diane tried to use his wills in this world? However, something felt off to Diane. The issue was that this heated red energy wasn't responding to his wills. His instinct was telling him that the power of his wills was only related to himself and nothing else.
If this red energy was interfering, he would have definitely felt the change in chi fluctuations. But he hadn't felt anything like that. There was another matter too. Currently, Diane could comfortably stand at 350 million gene, but that still only represented 35% of his strength. So, how is it that he could perform better with his wills right now despite not having 65% of his power?
Diane's heart palpitated. Could my soul be not as useless as I thought it was? There was one observation Diane made while he was in this world that interested him greatly. When he used his creation array, the objects he built were far stronger here than they would be on the mortal plane. Diane immediately understood why when he noticed this. The building blocks of the ancient battlefield were stronger than the building blocks of the mortal plane.
Whether it was the trees that grew, or the mountains that formed, or even the ground beneath their feet, everything was far sturdier here. That was when Diane remembered the basis of will comprehension. One used their souls to communicate with the heavens and borrow its power. That was how cultivators used wills. To Diane, it made sense then that his wills were weaker. The connection this space had with the heavens was incredibly thin, resulting in everything from cultivation to the execution of techniques being far more difficult. However, Diane realized something.
It wasn't that the heavens were weak here, it was rather that it wasn't the heavens he was used to. The heavens of the Chaos era was completely different from the heavens of the mortal era. It used a different language, so to speak. But what remained the same from the very beginning of time to the very end were wills. Not only was will comprehension the very same in the Chaos era, the building blocks of energy used to manifest said will was far stronger in this space, resulting in Diane's wills being more powerful to an obscene extent. The only issue that remained was just why hadn't Diane realized this prior? Not only had he not noticed, but he had actually assumed the opposite. What had changed between the last time Diane used his wills in this world and now? The answer was simple. Diane's soul had broken into the Tao realm. In the past, Diane's soul was in the celestial realm. In fact, the last time he had used his wills here, he had only just comprehended comet chi. It was a far stretch from the planet chi he now wielded. Simply put, he wasn't equipped to communicate with the wills of this world because his soul was too weak.
In fact, the fact he could communicate with wills at all was a testament to just how overbearing his soul talent was.
I actually fell for the same trick twice. Dian almost slapped his own forehead. First he thought he was unable to cultivate in this world, when the reality was that cultivation was just far harder.
Then he thought that using his wills here was useless, when the reality was that his wills made him the strongest existence in this region. He actually believed that he was nothing but cannon fodder here and could only command from the back, when the truth was that he should have been a frontline soldier. If Dian hadn't decided to probe these ruby-type stones first, who knew how long it would have taken him to realize his error?
The heavens would never create something useless. The soul path was abandoned in the Chaos era because it was too difficult to cultivate, but the rewards one received at the end were just as if not more astronomical than one would receive for any other path. The heavens like to play games. These thoughts rang in Dian's head again and again. To expect a cultivator to reach to the Tao realm before reaping any of their rewards, wasn't that too much? No, it might be even worse than that. Dian's soul was far stronger than the average individual. For all he knew, others needed to comprehend star chi before reaching his level. The heavens were too cruel. Still, despite thinking this, the grin on Dian's face grew wider and wider. His path forward had suddenly become easier. He was slowly understanding the rules of this ancient game. What Dian didn't know was that this realization wasn't a normal boon for him. It would be the difference between him dying an early death and surviving. Because those existences that sensed his flash of soul chi wouldn't remain idle for much longer. In fact, Dian's actions would soon be exposed precisely due to that event. Hours ticked by. By now, Dian had entered the sea of the rubies himself, his confidence far higher than it had been before. He had slowly begun to understand the type stone before him. As though Dian's thoughts were infallible, the ruby-type stone wasn't centered around fire at all. It was instead a volatile, explosive chi that reminded Dian a lot of ancient aurora stones. Before Abraxas tamed aurora chi, it had actually once been incredibly violent, not to mention red, just like these rubies.
One of Abraxas' greatest lamentations was actually that aurora chi lost much of its strength after being tamed, which resulted in the soul path remaining weaker in comparison to other paths. These type stones weren't aurora stones, though. From what Dian could tell, they were a type stone that increased attacking potency. Not just speed of attack, but strength as well. Originally, Dian wanted to categorize it as a light type stone of the Saint grade, but their characteristics were too different. For one, these type stones were too dangerous to use on a large scale, unlike light type stones. As a result, though it could theoretically increase speed, it wasn't wise to use it this way. Instead, it was better for short bursts to boost concise and well-timed attacks. In addition, this type stone had a disintegrating or destruction characteristic to it. It worked a lot like nuclear energy from Dian's home world. It was constantly undergoing fission and fusion, which was likely where all of the heat was coming from. This made this energy a massive double-edged sword. On the one hand, it could explosively increase your own attack power, but on the other, it was like a ticking time bomb hidden away in your body. Suddenly, Dian felt very thankful that he didn't end up throwing his chaos flames into such a space. Let alone himself, it was likely the whole region would implode. Luckily, though this energy, while acted like nuclear energy in practice, it was actually far more stable. It would only react violently when it was extracted from its crystal stone encasing. I'll call you all explosive type stones. You'll be quite useful. Mining type stones became far easier for Dian after he realized the strength of his wills. The glowing of the cave dimmed from its bright red to a more bland black as Dian collected more and more. Soon, he couldn't dig further, even with his newfound strength, and decided to leave. But, as luck would have it, he found an uninvited guest at the other end of the tunnel. Or, maybe he was the uninvited guest in this situation. The yellow slit eyes of a black-blue wyvern stared toward Dian menacingly. As expected, the tunnel was too narrow for the wyverns to enter, but that didn't stop them from blocking the path out. That said, maybe the Dian of a few hours ago would be nervous in this situation. But the Dian of now felt his blood boil with anticipation. He had been cooped up for too long, doubting his own combat prowess and hiding behind the auxiliary abilities of his soul. But that wasn't the way of the Titan Emperor. A fiendish grin spread across Diane's face.
His blood pumped, the thumping of his heart resonating so loudly that the low growls of the male wyvern were completely drowned out. When Diane first awoke his Titan diamond body, his blood had turned from a crimson red to a royal blue.
Though he still bled red, his blood was much different from other humans fundamentally. As time passed and his body grew stronger, his blood began to change once more. What once were small flecks of bronze became strands, and strands soon became entire currents. If one looked into Diane's body, it would seem as though rivers of ambrosia coursed through his veins, pumping his body with vitality. Diane stretched his palm out. If others saw this scene, they would think Diane had lost his mind. He was facing a beast more powerful than one that took several hours of planning to take on just earlier in the day with such a casual expression. To make matters worse, his hand was now just half a meter from the snout of the wyvern.
Was he really so intent on losing the hand he just regained so quickly? Whirl, spiral, a concentrated burst of green wind twirled around Diane's palm. He didn't even register the odd change because he was completely focused on controlling the massive power that flowed through him.
Wind had always been colorless. Though Diane's half-step Dao was a light green color, the wind it produced wasn't so. The wyvern had already flinched at Diane's loud beating heart, but seeing this odd phenomena form before it, it suddenly felt that its easy victory had slipped from it. It had felt something odd several hours ago. One of its many mating partners and one of the few strong enough to birth its children had inexplicably let out a battle cry. As a male, it was his duty to protect his females, but this particular mate was quite rowdy.
She hated it when he interfered in her fights, so he planned to check on the situation after letting some time pass. At least then she couldn't blame him. But when he came here, though he smelt the scent of his woman, she was nowhere to be seen. To make matters worse, their children were gone.
He had been especially monitoring this litter because he couldn't allow any males to grow up. Considering how rowdy their mother was, if she birthed a son, he would definitely challenge his authority. So he was lying in wait. If they were females, everything would be okay.
But if they were males, they would be his next meal. To his surprise, there really was a male here. But this male didn't smell like one of his children. Plus, he was walking out of that hole that mate of his never let him poke around. It didn't matter to him, though. Another male in his territory, and in his mate's den, no less? He would rip him apart, then question that woman for daring to think that having another man was an option for her. These were all the thoughts of the male wyvern before he suddenly found himself shooting backward at blinding speeds, his body spinning and whirling in the air. Diane looked down at his hand, a hand responsible for sending a 15-meter-long wyvern flying with absolute ease. It's definitely much more difficult to control. The shocking part was that Diane knew he could bring out more power, if only he had more control. Unfortunately, he was forced to place an artificial restriction on himself so that he didn't accidentally inflict himself with irreparable injury. Diane made a note to himself to only use chi manipulation techniques he had mastered to the one with self-realm. Whirl and spiral both fell under this category, both being peak common-grade chi manipulation techniques. Whirl was a chi-focusing technique that allowed one to output a massive amount of energy into a tight central point. Spiral increased the force of chi output by utilizing centripetal force. Together, it led to quite a formidable result. But it truly tested Diane's upper limits of concentration. However, this was yet another advantage Diane had in this world. But this advantage wasn't due to himself. Because his main body was currently in calming lake, he could simply devour the streams of consciousnesses around himself in order to replenish his mental energy. Essentially, he could train his chi control without limit as long as his soul stamina held up, that is. Boom! The wyvern's massive black-blue scaled body flew from the cave's mouth and crashed into the mountain range. Because the materials of the ancient battlefield were so sturdy, the male wyvern's inner organs shook violently, causing it to cough up buckets of violet blood. Diane stepped out of the cage and into the air, light green wind whipping around him at blinding speeds. If he could send such a large wyvern flying, sustaining his flight for a small moment wasn't much of a problem for him at all. The loud crash would no doubt alert the other beasts of this mountain range. But Diane was no longer afraid. Though he wouldn't claim to be able to defeat every beast in this mountain range alone, he was certain there no longer existed one here that could threaten his life, not at this depth anyway.
Since that was the case, he might as well form a legion of wyverns. His goals had changed. Before, conquering a single region in a 2-year span was enough for him. But with his new discoveries, he wouldn't be satisfied even if he conquered 10 in that same span. The male wyvern's roar shook the mountain range. It pushed off, leaping up toward Dian at terrifying speed. Unfortunately for it, Dian's spatial will flickered, sending him clear of the enraged wyvern. His palm shot forward again. A brilliant crystalline formation appeared, glittering beautifully directly in the wyvern's path. Since flight was impossible in this world, well, almost impossible considering Dian's current feat, the wyvern had no chance to change directions. Let's try this. Bold-type chi awakened within Dian's body. In that instant, atmospheric chi responded to Dian's call, bending under his presence and bowing to his will. The wyvern slammed into the wall of crystal, its sorry figure reflecting backward even faster than it came.
So that works too. Interesting.
Just now, Dian had utilized his silver mirror constitution in conjunction with bold-type chi and his crystal will to reflect the wyvern's own leaping ability against itself. Bold-type chi was able to give his silver mirror constitution an inconceivable boost in ability while crystal will was able to amplify things to the extreme. The result was something that made even Dian feel bad for the wyvern who was currently a mangled mess strewn about on numerous jagged rocks. Of course, the result was so great because Dian used Saint Grade Bold-type energy and the fact his crystal will, something he usually neglected, was so much more powerful here. Dian had planned to use the wyvern to experiment with his power some more, but it looked like it had lost its battle prowess with just 2 strikes. The scary part was that chi was still incredibly difficult to manipulate in this world. It was a bit easier when Dian focused on just one type instead of trying to gather conventional chi, but it was still difficult nonetheless. Yet, despite only being able to gather a small amount of bold-type chi, the result was so exaggerated. Though he couldn't experiment with the pitiful wyvern anymore, he had learned something else. Sensing and manipulating chi in this space was far easier when you had some of it already. For example, just now, Dian had switched the light-type chi he entered the mountain range with to bold-type chi. Not just that, he went from essence-grade light-type chi to saint-grade bold-type chi. He found that not only did having a similar type chi within his meridians make sensing and using the same chi easier, the higher grade of that type chi he had, the easier it became. Dian hadn't been able to manipulate atmosphere light-type chi when he had the essence-grade version within him. But, the moment he used the Saint-grade bold-type chi from the female wyvern's nurturing pile, it was as though a doorway had opened up for him, one that hadn't been there before. It gave Dian numerous ideas he could experiment with in the future. Dian looked down. He had been planning on taking another glance at the mangled male wyvern just to see whether it would be better to eat him or if he was worth healing and adding to his wyvern army, but something else caught his attention. Green. The color of his wills wasn't something Dian paid attention to normally because their colors were obvious. However, there were some colorless wills. For example, his wind will or his music will. That said, his wind and music will had colorful half-step das. His wind will had a light, gentle green for it while his music will was a rainbow of color. The first thought Dian had when he saw the green wind wrapping around him was that the color was an exact match of his half-step Dao. This ancient battlefield just keeps getting more and more interesting. Dian realized he had to approach this world differently. This entire time he had been treating these lands like another reality, but this wasn't the case. This was a game. Though it was a game he could lose his life in, it was a game nonetheless. This didn't mean that Dian would start taking this place as a joke, but rather meant the opposite. He had to take it more seriously. He had to stop treating it like a world he already knew all the rules of because he didn't. The most frustrating part about ancient games was the inability for individuals to share the rules with one another. Not only did you have to strategize to win, you also had to slowly comprehend the rules you were strategizing around. Dian had already made numerous mistakes in this world, assuming things he shouldn't have. However, if he had approached this place like the ancient game it was, knowing he had to tease apart the hidden rules that shaped its landscape himself, he likely wouldn't have made those mistakes. All right, I'll play then. The roars of numerous beasts entered Dian's ears, causing him to smile. Before, he thought that building a fort in these mountains was a pipe dream. He could only avoid them. But now he had decided that this place would be his anchor to set a fire through the ancient battlefield. Though it wouldn't be immediate, it was definitely a goal for the future.
Dian sent a mental command to the cobras and bronzed, telling them to eat the female wyverns' remains to their heart's content. He had something else to feast on. Though Dian said that he could just absorb a stream of consciousness to sustain his mental energy as he pleased, the reality was that his main body was struggling.
He had only made it halfway through the second tier, being just as slow as he was previously, but his mind was quaking as he continued forward. It wasn't that Dian couldn't feel this within the ancient battlefield, it was rather that he ignored the feeling entirely.
It was similar to pushing through a day of work despite having a mind-splitting migraine. Even still, Dian's masochistic tendencies toward his main body didn't slow as he turned the small mountain range into a living hell. The wyverns that had arrogantly ruled this place for so long became nothing but Dian's cannon fodder. It was to the point where Dian wondered if there was even a point to do this. If he really was so powerful here, did he even need to build an army? But he shook such thoughts off immediately. He could tolerate mistakes that assumed himself to be weaker than he truly was, but assuming himself to be stronger than he truly was a far worse sin. If he overestimated himself, only death awaited.
In addition, Dian had yet to enter the depths of the mountain range. If he had to describe the wyvern's strength, it was about 20% stronger than his mate, who was about 50% more powerful than the female cobra and queen working in tandem.
By Dian's estimates, Queen could officially display the strength of a lower Dao expert on the mortal plane. So the wyvern's strengths were not a joke. They were at least on the verge of breaking the middle Dao barrier, though such labels were meaningless here.
This sort of insane strength leap made Dian almost doubt that his current strength was only a product of his soul and the building blocks of the ancient battlefield. Maybe it was related to his bloodline and constitution as well. The more Dian thought about it, the more it made sense.
Ri's constitution world gave her control over the elven race, numerous beast species they had subdued in the past, the fairies, and even the world tree. Madeline constitution world explosively increased her cultivation speed, putting even the celestial beasts to shame. If she wasn't currently in a coma, maybe she would have already approached the peak celestial barrier. Orcus constitution world was a haven for refining corpses and a hub for death chi. Plus, it could be used more freely than the former two mentioned constitution worlds. It worked more similarly to Dian's inner world. How unfair would it be if Dian's constitution world was the ancient battlefield every other genius would be entering anyway in just 112 years? Did that even make sense?
He had to share the benefits of his constitution's world with others? Sure, he had a head start. And sure, the descent of the ancient battlefield was rare. This would only be its third descent ever, so maybe he was just a bit unlucky. But something about that just didn't sit right with him.
One had to remember that Dian's constitution world wouldn't have even opened up for him under normal circumstances. It was only because he forced the issue and entered the Bronze Silk realm that it happened so early. If not, it would have been a repeat of the last timeline and he would have missed his best chance to take advantage of his world. As Dian was thinking of this mystery, he didn't stop scouring the mountain range. He knew there was no point in dwelling on this unfairness. Since when were the heavens fair with him? After subduing the male wyvern, the female mates and the betas of his pride naturally fell under his rule as well. There were 2 more wyvern eggs, bringing his total to 5, plus 7 females and 2 males, though both males were castrated and heavily handicapped. Dian wondered why the male wyvern left them around at all. While he didn't find another mine of type stones within the caves of the subordinate wyverns, he did find one, as expected, in the cave of their alpha. Much like the female wyvern, it was located in a tunnel too narrow for their bodies to enter. But it stored the very type stones Dian had been looking for this whole time. Saint-grade holy type stones. Dian understood immediately why the male wyvern chose this cave. Considering how often he likely had to battle to protect his pride and his territory, not to mention his many mates, having a place he could enter that sped up his healing speed was invaluable.
Unfortunately, he didn't know how to manipulate chi and as such could only rely on the passive healing abilities of the stones. These stones will bring the 6th floor of the Sage Tower to an entirely new level. If I can bring them out, that is. Dian shook his head and collected the stones.
There were about 5,000 to 6,000 of them. By Dian's estimation, if he drained them all, It would be the equivalent to about 5 to 6 times the amount of holy type energy he siphoned from the bullbird's nurturing pile and half the amount within the female wyvern's pile. It was a great boon. Dian looked toward the depths of the mountain range, but decided against continuing forward. He understood that mountains were appealing in this world because they brought up type stones hidden deep with the earth. Since he was on the outer edges, he was still within what would be considered shallow earth. But within the depths, greater type stones would be found, and greater beasts would follow. Dian didn't allow his greed or recent windfall to blind him. He focused ahead on 3 tasks. First, he had to raise the 5 wyvern eggs. Only by raising beasts from infancy could he groom them to be capable of using chi. Queen and the female cobra were only weaker than the female wyvern because Dian could only provide essence-grade chi to them. Once he began feeding them saint-grade chi, even 10 female wyverns wouldn't be their match. Secondly, he had to train himself. Since he couldn't focus on his soul for obvious reasons, he had to accelerate the growth of his body and his wills. His wills were currently a great strength of his, but he could only use a small portion of them because his control was limited. He had to improve. This would also greatly help his will comprehension, and he could potentially break into the Tao realm with several wills under this pressure. As for his body, Dian knew he needed to grow its strength quickly, namely because of his overbearing soul. He directly killed the 2 crippled male wyverns while he allowed the alpha wyvern to eat a few dozen holy type stones to recover. After feasting on the crippled male wyverns, Dian's bodily strength shot up considerably. After soothing and nurturing his growth with holy type chi, his body finally shot past the 500 million gene mark. The bodily strength of a wyvern was far more than he could have imagined. If it wasn't for the purpose of using them in his army, he would have eaten the remaining 8 wyverns too. The third task Dian set his mind to was something he had completely ignored simply because he thought he didn't have the strength to even think about. Within Orcus' legacy, he left a map to his stores of battle corpses. One of those locations was on the ancient battlefield. The very same place Orcus found the baby skull of the Pride clan genius that comprehended the path of nihility. As Dian was laying his claim to the ancient battlefield, the Mortal Alliance wasn't stalling in his absence. If anything, they were trying even harder. Dian had made matters clear during the last mortal meeting. This time, war would be happening whether they wanted it to or not come 2 years from now. Before, Dian didn't really have the means of convincing them with reason. His only reason for pushing war beforehand was the entity. He knew he couldn't just sit on his hands. Earth was practically a ticking time bomb that only more strength would be able to defuse. The issue was that anyone who had even the faintest inkling about how the minds of humans function knew that using a problem that wouldn't manifest for several 100,000 years as a catalyst for action would never work. Because of the way Dian formed the rules of the Mortal Alliance, he couldn't unilaterally declare war alone. Though he had by far the most power, it was much more balanced than other quadrants. As much as he wanted to simply take the reins and control everything, Dian knew that that method would be detrimental in the long run. He wanted to foster an environment that gave his subordinates power and a path to grasp said power. Only by doing this would they try their hardest. Dian couldn't do everything alone. He needed powerful individuals under him. So he had no choice but to choose this approach. Luckily, the ancient battlefield gave Dian the perfect excuse. While he knew that it would only descend after 112 years, everyone else believed that it was right around the corner. Dian used this to make the clan heads realize that there was no choice. If they didn't raise their faith quickly, their future would come to an abrupt end. Like this, yet another fire was lit under the clans of the Mortal Alliance. Not only did they have to worry about the end of the first-tier clan probationary period that was rapidly approaching, they now also had to strengthen their foundations so that they could properly claim military merits once the war began. They all understood that war wasn't only a place of death, it was a place to change their destinies. The clans that would rule the Mortal Alliance and the clans that would end up at the bottom rung of their alliance would all be decided with the next war. Did they want their descendants to live by walking on eggshells? Or did they want their descendants to strut with their heads held high? This was the environment Dian fostered. The first clan of note wasn't a clan at all, but rather a collection of them, the elves. Ree forced herself to leave Dian's side. Though she was worried, she knew that she was of no help simply watching him struggle. Every time his brows furrowed, she felt a pang in her heart. but she steeled herself. Since she had decided to take on the role as Elven Queen, she did as much. Before Diane's appearance, the Elven Kingdom was in shambles.
Orphans were without homes, there were massive divides and competition between pillar clans, and an infestation of hopelessness infiltrated their culture. The elves had lost their pride. Though Diane's father-in-law, King Acacia, blamed himself for much of this, and likely rightfully so, the reality was that this wasn't entirely his fault. The elves had lost their path long ago. King Acacia's actions only worsened the matter. Now, much of the administrative matters were dealt with thanks to the structure the Mortal Alliance provided. However, the elves were still facing a culture issue that couldn't be solved in a few days. Rhi had a massive task ahead of her. The first thing she did was rip down the prior structure and rebuilt it using Diane's vision. Firstly, her father officially stepped down as king, doing away with the title. Rhi was thus named clan matriarch. The second aspect was a matter of optics and the first step in reforging the way the elves saw themselves. The elves would no longer be known as the Elven Kingdom, they would be known as the Elven Clan. Not the Elven Clans, but the Elven Clan. The third action Rhi took was the disbanding of the various academies and guilds. Though she wanted the elves to have their own sense of pride and identity, she didn't want this to be at the expense of the holistic culture of the Mortal Alliance. By tearing those structures down and fusing the elves with the alliance, the differences between greater and lesser elven clans would become smaller. These matters became easier with little Lila by Rhi's side. A true empath and the Elven Queen standing hand in hand made any discontent fall on deaf ears. Despite doing this, Rhi knew that these issues would be slowly fixed with the influence of the Mortal Alliance over time. This was just how Diane and Clara designed to be. What the elves needed most wasn't just cultural reform, but strength. What better way could there be for the elves to regain their confidence if not by displaying their strength? Luckily, Rhi had the perfect method of doing so. Elves were known for the beast-taming abilities, but the duty of the Elven Queen was a step beyond that. Not only should she quell the beasts under her command, but it was also her duty to nurture the growth of the elves. That day, the projection of a mighty tree appeared on planet Sol. What once was already an atmosphere filled with life and vitality took yet another massive step forward as the illusory image of the world tree appeared. Elves were born with strong constitutions. From the very first time Diane stepped foot in the Elven Kingdom, he learned that elves were innately born with bodies the equivalent of Earth-grade constitutions. As for the Matilde clan, they who hadn't lost much of their strength were innately born with bodies that stood on par with heaven-grade constitutions. These matters shouldn't be taken literally. There was a reason there were only 33 constitutions, 11 for each grade. They were incredibly rare. Even a mere Earth-grade constitution was enough to help a genius rise up to the upper echelons of the martial world. What this truly represented was simply a baseline of strength. Their bodies couldn't be described as normal, and as such, the most apt comparison was provided by those with constitutions. The best way to describe it was that elves were gifted with the bodily upgrade those with constitutions had, but lacked the unique abilities that truly made a constitution a constitution. For example, Ava's silver mirror constitution innately thickened her chi, giving it great defensive properties. In addition, her meridians were appropriately reinforced in order to withstand this thickened chi. An elf might have a reinforced meridian wall, but wouldn't be able to thicken their chi or use it defensively. In addition, their meridians wouldn't be as thick as an individual with Ava's constitution either. They essentially had bodies a step above normal cultivators, but not as great as those with constitutions. This made the few elves that did have constitutions stronger than even normal humans who had the same constitution. Somehow, still, a clan with such talent had actually fallen so far. It was because they had forgotten what it truly meant to be elves. Rhi knew she had to take action to fix this, so she called down the world tree for help. It wasn't a simple matter to send a projection of itself into this world, but luckily, this was where the vaults of treasures the elves left behind came into play. One of these treasures was a simple tree branch. Upon first inspection, it looked no different from a random twig one might find in a dense forest. But that was only as long as it remained into its crystalline container. The moment it was taken out, it emitted such a rich, natural, and soothing energy that one would feel decades younger just being by it. This wasn't just any twig. It was one of the roots of the world tree. With a piece of itself here, coupled with the rich life energy given off by the life stone,
the world tree succeeded to sustaining a projection of itself. The world tree was filled with the natural energy that made elves so great at beast taming and was linked to their absolute power. Soul nature. It was a matter only higher existences had the right to reflect on. Even Orcus, who had been just a soul for so long, had only succeeded in partially grasping his soul nature. It represented a strength of the soul that stood above all others, a matter that could only be grasped once you had stepped upon the path of birthing your own nascent soul. Unless you were an elf, that is. Elves do not have to reflect upon their soul nature. They are innately born with one. Or rather, they should be. It is this reason why true empaths tend to be born in their race, enough for their rules around their leadership to be shaped by them. It is for this reason their beast-taming abilities stand a level above that of others. This is the true power of a race that ruled an era. Titans were known for their overbearing bodies. Angels were known for their overbearing magic and chi. And elves, they were known for their souls. Still, elves were a special race, one that gained their power by relying on their connection with others. Their affinity for the elements and nature largely came from their contracts with the fairies. The Elven Queen's sovereign path was taken from their contracts with the dragons. Matters like this and related to this could be seen everywhere within their race. As one might expect, their soul nature didn't come directly from themselves either. Instead, it came from the world tree. It was it the elves were birthed from, and it was it that bestowed upon them their greatest power. With the disappearance of the Elven Queen and the weakening of elven faith, not only had their bodies fallen from their former lofty standards, they had lost this soul nature. But now, the world tree had appeared once more, towering upon planet Sol with a majestic green light. As the elves were once more grasping the strength that made them rulers of an era, Ree wasn't the only one of Diane's wives moving. Both Clara and Amphory had taken a weighted responsibility on their shoulders, Clara with the mortals and Amphory with the Picals. Clara's task was the more difficult of the two, slowly integrating mortal world culture with that of the martial world. But that wasn't all she did. Rather, she wanted to show the martial world what the mortal world could do for it. The Mortal Alliance began to flourish with mortal world entertainment. Everything from books to movies enraptured their new audience. At the same time, mortal world technology took hold of the Mortal Alliance, filling a new generation with curiosity and interest. As for Amphory, her task was more straightforward and made even easier with her father by her side. The Picals were the descendants of the Azura. In fact, the Azura was amongst them, hidden within Kedlam's body. While many others looked forward to this war for merits, the Picals had a different purpose: to repay the humiliation their own clan dealt them. The Mortal Alliance churned forward. With each passing day, their strength slowly grew. While his wives were working, Dian wasn't lazing around either. In fact, in just 3 months, not only did he conquer his region completely, he had put plan in place to push forward. When he returned from the mountain range, he shocked the tribesmen. How could they not react in such a way? The young man they already believed had an army of beasts more powerful than they could imagine came back with 8 wyverns. With this, Dian's beast squadron didn't simply double its power. Each individual wyvern could slaughter the male cobras and bronzed without Dian's command. And even with Dian's command, they'd only be able to hold out for a few moments before succumbing to an inevitable death. And that was 1 wyvern against 8 male beasts. This wasn't the only thing of importance either. Dian found 5 total wyvern eggs. The first 3 were from the now-dead female wyvern, but the second 2 were from 2 separate female wyverns. As a result, Dian found 3 total Saint-grade nurturing piles. Although the 2 weaker females could only produce half the Saint-grade energy the original female wyvern could, it was still more than enough for Dian's purposes. Due to the gentle nature of nurturing pile energies, they were the best suited for priming beasts and humans alike for grasping a type chi. Thanks to that, Queen and the female cobra quickly latched onto Saint-grade light and bold type chi respectively, causing their strength to increase explosively. Now, even the male wyvern couldn't stand more than a few exchanges with them. With the beast squadron at the helm, Dian's army waged war through the region. Despite his explosive increase in strength himself, Dian didn't need to lift a single finger. One might have expected Dian to first conquer all of the inferior upper tribes, then proceed to the medial before finally attack the superior upper tribes. But this wasn't the approach Dian took. He felt that doing such a thing wasted too much time. Instead, Dian pushed forward aggressively. After conquering 2 more inferior upper tribes, he directly assaulted the medial upper tribes, sweeping away them both. Using the medial upper tribes' control over the inferior upper tribes, it was only logical that their subordinates would be swept under Dian's control. By extension, the named and numbered tribes under them all also fell under Dian's fist. The battle that ensued with the superior upper tribe wasn't even worth mentioning. Dian had prepared well for them, taking the whole of their subordinate clans under his wing and organizing and equipping them all. He even took the vanguard of the attack. On top of this, Dian had planned on using the explosion-type stones as a final trump card in case things didn't go his way. But who knew the mighty superior upper tribe was snapped like dead wood? Despite their having the best warriors and largest population of the region, the assault of the wyverns was too much for them to handle. There was a reason even they didn't dare to venture into the mountain range. In the end, the war of this region only lasted so long because of the forest terrain and the wild beasts. In just a single month, Dian conquered the region. But in the following 2 months, the real work began. The first task was to clear the forest. Obviously, Dian had no intention of clearing the whole of the forest. Though it might make things more convenient, it made things more convenient for his enemies as well. He had no intention getting rid of so much natural protection. Instead, Dian established 5 major cities and 3 major forts. The forests he cleared were only enough for these cities, while leaving the thickest parts of the forest untouched. What once were impossible to dent ancient trees became frail under Dian's new power and the wyverns. As for the forts, he built 2 of them directly within these thick forests, taking advantage of the terrain. The final fort was built within the former territory of the wyverns. There was no reason to give up this territory, so Dian decided to make use of it as an anchor point. He could make use of it to not only conquer the remainder of the mountain range in due time. Once he did conquer the mountain range, he would also have direct access to the next region. Following this, Dian split his population, which had reached more than 50,000, evenly within the 5 major cities, ruling them with rules he modified from the Mortal Alliance laws. He wanted to slowly acclimate them to his leading style because he planned to one day bring them to the mortal plane, but he also couldn't be as lax. Afterward, Dian focused on vastly improving the way of life. He cleared the beasts, chasing them into the thick forests surrounding the 2 forts. He built deep trenches extending from the murderous water sources to the cities, artificially creating vast networks of rivers and small lakes. And finally, he set laws to protect individual rights. Finally, Dian began building an army of elites. He couldn't continue to cobble together tribesmen he conquered. He needed a true army, one he could pour his resources into. Humans didn't have the same restrictions as beasts. Namely, they were far more intelligent. As a result, Dian didn't need to train them from infancy to gain an instinct for manipulating qi. He could teach them. By the end of the 3-month period, Dian had built his army of elites. 1,000 male and female warriors, all with qi sensitivity far surpassing that of their peers and strength a single step above even the bullbird. Currently, they could only use essence-grade qi as Dian simply didn't have enough resources to allow them any better. But Dian was certain that had he had them from the beginning, conquering this region would have only taken a few days. Though they weren't as powerful individually as the beasts, they had a sharpness only humans could have and a willingness to work together. Dian didn't think it right to give them the same demon general title. Instead, he gave them another name. Like this, the Titans were born. Persistence is a good thing to have for a martial warrior, but persistence along the wrong path leads to folly, young one. Is there a need for you to be so stubborn? What was the point of your entry into Calming Lake? What did it achieve? This isn't a place you use to just build taller walls. You need to break down walls with weak foundations to build up one with a stronger foundation. What is the point of you being here if you're not going to exit as a changed man? 3 months. No, nearly 4 of constant pestering. The patience of the crystal dragon ancestors seemed endless. They all had a calm disposition fitting for the Agios clan. Even continuous drops of water could eventually split a boulder. It was safe to say that Dian had lasted longer in Calming Lake than anyone else of his cultivation could, at least in recent memory. Even little Lila only endured for a few weeks at a time before taking a break.
Yet, despite the near 4 months of perpetual hardship, Dian had yet to descend to the 4th tier. This wasn't to say that Dian didn't benefit at all. In fact, it could be said that he was benefiting greatly. He was no closer to becoming the man he wanted to be, but his mental energy stores were skyrocketing. At first, it was hardly noticeable. But the more he endured the constant stream of attacks, and the more streams of consciousnesses that he devoured, the greater his focus became. Mental energy, despite its title, wasn't something easily quantifiable. One could measure conventional energy by cultivation stage or strength output, or even control, but mental energy couldn't be defined so easily. To make matters worse, mental energy couldn't be cultivated just because you wanted to. It was something that could only gradually increase with time and persistence. This was why Calming Lake was such a grand treasure. Albeit for a small time for most individuals, it provided a systematic method of increasing your mental energy. With persistent entries, one could raise their level without stumbling around blindly. In the beginning, Dian absorbed the streams of consciousnesses around him by normal method. He would overwhelm them with his thoughts, devouring their schools of thought. But Dian felt that this was getting him nowhere. Sure, he was moving forward, and sure, his capacity for focus was greatly increasing, but there was something missing. His mental state wasn't improving at all. He was the same Dian, inflexible and arrogant. Though Dian knew that a person changing wasn't so simple, seeing it playing out before him was almost depressing. He didn't want to change. He didn't want to become a new person. He wanted to be himself, the same Dian he had always been. Wasn't that enough? Didn't he treat his subordinates fairly? Didn't he love his wives equally? Wasn't he putting his life on the line for the sake of the entire plane and not just himself? Where were his imperfections? Where were his flaws? Who were these dragons to tell him that he needed to change? Who were they to encroach upon his beliefs with their own? An inborn arrogance that could light a night sky pulsated around Dian. Since his birth, what he hated the most was being tested. No matter how good the intentions of the individual doing the testing was, a deeply irrational part of Dian seethed with rage whenever such a thing happened. It almost felt like the individual doing the testing was looking down on him, as though they had the right to pass judgment about whether or not he was good enough. How dare they? He, Dian Sicharo, wasn't a man that could be measured by just anyone. He couldn't be broken down into systematic measurements and stuffed in a box of walled potential others perceived as his limits. He was Dian Sicharo. He didn't have such limits. There didn't exist a box that could contain him, nor did there exist an individual who could measure him. He didn't lose. Not ever. But is that true? Do you really never lose? You seem to have the pride and arrogance of a man who stands above the mortal plane. No, of a man who stands even above the immortal plane, but what have you done to earn such arrogance? You entered Focus Academy and the first thing you did was enter a battle you had no chance of winning. Why? Because you had a little fame in your mortal world? Because your mind worked a little bit better than others? Did you think that because you worked hard it was enough to justify your high-bridged nose? Unfortunately for you, the martial world doesn't reward hard work. There are individuals who could work just as hard as you yet never accomplish a thing. Whether you want to believe it or not, the reality will always be the reality. The heavens are inflexible. The duty of a cultivator is to work within its framework, to calmly accept the tides as they come. It might be commendable to hold your head high despite these tides, but that will never stop the tides from coming. Fighting against them is foolish, you must fight within them. Who do you think you are? The same things were being said over and over again. Dian wasn't fooled by their different wordings. These third-tier dragons were saying the same things the second-tier dragons said, and those second-tier dragons said the same thing those first-tier dragons said. An indescribable rage built up within Dian's chest. These moronic bastards. A dark pressure descended upon Calming Lake as a manifestation that seemed to hold up the skies appeared. Devour. Ever since his birth, Dian had had an air of arrogance. It was one his mother never bothered with, loving him regardless. But it was something his father had tried to wring out of him more times than he cared to remember. Of course, Dian's father wasn't an abusive man. He was strict and stoic, but Dian wasn't an immature child who couldn't see his father's love for him. In fact, he was quite fascinated by the way his father's mind worked because he greatly admired him. However, Dian's father, General Sacharo, was a military man.
Dian's level of arrogance was intolerable on the battlefield. A man who couldn't lower his head when it was necessary was a detriment to the men around him, especially when this arrogance was related to insubordination. Still, even seeing this flaw early on, General Sacharo failed to change his son. Normally, parents wouldn't be able to see the failings of their children until it was too late. But General Sacharo saw this side of his son early on, but was unable to change anything.
What was the difference between then and now? The difference was that Dian respected his father. But these nameless dragons?
The same ones who dared to test him, the same ones that tried to mold his thoughts into their own. Their actions completely infuriated him. Could only be described as an irrational anger. Maybe even Dian didn't understand where it stemmed from. Was it what he suffered at the hands of Wuxia that caused this?
Was it the pressure on his shoulders?
Was it the fact his Tao heart was still empty? Maybe it was the fact he still hadn't resolved his feelings surrounding his chaos flames. Whatever it was, a single man could only endure so much. Dian's idea of moving on was laughable if you truly thought about it. He lost his Tao heart under the assault of his comprehension of chaos, yet he just seemed to move on and forget about it. For a moment, his heart was sustained by the hopes and dreams of individuals he himself said he looked down upon. Then he shattered that newly formed Tao heart willingly, all for the sake of seeking a new path he had next to no idea about. If his arrogance was as infallible as he believed, then why had the reality of chaos affected him at all?
If it was so undefeatable, so untouchable, why did he rely on the will of people he disparaged in his own heart?
He shattered that Tao heart, the very Tao heart that stood among the very top 9, for what? To seek out a new, better path? Then why was it that he hadn't even tried to meditate on that new path since then? It had been almost 4 years now since he learned of this mysterious new path from his manifestation. Why had he made no progress? He lashed out in frustration, in an irrational rage. For once, he lashed out not because he truly believed the words he was hearing were wrong, but because he didn't have a better answer. If he let go of his arrogance, what exactly did he have left?
If he couldn't trick himself into believing he was undefeatable, that he was untouchable, would he be able to accomplish anything?
The issue was that Dian himself didn't believe his arrogance was a simple trick of the mind. It was ingrained so deeply that sometimes he felt like a different person entirely, as though his personality was preset long before he was even born.
A massive wave of raging soul chi swept over Calming Lake. In his rage, Dian had suddenly accomplished something so very few in history had ever done. He reached the one with self-realm with a divine grade technique. Devour. Devour everything. Dian's crushing divine sense descended upon beautiful pink lakes, rivers, and clouds. It filled them with a darkness that had no place in this world. It was such a fierce contrast that the mystical realm shook. A place spanning millions of miles shook under the rage of a single man. Devour.
It was one of the very first techniques Dian ever learned. Back then, he knew so little about the martial world that he had no idea one wasn't supposed to be able to use divine-grade techniques until they entered the Tao realm. How could that Dian know just how heaven-defying his soul was? To be capable of doing something so inconceivable despite barely being within the practitioner realm? Devour had 9 stages split into 3 acts. Each step forward was a massive leap forward, but Dian hardly paid attention to it. The soul was too fragile to use Devour wantonly, so oftentimes Dian ignored it. However, as time passed, Dian's soul talent shined fiercely. Even when he wasn't thinking about it, he would suddenly comprehend small bits of it. Before he knew it, he had reached the 9th stage. It was lamentable. If he had reached the 9th stage when Head Void was attacking, he wouldn't have needed to activate his tribulation. The moment Head Void opened up his mind, the battle would have been over. But that was all Dian thought of it. But suddenly, this day, in his absolute rage, he wanted to devour everything in sight. He wanted to tear down everything that dared make him feel this irrational anger. This anger that even he himself was ashamed of feeling. It was then heaven's blessing descended. The roars of the enraged ancestor dragons were completely drowned out by Dian's own. He only wanted to devour more.
Was it easy to reach the one with self-realm of a divine-grade technique?
Of course not. let alone a divine-grade technique. Even doing so for a common-grade technique was impossible for many. Dian had spent more than 100 years reflecting upon devour. Though if others heard of such a thing, they would bang their heads against a wall. Divine-grade techniques were meant to be used by Tao experts, meaning you should have hundreds of thousands of years to reflect upon the technique. Pretending as though 100 years was a long time was laughable.
To make matters worse, Dian clearly ignored the technique for much of that time. Rather than consciously, it was more accurate to say that his subconscious reached the one with self-realm. But regardless, the power was his own now. Still, after their rage subsided, one wouldn't be able to help their curiosity. Just what did it mean for a divine-grade technique to reach such a realm?
Just what changed? How powerful was it now?
Devour was a technique that originally served two main functions. The first was soul chi absorption. This could be used to either replenish stamina or quickly increase one's soul cultivation. The second was memory absorption.
Together, these functions became excellent auxiliary abilities, albeit dangerous to use. During the first act, of which there were 3 stages, one would only be able to use this technique against those with weaker souls than them. Come the second act, it was possible to use Devour against those with equivalent soul strengths to yourself. Finally, the highest act allowed to use Devour against those even above your soul stage. In addition to this, the acts provided various changes mainly toward the speed in which the technique could be implemented. The greater the act, the faster one could absorb soul chi and memories. However, the one with self-realm was on a completely different level.
The first major change was in range. Before, Dian could only use Devour if he touched an individual or applied the technique to something he shot out from himself. For example, he was able to coat his tree of life and death manifestation with Devour because it was a part of his soul.
But now, Dian could use Devour as though he was manipulating atmospheric chi. As long as one was within the range of his divine sense, they could very well be devoured. This wasn't the most fear-inducing part. As if the possibility of having your body drained of everything from 500,000 kilometers away wasn't enough, Dian no longer had to put his soul in harm's way. He could use his divine sense as a proxy, ridding Devour of its worst weakness. Unless you were capable of shattering Dian's divine sense with your presence or a divine sense of your own, you were as good as dead. Suddenly, the power of the sovereign flame and the reason so many lusted after it was becoming more and more clear. With Dian's presence perfectly fused into his divine sense, how many could shatter it?
Did such a person even exist? The best they could do was shroud and protect themselves. Even with all of this said, the second major change was still the most shocking of all. Whether it was soul chi, conventional chi, devil chi, type chi, even the vital chi of the body, Dian could devour it all. There was no longer a limiter on the kind of chi Dian could devour. Even if what Dian wanted to devour was mental energy. Suddenly, a completely new door opened. Was this the potential soul path techniques had? If Dian reached the one with self-realm, would they be able to cross over and influence other paths as well? If there was a god overseeing Dian's growth, his frustration would be beyond imagining. Every time this god seemed close to stamping down Dian's arrogance, a massive uprising would occur. For Dian's arrogance to give birth to such a devastating technique, wasn't it simply feeding into the wrong path? If Dian was rewarded for his persistent egotism with results of this caliber, what was the point of it all? It was as though the heavens themselves were against Dian ever laying his arrogance down, as though his arrogance was a part of the very fabric of reality itself. Within the ancient battlefield, Dian sensed this change in his main body. Or rather, he felt the change in himself. After all, they were one and the same. Despite the constant victories he experienced on the battlefield, Dian had been growing more and more frustrated by the day. All of the things his main body felt, he too felt. Is changing even the right path to take? Dian looked up into the red skies of the ancient battlefield. His hand stretched out, touching the trunk of a tree to his side. Suddenly, an ancient tree that had likely stood for several 10,000 years began to wilt. It collapsed from its several dozen meter height, blackening under Dian's touch. This technique is almost too power. Is Orcus technique even useful to me anymore? And just when I had reached 500 million gene 2, Dian's veins pumped with vitality.
He could feel the years the tree had lived sinking into his body. In an instant, he gained over 10,000 gene of weight. It was hard to doubt a path that provided such results. Dian sighed, a bittersweet feeling leaving an awful taste in his mouth. As his main body raged within calming lake, there was a part of himself standing in a dense forested world, painted with red, wondering just what the path forward was. On one side, there was the arrogance he had known all his life, a side that had never failed him and still giving him results he couldn't deny. Then there was the other side, a side of an idealized man Dian believed he had to be. What Dian didn't know that the former represented a man who had never lost. As for the second side, it was the result of a man who was forced to hide with his tail between his legs for several hundred years as he bided his time. However, the former had yet to accomplish much of anything. As for the latter, he became the emperor that united the whole of the mortal plane. Dian was lost. As time continued to tick by, not only did Dian continue his spree, his own strength seemed to continue growing without pause, and it was without a doubt due to devour. The idea of Dian being capable of quelling and devouring all forms of energy by using his soul as a proxy was one that should scare anyone on the mortal plane. One had to remember that a common grade technique mastered to the one with self-realm was a rival for earth and heaven grade techniques, so just what did it mean for a divine grade technique? Though Dian could use devour offensively, he had no absolute need to do so. To him, even if it could only be used as an auxiliary ability, the results were astounding. That was right. Dian could now use his soul talent to influence his energy cultivation speed. Of course, this didn't mean that his chi cultivation speed had suddenly become equally as fast as his soul cultivation speed. However, it had increased to the point where Dian was certain that no one without the energy core could stand side by side with him in this regard, even if that person was Madeline. At least the current Madeline, who had yet to completely master her constitution anyway. As his armies crossed over to and conquered regions, Dian sat upon the male wyvern's back like a motionless statue. If one looked closely, it seemed as though the red-tinted aura of the ancient battlefield was constantly surging toward him. The reality was that that was exactly what was happening. When one normally cultivated, you would have to enter a serene state. Then, using your comprehension, you would sense the chi around you. This chi would then have to be filtered from the others, namely, if one was a saint, you would have to ensure that you only absorb saint energy. Following this, one would accept the chi into your body. Depending on the grade of your meridians, some individuals could absorb larger amounts with a single breath, while others would have to take care to go slower so as not to rupture their meridians. These steps didn't mention matters like clearing meridians' pathways or widening them to reach the next meridian. However, Dian was doing none of that. His soul became an overbearing thief, hounding the chi in the atmosphere and forcibly absorbing it into his body. The chi that was too high grade for his meridians to absorb were directly taken into his soul. After all, enigmatic chi is what those who have entered the Tao realm with their souls used to create planet and star chi. Because Dian's soul was already in the Tao realm, he could indiscriminately devour the chi in the atmosphere, using his soul as a buffer. As a result, Dian's cultivation speed skyrocketed, even while being restricted to half his talent and being in the ancient battlefield. After so long being stuck in the first celestial stage, by the 6th month of his campaign, Dian had entered the 2nd stage. By the 9th month, he had entered the 3rd, and by the turn of the 1st year, he entered that 4th and officially became a middle celestial. Quite simply put, Dian became a monster. In this same time, the Titans wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Region after region fell under their control, bowing under their might. In fact, if it wasn't for the difficulty of crossing the natural borders that protected regions, they likely would have conquered more. 13 regions, 30 fortresses, 600 major cities, 700,000 citizens and 20,000 titans. What Dian had accomplished in just a year would shock those who heard about it. But for those who knew just how powerful his soul was, they could only shake their heads and lament that they weren't born with such talent. How could you fight a war against a commander who could see an entire 10,000 kilometers landscape with absolute clarity? How could you fight a war a man capable of forging weapons and armor from thin air? How could battle a beast master capable of quelling the rage of the mighty wyverns? The disparity between Dian and the tribes of the ancient battlefield was too large. As long as he wanted to, it wouldn't be impossible to conquer every tribe there was. However, Dian was aware that the tribes weren't the true powerhouses of the ancient battlefield. They were individuals who had lost their right to carry their ancestors' namesake. The true enemy were the failed clans, and they were a mountain far tougher to climb. Still, Dian was prepared. Over the past year, he wasn't the only one to improve. For one, while all of his titans could use essence grade type chi, Dian had finally nurtured 100 of them to utilize saint grade type chi. The result was astonishing. Humans truly did have great potential. It wouldn't be impossible for this 100 to face off against a female wyvern alone.
Though they'd be unlikely to win, it would at least not be an immediate death. Secondly, there were his beasts. After officially mastering Saint Grade Type Chi, Queen and the female Cobra became monsters in their own right, rivaling even the Dian of a year ago in strength.
This realization was most definitely a reality check for Dian. The male Bronzed and Cobras finally comprehended the utilization of Essence Grade Chi, bringing their strengths to another level. In fact, they were slightly stronger than the females back when they first mastered Essence Grade Chi. And finally, there were the Wyverns. Unfortunately, of the 5 eggs, all of them were male. Dian realized over this past year that he hadn't been lucky to find the eggs. It was only natural he found them. In fact, giving birth was something the female wyverns did once a year. It was just that males were far more likely to be born and subsequently slaughtered by the alpha. However, not only had a year just passed paving the way for another round of births, but the strength of chi-wielding wyverns made Dian's heart palpitate. Despite only being able to wield essence-grade chi, the male wyverns were only marginally weaker than Queen and the female Cobra. Though Dian didn't believe this to be because the potential of the Bronzed and Cobras were lacking. Rather, the male wyverns simply had a higher starting point. Due to their nurturing piles, the bodies of the male wyverns were cultivated with saint-grade energy even before their births. As for the Bronzed and the Cobras, Dian took their nurturing piles from them, stunting their growth. Though he was slowly making up for that with the meat he fed them, it was still lacking. As of now, the wyverns were simply of a higher caliber. And, since a year had passed, a new batch of eggs had been laid, giving Dian an additional 16 eggs to foster the growth of. This time, Dian knew better than to take their nurturing piles. He allowed the eggs to be nurtured naturally while hoping that this next batch would have a female. Following those matters, Dian went on to split his army among his 13 regions. By design, Dian conquered regions as follows. There were 3 that stood side by side furthest north. Of these northern regions, the 2 on the wings were protected by tall and far-reaching mountain ranges, while the middle territory was located in a natural basin with only 2 exit points. From the southern exit point of this basin region, there spread a wired connection of rivers and lakes that also occurred naturally. Due to the relatively safer conditions, incredibly strong beasts used this area as their main water source, even descending from the surrounding mountains. This was the natural divider that led to the next regions Dian had conquered. With these 3 regions acting as the head, the following 10 regions were clustered together. Due to the fact their natural protections were weaker than the 3 regions Dian chose as his vanguard, most of Dian's fortresses were concentrated along their border regions. Dian left his beast squadron and half of his titans in the basin and vanguard regions. As for the remaining 10,000 titans, he stationed 1,000 each within the clustered regions. In addition to the titans, Dian conscripted more layman warriors, providing them equipment and bolstering his protective forces from 20,000 to 100,000. This move wasn't very difficult considering the tribesmen were used to battling. After putting his mind at ease, Dian turned his attention toward the center of the battlefield. He had accomplished what he wanted already. It was time to go and save Eli. Little Aiden had spent long enough without a father, but before he left, Dian wanted to see the Pride clan's burial ground. Dian's instincts told him that there might be an answer there to what was truly troubling. As his main body continued to wage a petty war against long-dead dragons, Dian wanted to know if his arrogance was truly worth it. Did he even understand what it meant to be arrogant? In the English language, arrogance had a negative connotation. But there were many languages where arrogance referred to a dignified self of worth. It represented what it meant to be a man, a woman, a being who understood their value. Dian wanted to understand what his so-called arrogance meant to himself. Why was it so important to him? Why was there a rational side of himself that said he needed to place it down, but a deeply enraged side of himself that pointed forward and said, "Don't you dare?"
When Jade spoke to Dian one last time before leaving her final wishes to Rose and her younger self, she noted that the calmness in Dian's voice wasn't something he should have now. The calmness Jade referred to was something only Dian's future self had cultivated.
Though Dian tapped into it for a moment, allowing him to reach a level of focus he had never felt in his lifetime, it wasn't truly his, nor did he understand where that calm stemmed from, until he read what Jade left for him. That is, his alternate timeline self spent years running.
Time and time again he was slapped in the face and forced to endure. He learned harsh lesson after harsh lesson about why it was he hadn't earned his arrogance. Those years took a toll at Dian. It whittled him down and chipped away at his very being. But was that Dian a failure?
Of course not. In fact, it could be said that Dian was far stronger than the current Dian. He was a man who suffered through untold horrors, yet still stood atop the world at the end. Sure, he lost to the entity, but was that a result of his tempered arrogance? Of his calmness? No. His only fault was not being as lucky as his current younger self. Dian knew this. He didn't blame his elder self, nor did he look down upon him. In fact, he was the kind of man Dian wanted to be even right now. What Dian needed was understanding.
The issue was that even he himself didn't know what sort of understanding he was looking for. There was no one to tell him that his personality should be this way or that. And even if there was Dian really the type of person to listen to such things?
Instead, Dian chose another path. This calmness that Dian was seeking after was an idealized caricature of something he didn't truly understand. So why try to understand it at all? Instead, why not dive further into arrogance? Why not learn what the true meaning of arrogance was? Who better to learn of arrogance from than the Pride clan?
Dian's body melded with the wind. He rarely placed much emphasis on his movement techniques, especially after his spatial chi got such an abrupt boost, but one would be surprised to find out that he wasn't actually using a movement technique at all as he snaked through the thick, red forest.
His power wasn't the only thing that improved over the past year. His understanding of the ancient battlefield did as well. One such aspect was related to his wills. When he learned that they could be used in such a way, he realized that his understanding of wills was too shallow. But this could only be expected considering he artificially boosted his comprehension by exchanging his life.
The map Orcus drew was several trillion years old and was only accurate for the ancient battlefield's second opening, but luckily a sturdy space like the ancient battlefield didn't change very much over time. Though this wasn't to say that no changes occurred at all.
After all, energy surges were still massive catastrophic events that could change an entire landscape. But they didn't drastically hinder Dian's ability to read the map, mostly because energy surge activity was incredibly rare on the outer edges of the battlefield and only increased in frequency toward the center.
Dian wondered how Orcus received such a detailed map of the battlefield, but he had no time to wonder about it. Plus, T was completely useless for the positions of clans and tribes. Though, when it came to natural landmarks and mapping the sheer size of the battlefield, it did an excellent job. Imagine the ancient battlefield as a massive floating disk. A large portion of the center of the disk was untouchable, as much as 70% of the battlefield was inaccessible to humans. There were large concentrations of impossible-to-defeat beasts that took up the center of this land.
The human population was located in the remaining outer ring, taking up about 20% of the land, while the remaining 10% were taken up by untouchable mountain ranges and water sources that, once again, had powerful beasts. Currently, Dian's 13 conquered regions were located to the far southern edge of the battlefield, and maybe by fate, the tombs of the Pride clan were relatively close compared to how far away they could have been.
However, as one of the most powerful failed clans to have existed, the Pride clan was incredibly close to the edge of that 70% untouchable territory. So close in fact that Dian took into account the possibility that their lands could now be a part of that untouchable territory with the passing of so much time. Though this was bad news, there was good news though. The Pride clan was no more. Even in Orcus time, they had already been eradicated.
This might have been due to their dangerous location on the ancient battlefield, Or it might have been because the Pride clan descended in an attempt to reclaim their place on the mortal plane but failed. Well, maybe they didn't completely fail. Considering portions of the 7 sinful clans still survived with the Gluttony clan, they may have succeeded in part but not wholly. Dian cut through the territory of the clans the tribesmen lost so much to. With the range of his divine sense, it was easy to avoid human contact.
But he couldn't help but be shocked by some of the clans he saw even though he had already seen them once before. Some of them were even legends still told by his mortal world people. He saw knights that reminded him of the Grand Templar sect. He saw monks. He saw individuals following customs that he imagined could have only been common during Greek and Roman times. He saw large, bearded men who guffawed with the candor of Norse legends. He saw beautiful women with transparent wings and short gray-skinned men. He half expected that if he dove into the water sources he avoided so adamantly he'd find mermaids and mermen too. It felt as though he had stepped into fantasy world where all the mystical creatures and humans of his dreams had become reality. Realizing this, Dian couldn't help but wonder. Why were there so many fantastical things here but none in the outer edges he had conquered? Other than being slightly taller and more tan than normal humans, there was nothing special or unique about those on the outside. Dian was incredibly curious about this. He felt he had latched onto another secret of the ancient battlefield. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to think about it. He rapidly approached the border of the regions so many humans didn't dare to approach. What truly shook those who saw this place was that it was nothing but endless flat land. Or rather, it was a no-man's land that spanned hundreds of kilometers before breaking into mountains so tall that the ones Dian had seen before were nothing but jokes. To normal individuals, it was suicide to cross such a land without any cover, but Dian didn't hesitate. His knife-true weapon shrouded himself as he stepped into the void, rapidly crossing the dangerous region in the blink of an eye. An oppressive aura suddenly crashed down upon Dian. With his divine sense, he knew well that it wasn't a beast, but rather this place itself. If he thought the gravity of the Wyvern's mountain range was serious before, this was 10 times more so. Dian gritted his teeth. His weight was already a massive problem in this world, so gravity making it worse was definitely not something he could handle lightly. But the tomb was right before him. He had no intention of turning back. Dian's heart steeled. Wind wrapped around his body, making his body as light as a feather. In combination with his light type Dian really felt as though he had disappeared into the air. This was his new understanding of wills. All this time, he had been using it as a purely external source, ignoring the potential they had in being internalized. In truth, Dian should have realized this long ago. During his fight with Lilith, hadn't she forcibly internalized her sword Tao? Back then, there had been a clear path for him in improving his wills, but he completely ignored it. After being on the ancient battlefield for so long, he finally caught a glimpse of that path once more. Whether it was because of his own special privileges or not, Dian felt he was far more in tune with wills in this space than he was on the mortal plane. It felt like he was very close to the root of the wills he had comprehended, so he could almost feel what path they wanted to tug him along. Maybe, just like there were true weapon wills, there were true wills for others as well. Dian's speed reached an unconscious level. It was hard to tell whether he was faster using his spatial will or his wind will. And if he used them together, Dian's body cut through the heavy gravity as though it didn't exist. It was exhausting on his mental energies and soul, but with his main body still rampaging through Calming Lake even 9 months later, the impact was negligible. Plus, even if it wasn't, didn't he have Devour? In just a few hours, Dian had weaved his way into mountains taller than his eyesight could measure. According to Orcus, there were several protections. The first, Dian didn't even get to finish his thoughts. As though acting on instinct, his spatial chi whipped to life, shifting him away several meters from a geyser of energy that pierced into the skies. TCH. Mines. The Pride clan didn't take minor measures like the tribes had. While the tribes merely simulated energy surges, the Pride clan took it a step further. Not only were these energy surges very real, they were controlled. As a result, their after effect didn't attract beasts while also perpetually keeping them away. According to Orcus' diary, the only reason he knew this place was here and continued to press forward was because of one of his wives. Orcus had many concubines, but only 6 wives. 4 of them were princesses of the Dark Phoenix clan,
but 2 of them were Devil Path princesses.
From what little Yin and Yang told him that day, the 7 sinful clans were part of demon royalty. They slowly weakened and died out, leaving their path to devolve to what was known as the Devil Path today.
One shouldn't confuse demonic royalty with the demon path, which was inferior to the Titan path. Though they shared a name and the same root, demonic royals were superior to demons, albeit still inferior to Titans. Or, more accurately, inferior to Titan emperors. The difference was that demons and Titans still mainly followed the body path. While demonic royals also placed emphasis on the body, they branched outward to comprehend something Diane hadn't heard of in a long time: martial intents. That said, Diane wasn't unfamiliar too with martial intents.
For example, faith seeds were kernels of martial intents. What made higher existences who could begin to form them so special was that their intents were so powerful that it could manifest into reality and even be passed on should they transcend. When techniques decline with the passage of time and the weakening of a clan's faith, it's precisely because that technique's martial intent has weakened. Or, rather, faith is no longer able to protect it from being forgotten.
This martial intent was related to why Diane could read a book without ever opening its cover. The concepts of the 7 sins: envy, gluttony, greed, lust, lethargy, wrath, and pride. These were the paths of martial intent the sinful clans chose that made them demonic royals. Still, Diane was unaware of all of this for now. What was important was that the roots of the Pride clan gave birth to the Devil Path. As a result, it was surprising, but not impossible, that Orcus Devil Princess wives would be aware of this place's existence. Diane most definitely made a mental note of this as he tore through the traps that hindered his path. This was yet another example of individuals on the outside being aware of the happenings that should be a secret on the battlefield. He knew there had to be more to this, more to the actions of the Mist clan. Diane sprinted through the minefield. Though it seemed he had suffered multiple close calls, his body was complete in tune with his surroundings. The closer he got, and the more he scaled the obscenely large mountain, the stronger the explosions of energy became. But his mind remained tranquil. Diane tore through the protections.
Even when the energy began to fluctuate widely, his divine sense was too locked onto his surroundings. In this sort of situation, others would have lost their chi control. The atmospheric chi had become too volatile, but Diane was prepared from the beginning.
He used nothing but his wills and his body, just as the Pride clan intended. And soon, his method was rewarded with results. His body flashed and ran into what should have been the strong face of a black mountain, but instead of being crushed, he disappeared. There was only one word apt to describe what Diane saw the moment he entered: blood. A sea of crimson and red was painted everywhere. Diane would have called it a house of horrors, but even that didn't seem appropriate. If one used the insides of a person to paint a picture, this would be the result. If it was just blood, maybe it would have been fine, but what followed was a swath of corpses stained in black. They came in various shapes and sizes. Some were the stature of normal men and women, but others were enormous beasts. Diane even saw one in the shape of a horse standing at over 5 meters tall. But what caught his attention was the spiraling bone of black that shot from its forehead. All of these corpses had been shed of their flesh. All that remained were their skeletal structures, and all of them soaked in a sea of crimson that spanned several hundred meters. The blood emitted an oppressive pressure.
Diane's footsteps, which hadn't taken a pause even under a sea of energy surges, couldn't help but halt. So this is Orcus Corp's army. No, skeleton army. These were corpses that had been slowly refined over several trillion years.
Orcus had hoped that in his absence, at least one of his corpses would finally break into the higher existence realm. So he left them in 5 locations he believed might be able to do so. It was obvious why he left this portion here. Maybe this was actually the place he had the most hope. Indiana. This crimson sea wasn't just any red liquid. It was the blood of Pride clan ancestors. The largest difference between regular cultivation realms and the half-step transcendent realm was precisely the concept of martial intent. Higher existences could manifest their will into reality. One could see how a corpse would be unable to do such a thing. They had no will of their own. They were dead.
Orcus hoped that the latent martial intent of this Pride clan blood would break down the final barrier, bringing these several dozen peak Dao formation corpses to the higher existence realm. And after trillions of years, he actually succeeded. Diane could feel the pressure from here.
It wasn't a fluke that that corpse of what he could only assume was a unicorn caught his attention within this sea of corpses. Among the near 40 skeleton corpses here, it alone had succeeded. Diane couldn't help but hold his breath.
It stood majestically, a slight red wafting from its blackened bones. Its horn glistened above its head, weighing down a pressure that pushed the other corpses from it. It made Diane feel as though it was breathing, that it had a mind of its own despite its stillness.
Diane's foot shakily stepped forward. Even he was shocked by the impact this place was having on him. Being hesitant, scared even, wasn't something he was used to. Diane had met a higher existence before during his second trial. But he hadn't made Diane feel this way. What Diane didn't know was whether that was because he was weaker than this unicorn, or if it was because he was purposely holding back so as not to immediately destroy Planet Moon. Get a hold of yourself. Diane's mind growled at him.
Much of the treasures of this place had already been taken away by Orcus. However, the best treasure still remained with this pool of blood. If Diane was too scared to take it, wouldn't that be too pathetic?
What was he doing? What's wrong with me? Diane stopped, gripping his fists. What a weak path of pride. The voice was so sudden that it shook Diane awake from his thoughts. His head whipped around, but he couldn't find where it came from. You're the second individual to come here. The first didn't even have any pride to speak of. He was a pathetic fool that hid behind his little toy corpses. Well, at least you're better than he was. I can smell it on you. Diane could almost imagine a jagged, toothy smile appearing before him despite the fact there was nothing there. I can smell it. That selfishness. That unwillingness to lower your head. That martial intent of our pride clan. Do tell me, child. Are you a descendant of our clan? Diane's body shook more and more violently the more words were whispered into his ear. It was a physiological suppression and reaction. This wasn't his mind bowing down like it had when he first saw the entity hand, nor was it his mind giving up like it had when he first truly used his chaos flames. This was a bodily suppression. This was presence. Diane's mind shook. Ho, you figured it out more quickly than that other fellow did. It isn't as though we can do anything to you physically considering we've long been dead. But that won't stop us from whittling you down in other ways. Who do you think it was that created presence, little boy? The perfect embodiment of bodily strength fused with martial intent. This was the treasure, the magnus opus of our pride clan.
It's too bad, with such a weak pride martial intent, your presence will always be lacking. Do you think a real son of pride cares for cultivation? Diane fell into silence. It wasn't that he couldn't understand what the voices were saying, but rather that this was all he could do to stop his pathetic body from collapsing. Diane knew that presence was a very powerful thing. If two people of equal strength fought, the one with the higher presence would win 10 out of 10 times. It was that simple. Exuding a pressure upon another, your will upon another. Why hadn't Diane realized that this was the very definition of a martial intent until now?
But this wasn't all. Presence was directly proportional to bodily strength. Technically, Diane had comprehended the second highest tier of presence in existence, Emperor presence, only second to God presence. But his presence was completely useless against Tao experts because their bodies were simply far stronger than his. What these voices were saying was that he was foolish to treat presence in such a way. A true son of pride cared not for cultivation because their presence would shine through no matter what. Diane closed his eyes. What did you leave this pool of blood for? Isn't it obvious?
We want to use fools and snatch their minds. When a martial intent is strong enough, it becomes a legend that spans across time and space. However, martial intents from our pride clan seek to devour. Diane laughed despite his trembling body.
Only someone with an obscene amount of pride would directly speak of a plan that should be hidden like this. Clearly, even in their demise, the Pride clan kept their arrogance. The Pride clan was banking that their lingering martial intents were powerful enough to manifest themselves into Diane's body. If they shattered Diane's will and infused his body with their intents, Diane would die a different kind of death. His soul would technically still be his, so would his body, but his will would be that of a different person. Simply put, his personality would change. Is that so? On one side of the world, his body was facing a sea of calm. On this side of the world, His body was facing a sea of arrogance. As though it was poetically divined, his body had reached 500 million gene, leaving his body's potential perfectly halved, neither dominating over the other. In that moment, Dian made a decision. He began to walk forward. His steps quaked underneath him, his own ankle almost rolling over itself multiple times. But he kept walking. Ha ha, I knew he was a descendant of our pride clan. After the other bastard heard the truth, he ran with his tail between his legs, leaving these damned corpses here. A manifestation bloomed to Dian's back, shaking the pride clan's hidden world. The laughing and the jeering suddenly stopped as Dian's gait straightened and strengthened. The pride clan ancestors suddenly sensed something. They sensed a pride above their own. Dian shed his clothing and unhesitantly stepped into the pool of blood. His eyes seemed to redden as he stared toward an unknown enemy. Devour two manifestations. Two men. Two worlds. Two paths. Calming lake and the sea of blood quaked under Dian's rage. His frustration vented outward. He was pissed off with the world. He was enraged that everything was so difficult, that he constantly seemed to be fighting an uphill battle, that even the heavens themselves seemed to be against him. Shouts of tempering his arrogance rang from one side, shouts he had been listening to for over a year. On the other side, he heard nothing but shouts that fueled his anger, fueled his fury. All the while, Dian plunged toward the calming lake's lowest tier and walked toward the higher existence unicorn all at once. Streams of consciousnesses swarmed Dian, attempting to devour his mind, but only becoming boosts toward his mental energy. Blood surged toward Dian, trying to crush his will, but instead becoming the vitality that fed his body. 500 million gene. 600 million gene. 700 million gene. 1 billion gene. A barrier shattered. Dian's agonizing screams filled the pride world as his body deconstructed itself. Bronze silk unraveled his body, quaking as they were coated in blood and blasting apart into fine light particles. Soon, they began to descend once more, but not as bronze, but instead as silver. 2 billion gene. 3 billion gene. 4 billion gene. Two paths clashed. They fought and tore each apart. In one world, Dian sank into a lake of transparent pink with a near-endless depth. In another, he bathed himself in red. To choose arrogance, or to choose a humble calm. One path was unyielding, unforgiving. To take a step back was to die. The other was like water, flowing with the ebbs and accepting things as they were while slowly forging a lane for yourself that didn't disrupt your realities. But Dian didn't want to choose either. He didn't want to lose him. He refused to lose himself. But he also refused to allow his shortcomings to cripple himself as they had in the past. I disdain the sovereign path. 5 billion gene. The words Dian's manifestation had said in the past flowed to his ears. You were pathetic enough to lose yourself to the despair of a mere chaos path. 6 billion gene. You have the face to be arrogant even while you rely on the hopes and dreams of others to keep yourself stable. 7 billion gene. How is this the demeanor of a ruler? 8 billion gene. Dian's roar shook the two realms. It was unknown whether this was due to the tearing apart of his mind or if it was the tearing apart and reconstruction of his body. Do you know how many have reached God presence by relying on the sovereign heart? 0. 9 billion gene. It was then that Dian remembered. His crown. It stood above that. It didn't refer to ruling over a mere mortal plane or a mere immortal plane. It stood for absolute control. Not of petty, unimpressive things, but of Dian himself. Good. 10 billion gene. A shroud of gray clouds seemed to separate in Dian's mind as his crown vibrated, pulsing with an unyielding light. That was true arrogance. Arrogance wasn't about running into any and all situations with a hothead willing to fight any and everything you crossed path with. The answer had been within himself this entire time. What was true arrogance? What was true unyielding pride? It was to have absolute control. To have absolute control of oneself no matter what may be happening around you. Control. To mold your own future with your hands. To not allow the world collapsing around you to causally imply your collapse as well. This was the path Dian was looking for. In that moment, an empty piece of his mind's eye trembled. A radiating light pierced through both worlds, threatening to tear them down. Dian was too enthralled to realize it. But the voices had been silent for a long time. Dian's mind's eye pulsed. In that moment, his nascent soul that had inexplicably disappeared just a year prior made its presence known once more. In its chest, the very place the sovereign heart once appeared, a new heart began to form. Its two remaining seals trembled under the might of its creation. Had they not been inanimate, one would think they felt fear. A pulsing rainbow light flooded Dian's mind's eye, pushing against its sides. What once was a sea of gold became a beautiful array of vibrant colors. By now, Dian's body had completely entered the ancient battlefield. The perfection realm of the bronze silk stage was 1 billion gene. But the perfection of the silver silk stage was 10 billion gene. The moment Dian reached that mark, his body had gained the ability to perfectly enter without any hindrances. If one entered this space now, they'd be shocked. The world of crimson had completely disappeared. The blood Dian had just soaked in became water clearer and purer than anything he had ever seen. What remained of the Pride clan had been completely expunged from the world. Filaments of silver silk descended from the skies, rapidly spinning and reforming Dian's body. In those moments, Dian's blood became a beautiful sea of mercury. If one looked into his body, it would be no different than looking into the vital blood of a god. His heart thrummed to life and his eyes shot open, sending outward a beam of rainbow light. Hui! A breath left Dian's lips. He could feel it. Within his mind's eye, the rainbow light had rapidly shrunk, burrowing into his nascent soul's body. Suddenly, Dian's eyes widened. Shit! As quickly as he thought it, Dian's body entered the void. An instant later, his nascent soul grew a size, becoming around 17 or 18 years old. But what was truly damning was... Snap! Boom! A seal shattered. This catastrophic momentum shook the void, tearing its way out into reality and wreaking havoc. The eyelashes of the golden nascent soul fluttered open, suppressing the explosion as it had done in the past. But whether that would be useful or not remained to be seen. Dian frowned as he left the void. Once again, the abrupt explosion didn't harm him in the slightest, but the things around him were a completely different story. Dian sighed a slight breath of relief. At the very least, the black unicorn skeleton was completely unharmed. Though some might say it was irrational, Dian was certain that even a higher existence corpse refined to such a high degree would have not a single chance against the full brunt of his nascent soul exploding outward with power. It was lucky that his nascent soul didn't seem keen on allowing the latent strength of the seals that bound it to blast outward wantonly. However, although the unicorn was fine, the same couldn't be said for the remaining almost 40 of the skeleton army. Still, the sturdiest among them had survived, leaving an addition 8 aside from the unicorn. Dian wasn't too depressed about this. By the time Junior's soul and death will became powerful enough to command such strong corpses, Dian believed he would have already located and emptied the remaining for hidden corpse army reserves. Without any more hesitation, Dian placed the black unicorn, the surviving 8 corpses, and the fragmented pieces that remained into his inner world. By now, his inner world had expanded to 40 kilometers after becoming a middle celestial, so there was no issue. As for why he took the fragmented pieces, if he was correct, they could still be useful if used to strength whole corpses. The remaining 8 might potentially break into the higher existence realm as well with their help. HM? Dian's eyes blinked as he looked down at the clear water below him. Due to the explosion, not only had much of the water dissipated, but what remained was greatly agitated as a result. Because of this, Dian hadn't been able to see a clear reflection of himself in the water until now, and what he saw made his eyes widen. Dian's skin gave off a faint silver rose light. It made it feel as though he was something beyond human. He hadn't grown any taller, thankfully, but the largest change was most definitely his hair. Not only was it longer than it had been, it was now a brown silver. It didn't make him look old, but it did give him a more mature air than he had had in the past. Though his hair was longer, that was only in comparison to the past. A single strand wasn't more than an inch or two long, and it was now so difficult to cut that Dian directly gave up trying to shorten it anymore. The effort simply wasn't worth the result. In the end, his hair had become far fairer than it had been in the past, losing its stiffness and even fluttering slightly in the wind, similar to what happened when he entered his deathful state. Finally, there were his eyes. They were still golden, but now strings of silver wiggled in from the exterior toward the center of his iris.
Coupled with the slight tinge of green, it was yet another feature that made him look less human and more godlike. Diane grinned.
Just what's happening. Damaris stood at the outer edge of the calming lake world. About 9 months ago, the world had begun to shake violently. It was so bad that no one else had entered in that time other than Diane. It simply didn't seem safe. Others thought it would have lasted for a small time before going away. But it continued to persist. They had no idea what Diane was doing, but they couldn't imagine what it must have been like to endure such a thing for so much time. Then, suddenly, just a few days ago, when they didn't think things could get any worse, the violent shaking reached a whole new level. If before it seemed unsafe, this time around, it really felt as though the world would collapse. Numerous elders of the Agios clan had tried to stop Damaris from entering, but she seemed to insist on doing so. It was then that rumbling came to a slow stop. Time ticked by slowly. As it did, Damaris' agitation only grew. Minutes became hours and hours became days.
Just when Damaris finally couldn't take it anymore and was about to charge into the depths of the world, a hand firmly gripped her shoulder. "Let go of me." Damaris tried to pry herself away, but how could she match the strength of a Dao expert? Her clan's elder had no intention of allowing her to move from this spot. Calming Lake was dangerous enough as it was. If one entered with an imbalanced mental state on top of that, there was only death awaiting. Of course, everyone knew about the failsafe, but would Damaris quietly accept being teleported out once she reached her limit?
Obviously not. I can't do that, princess. How would I face the master and mistress? Let alone them. The first princess would probably kill me before they could get to me. An old man with a head of long, pale pink hair stood unmoving, holding Damaris back. Plus, I don't think you'll be disappointed by the result. Just when Damaris was about to unleash a string of curses, the words of the old man registered, causing his head to snap back toward the world of clouds and water. Releasing one's divine sense in a world that preyed on the mind was a level of stupidity only Diane would take part in. On top of this, Damaris had yet to cultivate a celestial soul even if she was willing to take the risk. In the end, she could only rely on her own eyes to see a slowly approaching man from the distance. In the cultivation world, something like walking on water was something even an essence gatherer could accomplish. But there was something about the slowly approaching young man who seemed to glide across the pink lake's surface that made her heart stop. The perpetual frown that had coated Diane's face for over a year now had disappeared. He had a calm, confident smile that made it seem as though he could make the entire world dance in his palm, as though there were nothing that could ever possibly be out of his control. His charisma was on another level entirely. It made a woman who had never once thought of a man in Damaris feel as though her heart was being stolen from her in real time. Diane had always been handsome, and it was true that Damaris wanted to be his beast companion due to his strength. But this was the feeling she had when she made that decision. She only felt that Diane was a path for her to get stronger. But this was completely different. Damaris blinked herself awake. It was rare for a female dragon to feel such emotions. This was why everyone found it so odd that a mighty one on Geralda's level would fall for such a weak man in Marco. "It was fine for you to come back after so long, sect master. But was it necessary for you to be shirtless?" Damaris rolled her eyes. It was a fleeting feeling, but that was all. Even if Damaris bowed her head to Diane's strength, something like sharing her man with other women wasn't something her dragon's pride would allow. That thought allowed her to stamp out whatever was budding without remorse. Plus, she only bowed her head so that one day she could beat him with her own hands. Diane smiled. "Thank you for your help, 12th Elder. I gained a lot." 12th Elder Agios raised an eyebrow before smiling. "It seems so. You've helped us quite a bit as well." Diane nodded. As much as he wanted to stay for pleasantries, he didn't have the time. Every day that passed was another Eli spent creeping closer to a future where Diane would never see him again. "Give the rest of the elders my regards." The 12th elder wanted to say something more, but Diane had suddenly disappeared before him. The feeling was too shocking. A mere middle celestial. Wait, wasn't he a lower celestial a year ago? 12th elder Agios' pupils constricted as Damaris laughed bitterly. It seemed the bar was raised once more. If he was so powerful as a first-stage celestial, how powerful was he now? Diane patted the bundle of pink that flew into his arm. He really did neglect this little sister of his too much. The atmosphere within Soul Palace had become lively once more. Though they had been distracting themselves for the past year, there was no doubt that they were all worried for Diane. No one was meant to take that sort of assault on their minds for so long. Amphrey and Clara maintained their queenly auras and controlled their impulse to act as spoiled as Lila, but the glistening in their eyes was all Diane needed to see. What a terrible father! A snort rang out. Junior's antics gained the intended laughter. Watching the younger version of Diane berate him for escaping responsibility was the sort of heartwarming moment they needed. After allowing the atmosphere to remain light for most of the remaining day and into the next, Diane finally had to put a stop to it. Delia. His change in tone alone was enough to pour cold water over the festivities. But no one had the heart to blame him for it because they knew exactly why he would do this. The kids had long since gone to bed, so this time couldn't have been any better. It's time. Delia trembled, her eyes watering. Ever since Eli disappeared, this little sister of his hadn't said a word about it. She didn't press Diane, nor did she complain. She even became a surrogate mother of Junior, Mia, and Bella. Diane owed her more than he could say aloud. The least he owed her was finding her husband. The ring on Diane's finger flashed, causing a massive vat to appear. It was to the point where massive might have been an understatement. If it wasn't for the large size of the Soul Palace's great chamber, there was no way it would fit here. It stood at over 25 meters tall, but its width was even more exaggerated at over 50 meters. It was impossible to see what was inside of it as it was covered with a metallic lid. This represents how badly Eli wants to see you again, Diane said softly. As Delia's heart seized, Diane's aura erupted. The metallic vessel shattered, and what it revealed caused those here to cover their mouths from the sheer horror. Hearts. Millions of human hearts. Every day, Eli would rip his own heart out and fill this vat. Diane's voice almost sounded cold. It was completely devoid of emotions, but anyone who saw the fire of controlled rage in his eyes knew better than to make such a mistake. How many times did Eli had to suffer death to build up this many hearts? How many hours did he suffer in silence? How many tears did he shed? How many mental hurdles did he need to leap? This was the representation of his determination. A man with little to no strength of his own was willing to go through anything if it meant seeing his family once more. This was the kind of man Eli was. It was the man he had always been. There is a planet-grade formation that allows you to find anyone, no matter where they are. The problem is that this formation requires blood essence. The weaker the person is in their cultivation, the more blood essence is required. Delia and the others didn't need Diane to explain anymore as they closed their eyes. With Eli unable to leave the Foundation realm, he was as weak as they came. He had no choice but to overcompensate wildly, even if it meant ripping his own heart out thousands of times a day. This vat was filled with the blood essence of a heaven's child. Even a single drop was enough to give a mortal hundreds of years of life. But Diane never touched it. Even when he lost his arm, he never thought for a single moment of using Eli's conviction in that way. A roar escaped Diane's lips. His soul pressure blanketed the whole of Planet Soul. It was as though a moment of silence pierced through the light and dark sides of the planet. Amphrey's brows raised. There was a change in Diane's presence, a massive change. Soul chi surged. Eli's hearts began to burst one after another, living a thick crimson liquid that bent under Diane's will. A large bloody formation formed, condensing and as it swirled viciously. "Once I leave," Diane said in a voice that left no room for debate. "Contact Lilith. I will only use the relay station as a last resort. If possible, I don't want to leave any traces of myself in that place." Diane wanted to use the Devil Quadrants as a proxy. He couldn't guarantee what would happen if he left a relay station in the place he was going. If he was correct about where Eli was taken, he could not, under any circumstances, underestimate them. Diane smiled toward Delia. He could see the guilt she was holding in, thinking it was her fault that Diane was putting himself at risk once more. "Don't forget, Delia, in this world, Eli was the first friend I ever had. In his youth, Diane had no one else but Clara. But they became estranged after Diane's parents died. He threw himself into his work, wanting to ignore the world. Back then, when Diane first met Eli, he irrationally charged out as a mere mortal. That day, he ended up humiliated. But the one bright spot from that day that never faded was Eli.
One of the few things Diane truly enjoyed was array alchemy. Everything else in this martial world seemed to want to do nothing more than tear him apart, but that was the one thing he loved. It was Eli he spent countless nights talking about that love with.
Diane stepped into the blood-red portal that formed. He would bring him back. According to Jade, a major event would take place within the Sprite Alliance in just 2 years. By the date, there was just 11 months remaining until that date. Jade was unsure of exactly what happened, which only made sense. After all, considering her and Diane's status in the former timeline when this matter occurred, there was no way they could know. It was something they only learned of after the fact, long after the matter concluded. Whatever would happen or whatever triggered it, Diane only had a vague understanding, if it could even be called that. A war was sparked within the Sprite Alliance that resulted it in being spiraled into an internal warfare.
This war continued even after the ancient battlefield descended, leaving the sprites in shambles. Whenever the battlefield descended, it was the responsibility of the peak race of that time to take the helm and lead their plane to victory against the invaders. However, with the sprites in such turmoil, it was impossible for them to form any sort of cohesive unit. This only exacerbated the downfall of their plane. In the end, Diane's future self was able to take advantage of the mortal plane being unsettled. While the mortal plane and the failed clans warred against each other, once his cultivation was unsealed, he was able to cut out a place for himself that eventually served as the anchor for him conquering the whole of the mortal plane. That said, these matters are irrelevant now. All that mattered was that Diane had a faint instinctual feeling that Eli's disappearance was related to this matter. Why? Because Jade never mentioned Diane having any interaction with Heaven's Child in the former timeline. Not even once. The only exception was the Heaven's Child who controlled the Timeless Library. Something like this was baffling to Diane. If he took the entire mortal plane under his control, how was it possible that he never found a Heaven's Child? One had to understand that these were individuals who could not die. The heavens quite literally didn't allow them to. So how did Diane never find them? That was impossible. It was then that Diane suddenly thought of something else. Which place was the easiest for a Heaven's Child to blend into? Which race had abilities the closest to Heaven's children? Wasn't it the sprites? Diane reappeared in a whole new world. Maybe if it wasn't for the calm his mind had gained, he would have appeared to be shocked beyond belief, and that was saying something considering he had just exited Calming Lake less than a day ago. It wasn't that Calming Lake was less beautiful, but rather that it was a mystical world. It was meant to be a world of its own. But Diane was certain that this place was on his very same mortal plane, on a very ordinary planet, yet it was breathtaking. Everything seemed to be bathed in immaculate white, silver, and gold. In fact, even that people who passed by Diane were all adorned in white. It was to the point where if Diane wasn't hiding in the void, he would definitely stand out simply because of his commoner clothes. If one were to imagine heaven, where angels and white stood adorned, they might just paint this place. Suddenly, a golden-haired individual paused, looking straight at Diane with a confused look. Diane's brow knit slightly. "What's wrong, Achiel?" A gorgeous silver-haired woman, who had been leisurely strolling hand-in-hand with her man, was startled by his sudden stop. "I thought I sensed something." The man shook his head, brushing past Diane with an absent-minded gaze. "That man wasn't even a pseudo-Dao expert. But he actually sensed me? Ah, that's because he's a spatial half-sprite. It only makes sense that he's more sensitive to shifting in the void around him." Little Yang spoke from Diane's shoulder. "Doesn't that mean if I come across a Dao spatial half-sprite, we're screwed? We would need to be careful no matter what." Little Yang continued. "According to my ancestors' knowledge, planets like this, ones from exceptionally high-level societies, are very particular about who can and cannot enter them. Even if a single additional insect is born, they'll be aware. You need to be careful. They've likely already sensed an oddity." Diane's frown deepened, but he nodded in understanding, immediately shifting away.
Eli was somewhere on this planet that he was certain of. Diane knew it was foolish to teleport directly to Eli as the formation intended, so he purposely shifted himself away a few kilometers. Luckily, even though he did this, Diane didn't need to guess where Eli was. The coordinates were practically burned into his mind. However, what he could never have guessed was the fact the Heaven's children weren't hidden at all on this planet. In fact, the coordinates led directly was a vast castle of white. It looked as though it was plucked straight from the Middle Ages, but washed clean of all impurities.
It even had a moat, though there was nothing but water clear to the very bottom and beautiful rainbow carp and catfish. Diane struggled with himself. Should he trust his divine sense and soul talent?
Or should he remain cautious? If he deployed his divine sense, he could lock onto Eli in an instant and even directly send him a message. Little Yang, go and send Eli a message for me. If they truly treat him like one of their own, it won't be difficult for him to leave on his own. If this went well, it would be good. But there was a problem Diane hadn't dealt with. If they had managed to take him back once, how would he stop it from happening again? To Eli, the days were monotonous and bland. Maybe for anyone else, living in this place would be like entering a heaven. But he couldn't help but think the world had lost its color.
He could eat all the foods he wanted, there probably wasn't anything he couldn't afford to buy, and those around him tried to ingratiate themselves with him well. But Eli only saw them as enemies, foul people that dared to take him away from his family, all because they believed they knew better.
Even after more than 3 years, they continued to smile and pretend as though they hadn't hurt him more than anyone ever had. He had never even seen his son. His wife was all alone raising their child. He couldn't imagine the weight on her shoulders. What about his elder sister? Was she doing okay?
And what about Diane? He wanted to be there, to help the Mortal Alliance become the Mortal Empire, to be a silent backbone that propped them up even if he didn't have any true strength of his own, but this was all taken away on the whims of others.
Eli,
you should try this. A familiar black-robed young man pushed out a dish of exotic fruits. The unblemished one helped these grow personally, you'll love them. The group sat in the castle's inner garden.
Those with similar or overlapping abilities to Eli seemed to frequent this place, but Eli was the first with an actual botanist ability. The others had proxy abilities like energy manipulation that could help certain plants, but not all of them. Of course, the unblemished one seemed to be an exception. While the abilities of the others were limited in various fashions, hers seemed without limit. Eli looked at the plate of fruits before averting his gaze.
The black-robed young man looked toward the red-robed one that was also quite familiar, but it seemed even he didn't have a solution. It was the duty of those who brought in New Heaven's children to assimilate them into their society. But obviously, some tasks were far harder than others.
Eli hadn't spoken a word in more than 3 years, nor had he eaten. Of course, the Heavens wouldn't allow him to starve to death, but he remained staunch in his silent protest. Eli, the red-robed young man, cleared his throat to start a speech he had probably given 1,000,000 times already. This is a paradise. No one will ever hurt you here unless you yourself want to be hurt. Don't you think you're making yourself more miserable than you need to be? The life of a Heaven's child is fundamentally different. Let's say I'm willing to concede the fact that your family doesn't want to use you and loves you unconditionally. So what? The red-robed young man's words turned harsh. In 1,000,000 years, they'll turn to dust and you'll be alone.
The earlier you separate yourself from them, the better. At least that way you can hold a fanciful ideal of what raising a family must have been like.
Get used to ignoring the outside world because it'll whip by, and before you know it, people you once called friend and family will be nothing but dead bones rotting in the ground. Eli's sandy blonde hair shifted slightly under the garden's cool breeze as his pair of dull brown eyes met the red-robed young man's. The red-robed young man was shocked by their lifelessness and couldn't even react before Eli stood and disappeared into the distance. To Eli, these words didn't matter. If he had known he was a Heaven's child before he married Delia, it would be one thing. He would have turned tail and ran as far away as he could. Only that way could he spare both his feelings and the feelings of the love of his life. However, Eli hadn't known back then. To make matters worse, he didn't know until Delia was already pregnant.
If he ran now simply because he knew he would end up with an inevitable, everlasting pain, wouldn't he be too much of a coward? It was alright if he was weak, but he refused to be such a pathetic man. Look what you did, Aslan. The black-robed young man slapped the back of Aslan's hand.
It took us 3 months to pull him out of his room the last time you gave that morbid speech. Who knows how long it'll be until we succeed again. He might never come out if he knows he'll hear your bullshit every time. Just when the red-robed Aslan was about to quip back, he suddenly froze.
The black-robed young man, Caspian, frowned when he noticed this change. Did you sense something? No one understood Aslan's ability better than Caspian other than Aslan himself, of course. It was called absolute sensory control.
Despite not having any cultivation, Caspian was able to blanket an entire universe with his sense with absolute ease, a feat even Dian couldn't accomplish. In fact, not only could he see through any barrier, he could hide from every form of detection as well. This was the meaning of absolute sensory control. Dian had miscalculated. In truth, it wasn't entirely his fault. He was aware from the beginning that all Heaven's children had heaven-defying abilities, but there was no way for him to know all of their abilities ahead of time.
Dian, I've been detected. Little Yang quickly sent a message to Dian, realizing he had been seen through for the first time in his life. Dian's expression didn't change. The moment he heard this, without a shred of hesitation, he launched himself forward, leaping over the castle's moat and smashing their gates apart. Eli! Dian's roar shook the White Castle. I've come to take you home. This wasn't how Dian wanted to do things. If it was up to him, he would have silently entered and exited without leaving a single imprint of his arrival. However, some things didn't work out the way you wanted no matter how diligently you plan.
Not only had his plan to infiltrate silently gone up in smoke, it likely was also impossible to leave without using the relay station. Dian knew that the moment Little Yang was detected, these matters had gone south. If Little Yang couldn't escape being seen through, that meant that Dian himself had no chance. Since he'd only be prolonging the inevitable, he might as well go all out. Whether he would be able to save Eli now or not, it would all be up to luck. The White Castle, known by the residents of this planet as the Unblemished Castle, was in a complete uproar.
They were located in the very heart of the Sprite Alliance, not to mention Dao experts. Even the higher existences of their alliance didn't dare to wantonly stroll in as they pleased. Yet, someone had shattered their gate. Dian's presence bloomed. In the next instant, the 20-kilometer radius around him completely changed. An illusory world of blue skies and green grass appeared, followed directly by a manifestation that loomed over the unblemished planet. When Eli heard Dian's voice, he trembled involuntarily. The first true emotions other than guilt and rage he had felt in the last more than 3 years bloomed. But in the next moment, he plunged into an even deeper pit. He knew that Dian was smarter than this. The only reason he was acting this way was definitely because someone or something had forced his hand. Dian charged into the castle. It seemed as though he was just walking with strong, sturdy steps, but somehow he glided forward several hundred meters every time his foot dropped. Since he had nothing more to hide, Dian's divine sense bloomed outward in full force, locking onto Eli in an instant. Come! Dian's arms stretched outward, forming a teleportation formation below Eli's feet in an instant. Just when he thought he would succeed, an overbearing spatial lock descended from the skies. Dian had never felt anything like it before. Even the Dao experts he had faced didn't make him feel this helpless. Still, Dian's eyes didn't so much as flicker. A roar left his lips. The illusory world that had been forming around the 20-kilometer radius suddenly solidified. It was an act that blew common sense out of the water. Two realities fighting for dominion. And in the end, Dian won. The Castle of White was obliterated in an instant. Not just it, but everything in surrounding 40-kilometer diameter as well. In its place, a new world took form. Dian's inner world. Dian had spent countless years thinking of how he could possibly counter a Heaven's child ever since he learned that they would one day become his enemies. How do you beat something with seemingly infallible abilities that didn't know death or fear, some of whom had even become completely immune to pain? It was a matter that ravaged his mind for decades until he finally figured out. If the Heaven's children received their power from the heavens, he just had to take the heavens away. Dian's roar shook the skies. In that moment, the spatial lock over the surroundings weakened, then shattered. Caspian, the black-robed young man, was in shock. While Aslan's ability was known as absolute sensory control,
His ability was absolute spatial control. He could manipulate the spatial chi of an area at his leisure, whether that was to teleport or to attack. He could even cross one end of the mortal plane to the other in an instant as long as he willed it and accumulated enough spatial chi. Never in his life, never, had his spatial lock been undone. Before Dian, 9 individuals appeared, with the reality of the unblemished castle shattered, replaced by Dian's reality. Everything they had once called home was gone. They couldn't help but look around, absolutely stunned. Dian's eyes scanned them before finally falling on a familiar young man. He couldn't help but grin as his trembling fingers reached outward, forcing Eli to teleport to his side. In Dian's mind, he was still standing tall, a mighty and calm man who had just thwarted the heavens' children. But there was a reason why Eli's tears were falling from his cheeks, and it wasn't happiness. Dian's beautifully sculpted new body had practically smashed itself to pieces. Just a few years ago, even sending out a projection of his inner world could only last a few seconds. How could he suddenly force it to manifest its true form without consequences? His body was fragmented, but the truly horrifying part was that he didn't bleed. It was as though part of him was being erased, as though it was being deleted from reality. Dian's hand clasped on Eli's shoulder. "I'm taking you home." With a vapid whooshing of wind, Dian's inner world disappeared along with Eli. Dian stumbled, but managed to catch himself at the last minute. I just need to teleport back. The feeling of being so close yet so far had never resonated with Dian so profoundly. He just needed his mind to touch upon the relay station. As long as he did that, he could bring Eli back home. That's all he needed to do. That was it. Even with his plans going awry, he had managed to succeed. No? He had taken control of the situation even when it seemed impossible. No? So why was his mind no longer reacting to him? What was this endless blackness? What? A ruler isn't a person who can't admit to his mistake and can't change course. Why were his manifestation's words ringing in his ears again? Under the stunned eyes of the 8 heavens' children, Dian collapsed. Dian startled awake. His body was suddenly racked by an unimaginable pain. Even having his body reconstructed wasn't on this level. To this day, the most painful thing Dian had ever experienced was having his meridians implanted all those decades ago. Yet this pain, it was several times that. It was to the point where Dian was certain that the him of several weeks ago would have asked to die under its pressure. Despite the pain, Dian coldly observed his surroundings. He wasn't surprised that he was alive in the least. At the very least, he had calculated this much. The moment little Yang was discovered, he knew things had gone awry. Retreating was definitely not an option. If little Yang could be seen through, he was in even more jeopardy. At that moment, Dian decided to go all out. His purpose was to get Eli into his inner world no matter what the costs were. As long as he succeeded in that, the aftermath didn't matter, and that included him losing consciousness. The reason was simple: they had no way of taking Eli from him at that point. In addition, killing him would necessarily implicate Eli's life as well. As a final measure, Dian had essentially taken his own friend's life hostage. It wasn't the morally upstanding thing to do, but if he and Eli ever wanted to get out of here, it was the necessary thing to do. Dian went out of his way to show the heavens' children that he could negate their abilities, albeit for a devastating price. As a result, they had no way of knowing whether killing him would actually kill Eli as well. Even if they didn't understand the intricacies of inner world sanctuary, they would have to be careful. Of course, Dian's inner world collapsing after his death likely wouldn't kill Eli. Dian's cultivation wasn't powerful enough to form a world completely without the overseeing of the heavens, meaning Eli's life was still protected. However, if that happened, Eli would be forced to drift across the endless void of time and space forever. This was something that was no different than death, and also something the heavens' children wouldn't risk. In the end, they had reached a stalemate. They couldn't kill Dian, or else that would implicate Eli. And Dian was now their prisoner. They also probably couldn't treat him too poorly either. If they allowed him to die by other means, it would still implicate Eli. Still, Dian would be lying if he said he wasn't surprised to find where he was. Of course, he was in a cage, but it was too spacious. It curved at the top like he was some sort of bird and was actually made of gold.
The only differentiator between it and a birdcage was that it wasn't hung from the ceiling and was instead seated upon soft, lush green grass. Not to mention the fact the cage was spacious. But Dian was actually seated upon a plush bed that he could only imagine was filled to the brim with the feathers of a majestic and pure bird. Even his clothes had been changed to a soft white silk. It seemed similar to what a rich man would wear to sleep in his mortal world. Isn't this too far? Dian almost didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. How could this count as a prison? Shouldn't they be harsher? Dian should have been enraged with these people for taking his friend away from his family. But he was finding it difficult to keep that rage in this environment. Was this a tactic of theirs? If so, he had to hand it to them. Dian shook his head, sending his mind inward toward his inner world. Eli, who had been wandering aimlessly through the 40-kilometer space, was startled to suddenly hear Dian's voice. Dian? Dian. Eli enveloped Dian in a massive bear hug. Considering the scrawny guy stood at 7 foot tall, Dian was definitely the one who lost in that exchange. How are you? Are you okay? Did they do anything to you? I tried calling out to you, but you didn't respond for days. A string of questions left Eli's lips. I'm fine. Just have a bit of headache. It's no big deal. Dian patted Eli's shoulder, reassuring him. Of course, it was easier to fake health with a projection than it would be with his true body. To say he was in shambles right now would most definitely be an understatement. But what do we do now? Eli nibbled his lips. He already had a good understanding of Dian's plans just because of his own guesses, but if he was correct, they were in a stalemate. There was no worse situation to be in considering the opponents were immortal. Even though it looked as though Dian had leveled the playing field, he was working with a limited lifespan, while his enemies weren't. Of course, because Dian's lifespan was limited, that also put Eli's life on a ticking timer. But the Heaven's children didn't believe Dian would be stubborn to the point of holding out until he died of old age. That was simply too ridiculous a thought. What do we do, Dian smiled meaningfully. I don't know about me, but you most definitely have something to do. Go home to Delia and little Aiden. Without giving Eli a chance to retort, Dian forcefully activated the relay station, sending Eli across the mortal plane in an instant. Like Dian thought, he wasn't powerful enough to create a space completely separate from the heavens. What did that mean? That meant his inner world was technically just another universe on the mortal plane. As a result, a planet-grade formation was enough to send Eli back. Because Eli was within a separate space, the spatial lock the Heaven's children placed around Dian's cage had no impact whatsoever, and thus Eli faced no interference. Unfortunately, Dian could only send a projection into his inner world and couldn't enter personally, so he himself couldn't leave. Dian believed that this was likely because his body acted as an anchor that stabilized his inner world. His body was the very connection to the heavens that allowed this to be possible. Until he was strong enough to stabilize his world on his own, this would continue to be true. Still, seeing his friend off was more than enough for him. Of course, Eli could only stay for a few days before coming back because Dian had yet to find a perfect plan that ensured he wouldn't be kidnapped once more. But he could easily go back and forth as he pleased. With Dian acting as a shield for him, the Heaven's children wouldn't realize he had changed locations unless he stayed for too long. This wasn't all either. With Eli going back, he could reassure Dian's wives that he was doing just fine. After sending Eli off, Dian's eyes once more turned cold. He needed a plan to escape, but first he had to heal his body. Luckily, after reaching 10 billion gene, Dian had been able to fully enter and exit his constitution's world. It seemed like a reward he received whenever he perfected a realm. Unfortunately, he skipped over the 1 billion gene mark, so reaching the next milestone would be several times more difficult. But this much was fine. As long as Dian didn't rush his breakthrough, he could continue to take advantage of this. The Saint-grade holy-type Chi Dian excavated from the Alpha Wyvern's cave poured into his body. A comfortable feeling assaulted him, but Dian could feel that it wasn't helping as much as he hoped. After reaching 1 billion gene, Dian's body cultivation had already reached the peak celestial realm. After pushing past and entering the 10 billion gene threshold, Dian was on the verge of forming a Dao body and was at the very peak of what was possible for a pseudo-Dao expert. Once he broke into the gold silk realm, he would do exactly that. Unfortunately,
This also meant that what was needed to heal his body had also taken a massive leap forward. Of course, this didn't mean Saint-grade holy type Qi had become useless. Dian could still feel his body rapidly healing. It was just clearly not effective as it had been in the past. Still, Dian didn't want to jump to conclusions. Was it really his body's improvement that was causing this? Or was it the nature of his injury? Dian felt that his injuries this time were very different. He couldn't even remember bleeding. In fact, he couldn't point out a body part that necessarily hurt. It was as though his very being was aching. He vaguely felt that if it wasn't for his nascent soul, he really would have pushed it too far this time. Dian opened his eyes from his meditation. He must have been focusing on healing himself for at least a few hours when he heard an odd sound. Gurgling? Maybe? Dian's divine sense couldn't leave the walls of the cage no matter how hard he tried. So when his eyes were closed, he was basically blind. But when he opened his eyes to confirm the same things his ears had already sensed, he couldn't help but be stunned. A baby? Right there, just outside his golden cage, an adorable baby sat, rolling around in the grass and dirtying her pink bear print pajamas. Dian could only describe it as the most adorable baby he had ever seen. Even if others thought he was an arrogant, narcissistic prick, he felt that his own baby form, Junior, lost by far to this baby. Her hair was still short and curled on the top of her hair, as though she could be more than a few weeks old at most. It was red silvery color that made it look extremely similar to bronze rose. If reflected the right way, it could look pink, brown, and red all at the same time. Her chubby cheeks smiled happily as she giggled, her large eyes twinkling. They were a mesmerizing, intelligent color, shining with a hazel green color. The baby's soft skin had a slight tan to it, but as expected of a recently born child, it was completely blemishless. This child was truly baffling. Before Dian realized it, he had already stared at the little girl for several minutes. In fact, the little girl had stared back, not nervous in the slightest. Hitho. The little girl sounded as though she was trying to say hello. But this only baffled Dian more. He was sure that this little baby couldn't have been more than a few weeks old. How did she know words? Even he took a few months before he could speak. Still, Dian couldn't help but smile. Hello. What's your name? Thnamph. Dian was baffled once more. The little girl didn't have a name. The little baby giggled at Dian's confusion before she got distracted by a fluttering bee. She tried to stand and chase it, but it seemed her body wasn't as developed as her mind was. She fell over after a single step, landing on the soft grass below her. An adorable frustration colored her features. She pouted with annoyance, trying to stand once more. Dian was mesmerized by the sight. He felt that he was watching something beyond beautiful. He couldn't help but feel his heart pound. He found himself standing at the edge of his cage, cheering on the little girl silently. He suddenly forgot about the pain in his body and the situation he was in. Maybe a faint part of Dian believed that this was another ploy of the Heaven's children. He had clearly awoken several hours ago, only to find himself in what looked more like a luxury hotel than a jail cell. And instead of sending someone to speak and negotiate with him, they sent a baby? Or maybe the baby had just crawled here on her own. But if that was the case, then how could they be so irresponsible? Allowing an innocent child so close to someone who was a criminal in their eyes? Dian felt a faint anger, not toward what one might expect, but rather because those bastards actually allowed such an innocent little baby so near danger. What if he was a horrible man who decided to use her as a hostage? Even if the space was locked around his cage, it wasn't as though Dian was completely without methods. Considering he had already negated their abilities once, how could they be so neglectful? Somehow, Dian didn't see this anger as irrational despite his supposed evolution toward calmness. It was just that the little girl was too adorable. How could you allow something so pure come to any harm? It was unforgivable. Bah! Before Dian noticed, he had already watched over the little girl's play session in the garden for several hours. In the end, she was suddenly swept up by an invisible wind, as though the negligent asshole who left her alone for so long finally found her. She waved so strongly that her little body swayed within the wind. Dian smiled widely and waved back. When the little girl was gone, Dian blinked as though he had awoken from a dream. He looked around in confusion. Not because he had lost his memories, but rather that he was very much aware of everything that had happened in the last few hours, but couldn't make much sense of it. Could they be trying to soften him up with this baby? Wasn't that a bit too naive? But maybe Diane underestimated them too much. Considering they were immortal and he was very much not, who said they had to send a negotiator so quickly? Maybe they'd let him rot for a bit, then maybe might have been a coincidental event. Diane had found it weird that such a big castle only had 9 people in it. Maybe there was a hidden mystical world somewhere he hadn't noticed before.
Diane pushed it from his mind and began to process of healing his body once more. But who would have known that the very next day he would hear the very same gurgling?
Stowy, stowy. Diane somehow didn't feel any dissatisfaction having his healing session interrupted once more. You want to hear a story? Yesh. Like this, a new tradition began. Half of Diane's days were spent healing himself, while the other half was spent weaving fanciful tales for a little girl who became half of his world. As a mortal, he had almost too many legends to pull from. Not to mention endless children's novels, there were movies and TV shows as well. After Diane began to cultivate, his already great memory became sharp beyond belief. Diane had never taken pride in something so minor and silly before, but somehow he felt so accomplished entertaining this little girl with all the memories he remembered with absolute clarity. It was to the point where Eli's few visits a week weren't even the highlight of his day anymore. Every time the little girl was whisked away once more, Diane was sink into another baffled state. He couldn't for the life of him understand. Diane sighed.
This little baby is definitely a heaven's child capable of manipulating emotions. Even knowing this, how could I harm a little baby? She's too adorable. Diane watched as the little girl went from crawling to stumbling to eventually waddling on her own. He could only say that the beauty of this garden paled in comparison. It was a scary feeling.
Diane could feel his own emotions flying out of his control. He was very much aware of it, but there was nothing he could do about it regardless. Maybe this was the true fearsomeness of heaven's children. To be aware, yet be unable to do anything. To have your own will whittled away at in such a way. It was like experiencing death by old age in a short time frame. Every day, Diane felt another portion of himself was taken away by this little girl. Mama shade, I have to go to school. Diane's eyebrows raised.
This little girl was only a few weeks old, no?
No, it had been about 2 months. So she was about 3 months old? What do you mean school?
How could you send a little girl to such a place so early?
Aren't you too heartless? Diane could only console the little girl. Be careful.
And watch out for icky boys. Diane stood proudly as the little girl was whisked away once more, irrational unshed tears threatening to fall. How was your day? Diane smiled lightly toward the adorable little baby girl. The little unnamed girl seemed to look cuter by the day. She wore her school uniform proudly, clumsily twirling with her navy blue skirt and white collar shirt. She looked as though she was just coming back from a day of preschool in the mortal world. She began to excitedly tell Diane about her mad adventures for the day.
We painted with our fingers on a big white paper. The little girl stood to her tippy toes, reaching her small hands into the sky as though to reach for the stars above. The faint blue, purple, and red markings on her chubby little face and hidden underneath her fingernails made her tale all the more real. She wove a story of deception and betrayal, not to mention excitement and enthrallment. Her speaking ability seemed to have skyrocketed over the past few months. Though her word choice was still simple and to the point, she rarely slurred her words any longer. I really wanted to paint with purple, but Lily wouldn't let me have it. I asked Big Miss for more purple, but she said she didn't have any more. Diane felt his heart pang. That damned Lily. How could she be so selfish? He furiously cursed in his heart. If those of the Tower Quadrants saw the mighty true god Sacharo so enraptured by a little girl's story, even to the point of cursing another little girl, their jaws would drop to the floor.
Who knew the man so many of them feared actually had the side to him? But Little Precious is very smart. Little Precious? MHM?
That's what Mama calls me. Diane smiled, nodding with satisfaction. What an accurate nickname for such an adorable little girl. Little Precious indeed. There probably wasn't a better little girl around. Yup. She was definitely the best. I saw that when Blue invaded Red's space, It made purple. The little girl giggled. Her laugh made it seem as though all the light in the world revolved around her.
Ah, little Precious is very smart. Diane grinned, feeling an irrational pride bloom in his chest. He continued to listen to the little girl's tales. She made something even as mundane as losing her crayon feel as though it was a tragedy. Whenever she was happy, Diane was happy.
Whenever she was sad, Diane wanted to rip apart the bastard who made her feel that way, even if that so-called bastard happened to still also be child. The matters grew out of hand. It was to the point where Diane ignored Eli's visit for several hours at one point simply to finish listening to Little Precious' story for the day.
He should have probably remembered that the 11-month deadline he had in mind before he came here was approaching quickly, with 5 of the 11 having already passed, but he was lost in his own world. At this moment, in the main hall of the unblemished castle, a small gathering was taking place.
If one looked from the outside, they'd be completely shocked. The very territory that Diane had destroyed just months ago stood as though nothing had happened. This wasn't as simple as them using the months that had passed to rebuild the area. No, it was truly as though nothing had happened. The castle, every blade of grass and herb, every mountain peak and valley dip, was identical to what Diane came to find 5 months ago. Rather than rebuilt, it was as though someone had reversed everything to its previous state. Within this hall, 8 individuals kneeled before a wide staircase of white, leading up to a throne. And on this throne, a beauty the likes of which the world had never seen sat. She was a beauty the world couldn't see, a beauty the world didn't deserve to see.
Her eyes seemed to hold the depths of the cosmos, shimmering with countless, endless stars. Her hair fell to her shoulders as though it was illusory, radiating a pure silver light despite being covered by a transparent, white-laced headdress.
Her white gown was obscenely long, covering her legs and even descending down several of the wide staircase's steps. But what was most enrapturing was her perfectly sculpted features.
Smooth cherry lips, a small button nose, unblemished, soft skin. One could spend days, months, even years trying to describe just why her beauty was so enrapturing, yet still fail. Though was the leader of the heaven's children, the unblemished one. Mistress. Aslan spoke from a kneeled position. Your plan is working very well. Mora's abilities are working out perfectly. Another beauty, though it was hard to call her as such before, one of the unblemished one's caliber, with long cascading brown hair that almost bordered on red, smiled. He's wrapped around my finger.
I've never seen a man of his caliber fall so quickly. His mind is exceptionally weak. It seems he has great cultivation talent, but that only barely covers up what he's greatly lacking. With that level of mental fortitude, he'll never become a higher existence in his entire lifetime.
Even if we let him out now, as long as we leave Little Precious around, he'll follow her every word. He would probably kill his own wife if Little Precious said she didn't like her. Mora spoke with an undisguised disdain.
In just a few more months, as long as Little Precious asks to see Eli, the 8 kneeling individuals smiled knowingly. Diane truly was playing right into their hands. Diane, what's going on? Eli looked toward Diane with a worried expression. He had been happier in the past few months than he had been in his whole both. But there was a nagging darkness that remained, and it was none other than the friend of his here. From the beginning, he felt a horrible guilt.
While he was able to return to his family, it was at the expense of the one friend he had, a friend willing to risk his own life for his sake. Unfortunately, as time passed, that guilt only grew worse because he noticed that something was wrong with Diane.
What do you mean? Diane smiled at his longtime friend, a carefree expression on his handsome features. Diane, I know something is happening, Eli said seriously. I haven't paid much attention to the other heaven's children, but I have a vague understanding of their abilities. You sent me away before I could warn you the first time, but you need to be careful. Aslan has an ability called absolute sensory control. It really embodies every aspect of that word. He's able to manipulate not only his own senses, but the sense of others. It's too easy for him to make you see something that doesn't exist at all. He can make it seem every bit as real as if it was really there. To make matters worse, he can manipulate it so that it makes you feel as good as possible.
Mora's ability is even scarier depending on the situation. It's known as emotional manipulation. She can subtly pull on your heartstrings. She can make you feel emotions as though they're your own. It's easy for her to make people feel love when they otherwise wouldn't. Even higher existences who've comprehended their own martial intents aren't perfectly protected from her abilities. If the two of them combine their abilities, Diane, I'm afraid. It wasn't that Diane couldn't understand the veracity of Eli's claims. It was rather that there was nothing he could do about it. In the end, he could only sigh and reassure Eli. Don't worry about me, there's only so much worrying can do. I think it's best you don't come back here. Diane? Eli stood stunned. If they're focusing on manipulating me, it means that they're not looking for you. It's best that you stay in Soul Quadrant. I'll relay orders from here by sending messages through the relay station, don't worry about it. But, Diane shook his head. You don't know this and neither do they, but the situation will undergo a drastic change in 6 more months. While they're focused on slowly bringing me under their control, there's an enemy unknown to even them approaching. Diane didn't explain any further because the matters with Jade shouldn't be discussed so freely, but this should be enough to hold Eli off for now. Somehow between now and then, something happened that wiped the Heaven's children from the face of this mortal plane. Diane suspected that this ploy was related to the entity. One of its major obstacles in taking control of the mortal plane and the Heavens fully were the Heaven's children. It was obvious when one thought about it. Why would the Heavens create individuals with such heaven-defying abilities? Was there really no purpose behind it? It wasn't as though the Heavens was really a mother who gave birth to them after copulating with some other Heavens-level existence. These Heavens' children were manufactured, created. It had to have a purpose. That purpose was none other than as a last line of defense for the Heavens. It was no wonder the entity and its lackeys would want to get rid of them as quickly as possible. Don't worry about it, Eli. Your help will be very important. Diane pointed to the life ring on Eli's finger. He had given it back to him long ago now. You'll play a key role in the coming war. Soon, the Jafari clan treasure will finish its task, and even the Heavens' children won't be able to find you easily again. Eli could only leave under Diane's insistence. But he missed the coldness that pervaded Diane's eyes after he was gone. Mistress Unblemished, have you considered my proposal? The hall's atmosphere had completely changed. Though the Unblemished One still sat upon her throne, the Heavens' children were gone, replaced by a singular man. This man's aura could only be described as overbearing. Even in the presence of the Unblemished One, the atmosphere distorted around his very being. Long blue hair flowed down his back, disappearing into his azure robes. But what was shocking were the stars that twinkled around him perpetually. This man. He was an alchemy starlord. The Sprite Alliance is quite greedy. The Unblemished One's unbothered tone flowed through the room. For an instant, the trembling atmosphere around the long blue-haired man stilled, as though being forcibly quelled by the Holy Mistress. I don't believe you can classify this as greed. We've allowed you to live unbothered in our territory for so long, we're simply asking for a small favor. A small favor, is it? Though the Unblemished One's immaculate features didn't shift, it felt as though she was smiling down mockingly. You want me to help you take control of the timeless library. Not only are you asking me to risk myself in this endeavor, you're indirectly placing the billions under my charge at risk as well. You claim that you've allowed me to stay here, but I wonder what the citizens of my unblemished lands would say. Leave. The matters between the Unblemished One and the Sprite Alliance were fleeting. After giving the Unblemished One a deep glance, he turned to leave. He was intelligent enough to know that he alone stood no chance against this woman. For the length of time the Unblemished One had lived, she could only be a higher existence. If that was true, he was lucky he even got an audience. If he dared to act impudently on top of that, he would lose his life here. What the Unblemished One said was true. It would be more accurate to say that she was allowing the sprites to live in her territory rather than the other way around. The citizens of the Unblemished Lands practically worshipped her. No, they did worship her. She embodied everything it meant to be a goddess in their eyes. I hope you'll remember, goddess, but the matters of the timeless library are related to fate of our entire plane. Please think about our proposal. With those words, the long blue-haired man left. The months continued to tick by. As they did, Diane's relationship with Little Precious only grew. I want to be big and strong. A meanie named Blake told me girls will always be weaker. The little baby girl waddled in one day with a clearly more depressed face than usual. In fact, her little cheeks were stained with years and her large hazel-green eyes had reddened. Diane felt an indiscernible rage overcome him. All this time, he hadn't felt rage at being locked in this place until now. The barrier between him and this precious little girl became his worst enemy in an instant. But his smallest bit of rationality remaining told him not to blindly attack the cage. There was no way they had kept him behind normal bars. If he acted without thinking, he'd have wasted the months he spent healing himself. The little girl pitifully looked up at Diane. She was dressed in her favorite purple-colored dress, but its once clean exterior had become wrinkled and stained with grass, proving she had rushed here so quickly that she stumbled and fell multiple times. Is he right? Seeing Diane remain silent for so long, the little girl almost burst into tears again. Her large eyes began to fill to the brim with unshed tears as her bottom lip trembled. It was then she seemingly remembered that Blake had made fun of her because she started crying after falling, so she tried her best to hold it back. Maybe because she really hoped Diane would disagree with that meanie. But this big man was a boy too. What if he believed what Blake did? The little girl's head was filled with crisis-like thoughts. She should have gone to her mama instead. Her mama would definitely say that girls could be strong because her mama was strong. Little Precious felt herself losing control of her tears, so she quickly rubbed her forearm and palms to her eyes again and again, trying to pretend as though she was remaining tough. It was then she was startled by Diane's words. Of course he's wrong. Girls can be super strong. I'm pretty powerful, but I know plenty of girls stronger than me. You can be just like them. Diane smiled brightly. Really? The little girl spoke as if probing if Diane was lying or not. Of course. I would never lie to Little Precious. The little girl giggled at these words, seemingly happy with Diane calling her Little Precious. Can you teach me how not to cry anymore? The little girl asked with anticipation, her eyes, still reddened from crying, twinkling with hope. Do you believe whether or not you cry decides if you are strong or not? The little girl's head tilted in confusion. Wasn't that the case? Why would Blake make fun of her for being weak because she cried? Then, Diane felt his heart flutter. Her inquisitive look was far too adorable. Strength is decided by your will. As long as you can feel sad and cry, but get back up and try again, that's true strength. Diane explained with a smile. Because Little Precious cried yet still wanted to learn how to get stronger. Little Precious is already strong. Really? Really? The little girl jumped up and down happily. Without exaggeration, Diane felt that this beautiful moment was the best he had ever experienced. Nothing could top this, nothing. Time continued to tick by. While Diane taught Little Precious what it meant to be strong in heart, he also began to teach her how to be strong in body. If one passed by the unblemished castle's gardens, it wasn't impossible to see the scene of a man and a little girl throwing punches in the air together. A scene that could warm the heart of even the coldest person. Are you sure about this? Months had passed, and suddenly the 11th month greeted them in the form of several black figures skulking in the shadows. The unblemished one has a secret realm she doesn't allow anyone to enter. According to a credible source, there's something important of hers hidden within it. As long as we can take whatever it is, she'll have no choice but to do our bidding. Like this, like this? Little Precious brandished her little fist, punching outward. If it wasn't for her small body, anyone could have confused her for a seasoned expert. Her fist left a sharp, crisp whipping sound hanging in the air. Diane was certain that she was far stronger than other children her age, and she wasn't even 1 year old yet. Diane grinned with pride. What a perfect little girl. She couldn't possibly be more perfect. Good job. Little Precious beamed at Diane's praise, her little body jumping up and down with excitement. She had already gained an agility that was far beyond what she should have. Just as Diane and the little girl were bonding, a loud crashing sound resounded through the garden. Boom, boom, boom. Diane's eyes sharpened. He realized what was happening immediately. This garden, it was a mystical world and someone was trying to forcibly enter. Just where were the Heaven's children? Diane had gone through so much trouble to just take a single step into this place, so how were these individuals wantonly slamming away at the barrier without being stopped? It wasn't that Diane assumed no one else could fare better than he could. It was just that, according to his grand teacher,
There were many examples of heaven's children being controlled by massive empires of the past. This meant that the strength of the heaven's children wasn't infallible, especially when they weren't aware that they were heaven's children. This was a large part of what Aslan and Caspian used to justify taking Eli away. They thought he was being used like they had been used in the past.
Suddenly, Diane's attention snapped back to Little Precious. What he saw made him feel as though his heart was being shattered into countless pieces. She gripped her little fists, staring as hard as she could at the ground. She looked as though she was trying her hardest to not be scared, but the shivering of her small shoulders told a different story. She flinched at every loud bang, her small body shivering from head to toe. Rage built up from the depths of Diane's soul. If he got his hands on the bastards making an innocent little girl feel this way, he'd tear them apart. A vicious aura surged from Diane's body. His healed body pulsed with silver light, his veins surging with mercury-like blood. Diane's hand suddenly reached outward, grasping the golden bars that made up his cage and yanking backward with every ounce of his being. It was then that something Diane could have never imagined occurred. Just as the entrance of the mystical world was torn apart, the bar Diane had forcibly pulled on came flying free. Diane almost didn't register the numerous moving black figures as he held the flimsy bar in his hand. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Diane was certain. He didn't tear this cage apart because he had superhuman strength. This cage, from the very beginning, was made of normal soft gold. Diane didn't have time to think about why his cage was something he could torn his way out of whenever he chose, nor did he have time to think what was the point of all of this if he was never truly caged. Maybe they believed manipulating his emotions with Little Precious was enough to keep him in place. He swept forward, scooping the little girl into his arms. At that moment, the trembling little girl who had been completely focused on reigning in her own fear was astonished by the sudden change. She felt a warmth she hadn't felt in her entire life, a sense of security that hadn't been there before. It was then that her shaking stopped as she focused on gripping Diane's white silk pajamas. Diane held the little girl to his chest. He too felt a sense of calm overwhelm. Nothing in the world could make him release this little girl. He immediately found that the space around him was still sealed. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't send Little Precious into his inner world. For the first time, he regretted giving the life ring to Eli. That must be it. That little girl. The black-clothed figures reacted instantly to their new scenery. Diane's jaw set, feeling Little Precious grip the cloth on his chest tighter. "Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you." Though he said these words, Diane didn't know how he would deal with this situation.